Chapter 441. A decent person? Someone wants to be a fisherman. The next day, Peter emerged from the bunker to the cheers and shouts of the Narnians. He was clad in a set of silver armor, holding a silver shield in his left hand. Edmund stood beside him, gripping his own king's sword. Opposite them was Miraz, who had been prepared for this moment. He wore dark golden armor, and behind him were countless Tanmo soldiers offering their encouragement. "There's something wrong with the situation," Aaron said thoughtfully as he walked. "Of course there is. We all know the Tanmo people won't keep their promises," Edmund replied with a standard smirk, the same expression he had worn the previous day. "No, that's just one aspect." Aaron's expression grew more serious. "Who do you think is standing next to Miraz? Who else could it be? Isn't it the general and—" Edmund's voice trailed off, and he barely suppressed his astonishment. "Why are those three there?" "That's exactly what I'm worried about. The three people who encouraged Miraz to accept the challenge yesterday are all present, but none of the others are. There's definitely something going on," Aaron said meaningfully. "Miraz is in a pitiful situation. He succeeded in usurping the throne, but it hasn't been firmly established yet, and someone is already eyeing his seat." "What are you talking about?" Peter asked, puzzled. "We're talking about Miraz's fate," Aaron pretended to be an expert. "I'm barely a fortune teller. Although I don't have a crystal ball, my celestial eye tells me that today is the day of Miraz's death." "Does that mean I win?" Peter secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was somewhat confident in his sword skills, there was still a big difference between feeling good about himself and reality. "I don't know if you can win, but Miraz will definitely die. Someone wants to benefit from the fight between the snipe and the clam. If there are no accidents, it should be one of the three people behind Miraz. His Excellency Pusupi in the middle is a member of the Tanmo Council. He is the most likely," Aaron explained. Edmund nodded in agreement and said in a deep voice, "Peter, we must prepare early. It's estimated that the war will begin after the duel, and Pusupi won't give us any time to react." "Understood," Peter took a deep breath. "Aaron, inform Caspian later so that he is ready to attack at any time." "Let me go," Edmund said. "Your safety will be guaranteed only if he stays here." "You're right. Miraz isn't a good person. He will definitely try some dirty tricks," Peter nodded slightly. He then pulled out the long sword that Edmund was holding and signaled to Miraz that he was ready. Miraz sat on his chair, adjusted the wrist guard on his arm, and quietly winked at General Soapy, who was holding a crossbow. "Once you find that the situation is not in my favor," Soapy looked down at the crossbow in his hand and exchanged glances with Pusupi. "I understand, Your Majesty." Miraz felt relieved and took the helmet from Pusupi. "If I win, I hope you won't be too disappointed." The general on one side presented the weapon and shield, and Miraz slowly walked onto the ring, standing opposite Peter. "It's still not too late to surrender." "You surrender?" Peter retorted. "How many people have to die for the throne?" Miraz asked. "Just you," Peter replied, pulling down his mask. "One." The next moment, the two rushed towards each other, and their swords and shields clashed with a clanging sound. Peter was young and strong, while Miraz was experienced. The situation was stalemate in the first few rounds, but within half a minute, Peter managed to cut Miraz's back with his sword. Just as the centaur and black bear who were watching the battle at close range smiled, Miraz slapped Peter's face with his shield, knocking off his helmet. Peter leaned back to avoid the point of the sword that was drawn towards him. Peter swiftly slashed at Miraz's knee, drawing blood. Miraz grunted, stepping back to put some distance between himself and Peter. He signaled Soapy to release an arrow, but the general, holding the crossbow, remained impassive and did not act. Miraz, unsure if Soapy was ignoring him or genuinely didn't see the signal, roared in frustration. He raised his sword and lunged at Peter with renewed fury. His combat strength surged, quickly overpowering Peter and kicking him to the ground. Miraz then ruthlessly stomped on Peter's shield, causing excruciating pain in Peter's left arm. Seizing the advantage, Miraz relentlessly slashed at Peter, who had to roll away to avoid the attacks. After a few evasive maneuvers, Peter counterattacked, slashing at Miraz's shield and tripping him. Both men scrambled to their feet, eyeing each other warily, panting and exhausted. At that moment, Edmund rushed over, having already prepared Caspian. "Does your majesty need to rest for a while?" Miraz asked, trying to maintain an air of superiority despite the pain from his wounds. 5 minutes, Peter replied, struggling to hold on as his arms ached. 3 minutes, Miraz countered. The two combatants dragged their tired bodies out of the arena. Pusupi arranged chairs for them, and Soapy put away the crossbow arrows. Miraz threw his helmet to the ground and scolded the general fiercely. "I don't think you will let a dangerous situation happen again." The general nodded guiltily and helped Miraz to a chair, bandaging his wounds. Edmund assisted Peter to sit down. Peter's injuries were less severe than Miraz's, with only his arm hurt. "How do you feel?" Edmund asked worriedly. "I think I dislocated my shoulder," Peter replied. "I'll help. I've learned some medical skills," Aaron volunteered. He carefully grabbed Peter's left arm. "This might hurt a little." With a click, Peter cried out in pain, but his arm felt better. "If I die here, what will the family think?" Peter asked Edmund. "You've been helping me, and I don't know." "You're not dead yet, so don't rush to say your last words," Aaron interjected. "Miraz is hurt worse than you." "I'm worried about what happens next," Peter admitted. "No chance," Aaron said, lifting his cloak to reveal a flintlock gun. "We have a fourth gun." Edmund's eyes widened. "It seems you don't have to worry about your safety, but I feel something is off. We should be decent people. Using a hidden gun feels unkind." Aaron's mouth twitched. "Are you calling me a villain? Should I let your brother and Miraz fight to the death? By the way, Peter, you should prepare your last words. The general's crossbow is probably aimed at you. I hope your brother, the decent man, can stop it." "Don't," Edmund quickly interjected. "I was just joking. Don't take it to heart." Aaron gave Edmund a disdainful look, then took out a red medicine bottle. As Edmund reached for it, Aaron pulled it back. Surely the decent King Edmund would want his brother to fight fairly. Healing wounds with medicine isn't fair to Miraz. "It's too late for that. Who cares about fairness now?" Edmund said anxiously. "Give me the medicine. I was wrong earlier." Aaron relented and handed over the bottle. After Peter took a sip, his wounds healed completely. "Come on, King Peter. Your brother reminded me that I don't think I'm a villain, and I can't shoot you in a critical moment, so I can at most help you block the general's back arrows. But if you die in a formal duel, I will mourn for you for a minute." Peter froze for a moment and looked at Edmund with a mix of helplessness and frustration. "Why can't you control that mouth when you're so nice?" "Well now, the situation that was originally a sure win has a little more suspense." Edmund smiled awkwardly, but was also speechless. "By the way, as a decent man, brother, it's best not to hit someone's injured leg. It would be disgraceful to win like this." Hearing this, Peter glanced at the bandage on Miraz's right leg. A look of confusion flashed in his eyes, but he soon became resolute. "Are you? What about it?" Edmund said, dumbfounded, reminding him not to forget to stab him secretly. Aaron patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "You are still young, and it is right to have a sense of justice. But if you have an experience like mine, and have encountered all kinds of insidious villains, you know that if you want to deal with the bad guys, you have to be more cunning than the bad guys. I went up to prepare first, and the result of this duel can already be seen, but it is hard to say about the subsequent battle." After finishing speaking, Aaron turned and walked towards the bunker, where a heavy sniper rifle was waiting for him. The 3 minutes were up soon, and Peter and Miraz stood up from their seats. Neither of them wore helmets this time, trying to pack as lightly as possible. The two didn't exchange any words and rushed towards each other as soon as they entered the ring. Miraz took the initiative and swung his sword with all his strength from the very beginning. Peter was caught off guard, but quickly adjusted. His arm had been snapped back by Aaron, and he had also drunk Lucy's potion. Apart from being physically exhausted, his state was almost 2 levels above Miraz's. After a few rounds, Peter managed to grab Miraz's sword, snatching it away, and began to fight back in earnest. Having lost his weapon, Miraz could only set up a shield to defend. The quality of the king's shield was evident, but Peter's frantic slashes eventually knocked it down, along with the sword in his hand. The two started a hand-to-hand fight, and Miraz, still holding a shield, barely gained the upper hand. With a ferocious expression, Miraz punched Peter hard in the face with his shield. As Peter retreated, Miraz pursued, landing another punch on Peter's face. Somewhat dizzy, Peter saw the black shield pressing towards him. He immediately grabbed the edge of the shield and wrestled with Miraz. After a moment of stalemate, Peter grabbed the shield, turned around, and rolled behind Miraz. His left hand twisted, and Miraz let out a scream, using his free right hand to elbow Peter, knocking him back. Miraz threw Peter onto a rock, turned around, picked up his sword, and slashed at Peter. Peter turned over to avoid the first sword and blocked the second sword with his wrist guard. Seeing that Miraz was about to slash a third time, Peter immediately grabbed the long sword that was about to be lifted and punched Miraz on the chin. Boom! Miraz took a staggering step back. But before he could get away, Peter straightened up and punched the bandage on Miraz's right leg. The severe pain caused Miraz to instantly lose his ability to fight. He dropped his long sword and half-kneeled on the ground. "Pause," Miraz said. Unmoved, Peter clenched his fists and was about to hit him again. Seeing this, Miraz immediately bent the knee of his other leg sincerely, pleading with a little more desperation in his voice. "Please, pause." "Now is not the time to show chivalry," Edmund reminded from outside the ring. The people of Narnia also shouted, urging their king to act quickly and not be soft. Peter struggled for a moment, then slowly lowered his right hand and turned around to walk towards his seat. Miraz looked at his back, a fierce expression crossing his face. A flash of determination lit up in Peter's eyes as he grabbed the long sword from the ground and stood up. "Beware!" cried Edmund. Sensing the imminent danger from behind, Peter instinctively bent down, narrowly avoiding the sword's edge. He quickly turned around, seized the long sword as Miraz lunged at him again, and twisted his hands forcefully to wrest the weapon away. With a swift motion, Peter thrust the sword forward with all his might. Puff! Miraz gasped in pain, his eyes widening in shock. He hadn't anticipated his sneak attack would fail so disastrously, costing him dearly. Peter withdrew his sword, causing Miraz to collapse to his knees, clutching his wounded side. Miraz glared at Peter, who stood over him with the long sword raised but hesitated to strike. "What's the matter, little devil? Too timid to make a move?" Miraz taunted coldly. "It's no, my place to kill you," Peter replied, his gaze shifting to Caspian outside the ring. Caspian understood immediately, took the sword from Peter, and approached Miraz. "Maybe I was wrong. Maybe you are the rightful king of the Telmarines," Miraz said sincerely, closing his eyes and awaiting his fate. Seeing the man who had killed his father and usurped the throne before him, Caspian let out a fierce roar and thrust the sword downward. The blade struck the ground with a resounding clang. Miraz opened his eyes in confusion. "I will never be like you," Caspian declared. "I don't want your life, but I will return Narnia to the Narnians. Also, remember that your throne is not secure. Pusupi and the others have been watching from the shadows, with no intention of helping you." With that, Caspian turned away, greeted by the deafening cheers of the victorious Narnians. Pusupi quickly approached and helped the kneeling Miraz to his feet. "My king," he said. "I'll deal with you once this is over," Miraz snarled at the smirking Pusupi. He was no fool. A fool could never have successfully killed his brother and seized the throne. Yesterday, he had sensed something was amiss, and with Caspian's warning, he was now certain that Pusupi harbored ambitions for his throne. He suspected that General Soapy and some other generals might have secretly allied with Pusupi. Chapter 442, An Imminent War, Destroying Heavy Weapons. "There is no future," Pusupi said with a smile still on his face. An arrow slipped from his sleeve, and he thrust it firmly into Miraz's back. "Ah!" Miraz cried out in pain, staggered forward a few steps, and fell to the ground, unwilling to accept his fate. Pusupi stared blankly at Miraz's body, pretending to be at a loss for a few seconds before shouting, "Breach of faith! They shot the king! They murdered our king!" After shouting, he immediately mounted his horse and, under the escort of the general, rode towards the Tanmo army formation. General Soapy, having witnessed Miraz's defeat, rode ahead to the Tanmo army. Peter, Edmund, and Caspian were dumbfounded by the scene. They knew Miraz would die today, but his death was so sudden that they almost didn't react. "Get ready to fight!" Peter yelled. "Go!" Caspian mounted his horse and stood with the leader of the centaurs, ready to strike back as planned. At the top of the fort, Aaron pulled the bolt and aimed at the catapults in the Tanmo army formation. On the lower floor, Chumpkin led a team of archers, standing ready. Peter and Edmund stood side by side at the forefront of the Narnian forces, boosting the troops' morale. "Take up arms, Temorians," cried Soapy. "Take up arms and fight!" The semaphore soldiers waved the black banner, ordering the projectile vehicles to attack. "Fire!" A row of round rolling stones shot out in unison, flying towards the bunker from hundreds of meters away. Boom, boom, boom. Gunshots sounded like muffled thunder one after another. The round stones exploded in midair, and numerous large and small gravels fell, causing chaos in the orderly army formation. But it wasn't over yet. After the rolling stones shattered, the gunshots rang out again. Each shot broke a catapult in half. The Tamo people had brought a total of 7 catapults, all of which were taken out by Aaron in one wave. "What's going on here?" Pusupi asked in panic. "I suppose it is the magic of the King of Old Narnia," said the general. During this period, he had taken the time to learn about Narnia's history. Magic did exist. Otherwise, Caspian wouldn't have been able to summon the king of ancient Narnia with just a horn. "What are you kidding?" Pusupi retorted. "This is the only plausible explanation. We can't say that our catapults are all malfunctioning," the general insisted. "Maybe." A general smiled nonchalantly. "There are rats among the Narnians. Isn't it normal for them to come at night and destroy the catapults when we are not paying attention?" "That's right," Pusupi calmed down. "It's definitely a small trick of the Narnia people. They are wrong if they think it can scare us." "But how do you explain the sound?" The general was still worried. "That's too simple, isn't it?" Pusupi smiled disdainfully. "Your Excellency, you are worrying too much. If those 4 children, no, the 4 kings, had this kind of ability, the battle with our king just now would not have been so dangerous, and it would have been impossible for us to return to our camp safely." Hearing this, the general nodded slightly. "Your Excellency, should we launch an attack now or wait for a new catapult to arrive? Let the soldiers who were injured by the stones go to the rear to rest first, and immediately launch an attack after resting," Pusupi said confidently. "I will not give them time. Destroying the catapults only proves that they are strong on the outside but weak on the inside." On the other side, Peter and Edmund couldn't help but swallow when they saw the catapults falling. They silently applauded Aaron from the bottom of their hearts. "His marksmanship is really good," Edmund praised, "and the shooting speed is also very fast, with almost no pause in between." "His family must have trained him well," Peter added, nodding in agreement. Peter nodded. "I hope Lucy and the others can find Aslan sooner." 10 minutes later, the Tamo people's army was reorganized. The general drew his long sword. "Cavalry, attack!" Thousands of heavily armed cavalry rushed toward the fort simultaneously, their galloping momentum causing the ground to tremble slightly. Peter turned around and gave Caspian a knowing look. Caspian immediately entered the bunker with the leader of the troops. After a day and a night of hard work by the Narnians, the bunker was covered with dry firewood and straw soaked in kerosene. Large and small oil drums were also placed in some inconspicuous corners. Half the army of Narnia was assembled underground, and Caspian hurried up to the ranks. "Narnians, attack!" he commanded. They didn't rush out of the bunker directly, but moved quickly to the underground area directly in front of the bunker. 1, 2, 3, they counted, timing their actions precisely. Directly above them, the Tamo cavalry team was charging. "Now is the time," roared Caspian. Among the Narnia people, powerful races such as minotaurs, satyrs, centaurs, and giants made their moves. They smashed the stone pillars supporting the ground as they ran wildly. As the stone pillars broke one by one, the ground collapsed. 1/3 of the Tamo cavalry team sank directly, and the remaining 2/3 slammed on the brakes to avoid falling into the huge trap. Trumpkin saw the opportunity and ordered all the archers to shoot arrows. A rain of arrows further devastated the already damaged cavalry, causing many soldiers who were still crawling out of the pit to fall back again. "Attack!" Peter roared, and all the Narnians outside the bunker charged. At the same time, Caspian led half of the Narnians to the rear of the cavalry through 2 dug passages. Although the total number of Narnians was less than that of the Tamo people, They had a significant advantage in numbers in this ambush. Flanking the cavalry from both sides, they caught the Tammo forces off guard, preventing them from mounting an effective counterattack. At the top of the fort, Aaron put away his sniper rifle and looked at the battlefield below with interest, mourning for the cavalry for a moment. Some were shot to death by random arrows. Some were bitten to death by tigers and leopards. Some were killed by swords, and some were beaten to death by giants. The saddest ones were those killed by mice. It was a complete disaster. "What a tragedy," Cornelius exclaimed. "They're still fortunate. At least they can die quickly," Aaron said angrily. "I wanted to ask, why are you here? Where else can I go?" Cornelius asked confidently. "I am old and not in good health. I can't fight with a sword like them. Even if you gave me a bow and crossbow, I wouldn't be able to kill." Aaron's face darkened. "Do you want me to spell it out? Why do you have to follow me, old man?" "It's safe," Cornelius said shyly. "At first, I thought about hiding in the depths of the forest and coming out after the war. But Caspian advised me to follow you. He said it was the only way to keep me safe." "Heh!" Aaron sneered. "He will definitely be a qualified king in the future, using others without any psychological burden. He also asked me to apologize to you on his behalf, as he didn't discuss it with you first," Cornelius said weakly. If it weren't for Aaron's excellent hearing, he might not have heard him clearly. "Beautiful," Aaron gritted his teeth and said angrily. "It's absolutely right not to discuss it with me in advance. I will refuse this request without hesitation. I've done my best to help him get those heavy weapons, and now he wants me to protect an elderly fat man? Doesn't he feel ashamed?" "I'm a professor, after all. Save some face," Cornelius retorted. "Damn, you're so embarrassed to say that. Since you've come, you've proven your thick skin," Aaron said unceremoniously, secretly complaining. "There are always one or two people in every world who are just old bastards in a bad mood." The corner of Cornelius's mouth twitched slightly. "Caspian is also helpless." Aaron rolled his eyes and took out a light sniper rifle from the magic circle. "I'm in a very bad mood right now. Do you think it would matter if I shot him quietly?" Cornelius's countenance changed drastically. He had seen the power of this weapon firsthand, and Caspian would be either killed or maimed by a single shot. "Don't. I'm leaving now. Just forget it." "No, as long as you don't lay hands on Caspian, I'll never hold you back," Cornelius pleaded. "Just kidding," Aaron shook his head. "It's just to protect another old man. It's not difficult for me." "Then what are you doing with that sniper rifle?" Cornelius asked, suspicion evident on his face. "The previous gun ran out of bullets, but this one still has some," Aaron said indifferently. "Although the Tanmore army lost their catapults, their heavy crossbows are still operational. I have to destroy those, or else a volley of crossbow arrows will kill many of our people." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of neat footsteps approached. Pusupi, holding up his long sword, led a large number of Tanmore infantry forward. "Should we change our location?" Cornelius asked worriedly. "The second phase of the plan will start soon, which means the fortress under our feet will soon become a melting pot." "No need. It only takes a blink of an eye for me to leave here," Aaron said lightly, then looked for his sniper target through the scope. Peter and Caspian also noticed the movement of the Tanmore army. They looked at each other and nodded tacitly. The second phase of the plan was to lead the infantry into the bunker. It wasn't difficult to say, but it wasn't easy to execute. They had to fight for a while before they could retreat. If they ran away without fighting, everyone would sense something was wrong. With a wave of Caspian's hand, a dozen griffins carrying boulders and archers flew towards the Tanmore army. Seeing this, Pusupi calmed down and ordered the soldiers to dispatch the heavy crossbows. Each ballista was equipped with several rows of huge arrows and required 5 people to operate it. The archers aimed at the flying griffins. Let! Boom! Before the word arrow could be uttered, there was a muffled sound in the distance, and a ballista disintegrated immediately. Click! Aaron quickly pulled the bolt, ejecting a shell. An emerald green magic circle appeared on the scope, through which Aaron could clearly see his sniper target. Boom! 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 After a series of gunshots, all the ballistas were destroyed. How could this happen? Pusupi's face showed a look of anger. Those damned Narnia people definitely planned this in advance and even dismantled the ballistas. My lord, you should have been mentally prepared for this, the general said helplessly. Also, I think we should first think about how to deal with those griffins. Pusupi looked up, his face turning black. Let the archers shoot them down. It's so deceitful. I must kill these damned Narnia today. Aaron took a deep breath and slung the sniper rifle over his shoulder. Not bad, but it's a little unsatisfactory. Then you should fire a few more shots, Cornelius suggested tentatively. There should be a lot of bullets left in that gun, right? There are 3 bullets left, Aaron shrugged. It's okay to kill people, and the principle may change with time, but what should be persisted now must be persisted. The infantry approached in a mighty manner. Peter and Caspian saw that the timing was almost right, and Supi immediately gave the order to retreat. All the Narnians, including Chumpkin and others above the bunker, quickly retreated inside. Don't let them escape! Kill them all! Supi shouted. Tanmo's soldiers rushed into the bunker, but Peter and the others, familiar with its layout, swiftly evaded them. A few minutes later, a gap opened hundreds of meters behind the bunker, and Peter led all the Narnians to a quick retreat. By this time, half of the Tanmo soldiers had already entered the bunker, with the rest following closely behind. Seeing the retreating Narnians, Supi sneered. You think you can run away that easily? Without that fort, they're just a mob. Order the rest of the army to pursue and destroy them. No, the general suddenly exclaimed, his face turning pale and a thin layer of sweat forming on his forehead. Withdraw from that fortress immediately. What did you say? Supi looked displeased. There is no time for explanation, my lord. That is a trap. We need to get our people out of the bunker quickly, or our army will suffer huge losses. Supi frowned slightly. He trusted the general's combat instincts, but was reluctant to give up the fortress they had just captured. General, could it be that you are worrying too much? My lord, I am not joking. We must withdraw our people now, before it is too late. All right, Supi said, albeit reluctantly. Order all the soldiers to withdraw from the bunker. Chapter 443, Peaceful Narnia, Finding Aslan the Lion King. The semaphore soldiers waved black flags to issue a retreat order, and the attacking Tanmo people sent signals one after another, quickly retreating outside the fortress. They're going to run away, Cornelius said, looking serious. If the Timorians evacuated the bunker in time, their battle plan would be difficult to achieve the expected results. This is normal. Other people's traps to lure the enemy involve fighting and retreating, trying not to make the enemy suspicious. They were fine. They retreated immediately after bringing people in, without any attempt to hide it. If the Tamo people didn't find the problem, I would suspect they are idiots. At this time, a small group of Tanmore soldiers ran up and found Aaron and Cornelius talking. What I said before, I should leave here first, Cornelius said. But these people should not be your opponents. Of course, Aaron replied, looking at the squad of soldiers coming towards them. He fired 2 shots, killing the 2 nearest soldiers. Then he grabbed Cornelius by the shoulder. This may not be too friendly to an elderly fat man. Boom! With a muffled sound, the 2 were instantly sucked into a gray-white vortex. The next moment, their figures reappeared. Cornelius staggered and almost fell to the ground. He looked at the Narnia men rushing out of the tunnel not far away, and shock inevitably appeared on his face. What just happened? This is a kind of profound magic. Even among wizards, less than 1/10 have mastered it. You are lucky and may be the only human in this world who has experienced teleportation. Cornelius nodded blankly, but his attention was quickly attracted by the movement ahead. Now is not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and inform Peter that the Tamor army is withdrawing from the bunker. Stay here and don't move, or I can't guarantee your safety. I see. Aaron apparated again and teleported to Peter. Peter was with Caspian, and Edmund was commanding the Narnians to retreat. When he saw Aaron, he almost fell off his horse in shock. How did you get here? Of course, it's teleportation, Aaron said naturally. But don't think about it. This is only a wizard's ability. Peter. Can I see it? But really envious. I'll tell you some not-so-good news. The Timorians are evacuating the bunker in an orderly manner. What? Don't get too excited. They did find out that the bunker was a trap, but it was a bit late. Many soldiers have already entered the depths, and the order to retreat has not been received in time. Even if they receive it, it will take some time to withdraw. So if they act now, they can barely achieve the expected effect. But we're not all out yet, said Caspian bitterly. At least half a minute. Aaron glanced into the passage. The Narnians lined up tens of meters long, and there were many pursuers not far behind them. I'll help you one more time. Aaron sighed helplessly and squatted on the ground to aim. No, Edmund hurriedly stopped him. Our people haven't come out yet. Don't worry, I have a measure, Aaron said, then pulled the trigger. Boom! There was a gunshot, and the last bullet passed through the dense crowd in an instant, hitting an open space between them and the pursuers. Sparks flickered in the dark passage, then turned into flames, and then into crimson flames. Since the dry firewood and combustibles on the ground were splashed with a layer of kerosene, the moment the open flame appeared, it showed the potential of starting a prairie fire and spread rapidly in all directions. Seeing the flames rolling towards them like a tide, the Tanmo soldiers stopped their pursuit immediately. Run! A soldier roared, pulling them back from their stupor. In the next moment, all the soldiers' faces were full of panic, and they quickly turned around and ran in the opposite direction. The huge desire to survive caused them to explode at a speed far exceeding their usual speed, which was almost only a line slower than the speed of Beth. Flames. At many corners of the bunker, oil barrels had been strategically placed by the Narnians. When these barrels encountered the flames, they ignited uncontrollably. The scale of the fire transformed from a mere tide to a tsunami, engulfing everything in its path. Boom, boom. The raging flames spread rapidly in all directions, turning the bunker into a massive furnace. Heart-piercing screams echoed from within, audible even from a great distance. What about our people? Peter asked worriedly. There are no oil drums near the exit. As long as they run fast enough, the flames won't catch up, came the reassuring reply. Peter and his companions exchanged uneasy glances. While the logic was sound, the screams of the Tanmo soldiers were terrifying. Fortunately, the Narnians were much faster than the Tanmo soldiers. Within half a minute, all the remaining Narnians had withdrawn, looking a bit disheveled, but otherwise unharmed. On the other side, Pusupi's face turned grim. He understood the trap in the bunker, but even he couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of the thick black smoke rising. Isn't it said that the Narnians are peace-loving? But what do I see now? A horrific massacre that even a demon would applaud, he thought bitterly. He gave no further orders to retreat because it was unnecessary. The soldiers who could escape had already fled, and the fate of those who didn't was clear. Your Excellency? The general asked cautiously. I'm fine. I should have listened to you and ordered our soldiers to withdraw in time, Pusupi said coldly. What are our losses? The general hesitated, trying to avoid the topic. Your Excellency, I suggest. I asked you to report our losses, Pusupi interrupted. Yes, the general replied, hesitating for a moment. The cavalry suffered heavy losses. Not the entire army was wiped out, but less than 100 can still fight. As for the infantry, at least 1/3 died, and those who survived the bunker suffered burns to varying degrees. They might not be able to participate in the battle for some time. So, from the beginning until now, the Narnians have suffered less than 1/10 of the damage, while we have already lost half of our troops? Pusupi asked. Yes, Your Excellency, the general nodded. Our advantage in this war is no longer so clear. We need to rest and restore the combat effectiveness of our troops. Therefore, I suggest retreating. Retreat? Pusupi sneered. That's absolutely impossible. The general's expression changed slightly. Your Excellency, more than half of our forces have been damaged. Morale is low. If we continue to fight, the damage will far exceed our estimates. Both sides will suffer, and any victory will be a Pyrrhic one. War always involves killing, General, Pusupi roared. Now all the Narnians are gathered on the opposite side. If we miss this opportunity to wipe them out in one battle, we may never get another chance. My heart aches for the loss of more than half our army, but even with our reduced numbers, we still outnumber the Narnians. If we withdraw now, it will be a disastrous defeat, and those soldiers who died will have died in vain. But, no buts. Carry out the order, General. Reluctantly, the general ordered the rest of the army to gather. From a distance, Peter and the others watched in disbelief. How could this be? Peter wondered aloud. Are they mad? Edmund asked. What good is it to them to keep fighting at this point? It's not good for the soldiers, but it might be beneficial for the elders of the council, Aaron said meaningfully. Caspian froze for a moment, then looked at Pusupi from a distance and suddenly understood. I see. Pusupi wants to take the Timorian throne. But killing Miraz is not enough because I am still alive, and I am the most legitimate heir. Miraz is my uncle. He won the throne, but the elders of the council still have influence, and Pusupi is just one of the members of parliament. He is just an outsider, and it is difficult to convince the public. If you don't kill me, his throne will never be secure, Caspian said with a grim determination. Not only you, but also your little nephew, Aaron reminded. In a sense, Miraz's son is also a prince of the Timor people. In other words, after killing Caspian, he would even kill Miraz's child. Edmund's eyes widened in surprise. That's too cruel. That's normal. The fight for the throne has always been bloody. Miraz could make Caspian's father die in his sleep, and Supai could make Miraz's son die in his sleep, Aaron said half-jokingly. I just don't know if he will have the patience of Miraz to wait until his son is born before doing anything. He doesn't need to, Caspian said with a complicated expression. Supai already has a son. Very good. After killing you and your nephew, he will have nothing to worry about, Edmund said, speechless. It's not just Caspian he's going to kill, but you too. After all, you saw him kill Miraz with your own eyes, so it is a hidden danger to keep you alive, Peter added. A lot of people have died for this throne, Peter said. This may be the most truthful thing Miraz ever said. I don't have time to express my feelings to you. Hurry up and integrate the army. It's going to be a tough fight ahead, and the Narnians have a chance, but it's not very high, Peter nodded, and the leader standing beside him raised his sword, ready to fight. The Narnians immediately became serious, each taking up their weapons and quickly adjusting their status. It's almost time for me to go, Aaron said, putting away the sniper rifle in his hand. Aren't you going to stay and help us? Peter asked, puzzled. I don't want to stay on the front lines, Aaron rolled his eyes. I've done everything I needed to do, so don't look for me if you need help. But the woods aren't safe right now. There must be Tamor cavalry patrolling. Caspian said, I don't pay attention to those stragglers. If they seek death, I will not show mercy, Aaron replied, leaving the three of them speechless. I'm going to help Lucy and the others find Aslan. If possible, I also want to end this war as soon as possible. But they've been gone for a day, Edmund said. I can teleport. I mean, aren't you afraid you won't find them? Aaron raised his eyebrows and took out Captain Jack's compass. This magic item can point to what the holder desires most in their heart. The three of them looked at each other. If you had taken this out earlier, maybe we would have found Aslan long ago, Peter said. I tried, but I couldn't find Aslan, Aaron said with some regret. This land seems to protect him, isolating him from the compass's exploration, but it can still find other people. Well, be careful yourself. Leave this place to us, Peter said. We will definitely hold out until you come back. Goodbye. Aaron apparated and teleported to Cornelius. Without further ado, he grabbed the old professor and apparated again. When they reappeared, Cornelius patted his heart with lingering fear. If there is a next time, please let me know in advance. This is too exciting, and I wasn't prepared at all. Do you still want there to be a next time? Aaron gave him a disdainful glance. I, a great magister, condescended to protect you, an old man. It's enough to fill your heart. You're still not satisfied. Who do you think you are? Sorry, Cornelius said guiltily, looking at the surrounding walls and gravel. He stopped in front of 4 statues. This, here? The ruins of Caer Paravel have been abandoned for hundreds of thousands of years, but no one has discovered this secret room. There is no safer place in Narnia than here, so stay put and don't come out until tomorrow. Got it, Cornelius said impatiently. He was very obsessed with the history of Narnia, and this undiscovered relic was a treasure trove for him. After setting up the large oil bottle, Aaron followed the pointer on the compass and performed apparition again. Aaron could apparate a distance of 500 meters at a time. After several attempts, the pointer finally indicated the opposite direction. I found it, Aaron exclaimed, a gleam of joy lighting up his face. He stopped apparating and sprinted in the direction the pointer indicated. Along the way, he encountered the corpses of several Tanmore soldiers, each with red arrows embedded in them, likely Susan's handiwork. Another unfortunate soldier had 3 bloody holes in his body, probably the result of Lucy's gunfire. After another 100 meters, Aaron finally saw Susan and Lucy. Standing before them was a massive lion, towering over 2 meters high. Aslan? Aaron muttered in surprise. The lion let out a deep growl before speaking in a gentle voice. Welcome to Narnia, young wizard. Not everyone welcomes me, Aaron replied, noticing Susan's frantic winking. To the Supreme King, you have to bow down, Susan whispered urgently. I don't want to, Aaron responded bluntly. He had never knelt before anyone except his ancestors and parents, and he wasn't about to start now, even for a lion as powerful as Aslan. It's okay, Aslan said with a smile. Your talent is remarkable. You have infinite possibilities ahead of you, and you may surpass me in less than 10 years. Chapter 444, The Tree Elves and the Water Giants, a One-Sided War. Thank you for the compliment. I think so too, Aaron nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was odd to be recognized by a lion. It's just that you are a little too cautious about new things, Aslan paused before continuing. Sometimes being bold can lead to unexpected gains. After all, it's an unfamiliar environment. You can't be too careful before ensuring it's safe. I'm not sure if those stronger than me are as easygoing as you, Aaron shrugged. If there was no one in this world who could threaten him, he wouldn't be so low-key about his people. A smile played on the corner of Aslan's mouth. That makes sense, but I still reserve my opinion. How did you find it? How is the situation now? Susan asked worriedly. The battle plan barely succeeded, and more than half of the Temorians were damaged. But now comes the real battle. When I left, both sides were reorganizing their forces. If nothing else, the scuffle has already begun. What? Susan was shocked, and then looked at Aslan. I don't know why you haven't shown up all this time, but Narnia needs your help now. I'll go, Aslan said slowly. You will go? Susan was a little overwhelmed. She thought it would take a lot of convincing to get Aslan to come out, but it turned out to be so easy. The same thing doesn't happen twice, murmured Lucy, with a look of amazement on her face. Aslan volunteered to help the people of Narnia when the White Witch ruled, but this time it doesn't count as the same thing because we asked him for help. Smart. It's a different story now. Your friends have been asleep long enough, haven't they? Aslan said. He stood up and let out a roar that belonged to the king of the forest. Roar. A majestic roar echoed, and the quiet forest woke up. The trees that had been stationary shook slightly, bowing in respect to Aslan. Immediately afterwards, the ground trembled and thick tree roots broke through the ground, quickly moving towards the battlefield. My God! Aaron looked at the moving trees, shocked. In his impression, the humping willow was not so exaggerated. They're back, Lucy said excitedly. Come on, said Aslan. Together, we will end this war. Lucy and Susan glanced at each other and sat on Aslan's back. The last time they had done so was a year ago, but for the Narnians it had been thousands of years. Aaron, you should be able to follow me, Susan said with some embarrassment. If you don't want to take me, just say it straight. There's no need to beat around the bush. It's too crowded, but you can ride that horse. No need, Aaron waved his hand and then apparated out of their sight. Both Susan and Lucy stared wide-eyed. Is this also magic? Lucy asked. This is space magic. In your words, it's called teleportation. I don't know this kind of magic, so hold on tight, both of you, Aslan said. After his words fell, he turned into a brown afterimage and ran out. Near the bunker, the Narnians and Temorians were already fighting. The Narnians were few in number, but their morale was high because of the success of the battle plan. The Temorians, though numerous, had relatively low morale. However, they were a well-trained army and could still gain some upper hand. Snap! Aaron teleported to the edge of the battlefield. As soon as he landed, several Temorian soldiers raised their swords to attack him. Oh, who? Aaron raised his eyebrows, considering using a roar to take them down, but he gave up the idea when he saw that these people were all blackened. It's not easy to escape from the bunker, and using fire against them would be too bullying. Stupefy, he muttered. A layer of light blue light hit several of them, and they fell to the ground instantly, only their eyes showing terror. At that moment, Caspian suddenly fell down not far away. General Thorpe pointed his spear at Aaron, his face twisted with hesitation, unable to make a move. Suddenly, a white ball of light struck Thorpe, causing him to drop his spear and collapse, against the bunker. Aaron quickly pulled Caspian up. "It's all right," Aaron reassured him. "I can't die yet. Have you found them?" Caspian asked urgently. "Yes, not only did we find the two of them, but we also found Aslan," Aaron replied. Aslan? Peter, who was bravely fighting the enemy, was shocked upon hearing this. He swiftly dealt with the soldiers entangling him. "Did you really see him?" "Of course. That lion is even bigger than the legends say," Aaron confirmed. "When will he come?" "We can't keep fighting like this," Peter pressed. "He'll be here soon, but reinforcements have already arrived," Aaron said. Rumble. The trees near the battlefield began to move, their roots spreading forward like tentacles, dragging the Temorians into the ground one by one. The Temorians, having never seen such a battle, were terrified. They threw away their helmets and armor, fleeing in panic. The arrival of the tree elves shifted the balance of victory in favor of the Narnians, boosting their morale as they cheered for their long-lost friends. "For Aslan!" Peter cried, leading the Narnian counterattack. Pusupi, hiding behind the army formation, was shocked by the scene. He had thought the battle would be difficult, but winnable. The unexpected reinforcements of the Narnians were far more formidable than their catapults. "Lead them to the river. We have a better chance of winning there," a general wearing a golden mask suggested. "We have to regroup and head to Baluna," Pusupi shouted. "Retreat! Retreat to the bridge!" The Temorian army fled in disarray, as if they wished they had more legs to run faster. They reached the bridge, and Pusupi, along with a group of generals, was about to cross when they saw 3 shadows on the opposite side. They stopped in shock. At the same time, the Narnians arrived, blocking the Temorian soldiers by the river. On the other side of the bridge, Lucy smiled innocently and slowly pulled out a dagger from her waist. Though the action was not very harmful, it was extremely insulting. This was the first time the Temorians had seen such a blatant provocation. Accompanied by Susan, Aslan stood beside her, the two of them guarding the bridge and blocking the thousands of troops. The scene was almost comical. But remembering the legend of Aslan, Pusupi hesitated. After a moment, he gave the order to attack. Aslan's legend was true, but no one knew the extent of his power. However, the pursuers behind them were real. With their retreat blocked, their only chance of survival was to fight forward. All the remaining cavalry charged onto the bridge, followed by the infantry. Those who couldn't fit on the bridge waded directly into the water to cross the river. As the army reached the middle of the bridge, Aslan roared again. "Roar!" The sound waves caused ripples on the river's surface, and the charging Temorian soldiers stopped involuntarily. Immediately, the water level began to drop, and the river that had once reached their chests now only reached their knees. Confused, they heard a rumbling sound clearly. Turning their heads, they saw huge waves rushing in from 100 meters away. The Temorian soldiers retreated to the shore, both those in the water and those on land. Faced with this natural disaster, staying meant death, while surrendering to the Narnians offered a chance at life. Pusupi and the others on the bridge accelerated their charge forward, hoping to cross the river in time to survive. A huge wave surged forward, transforming into a giant water figure, its speed increasing significantly. "Goodness," Aaron muttered, swallowing hard as he looked at Aslan with a mix of awe and respect. It might not have been a big deal for Aslan to wake the wood elves with a roar earlier, but summoning a group of elves who had slept for hundreds of years was no small feat. Now this was truly impressive. Aaron could summon similar elemental giants, but not with such ease and calmness. The water figure approached the bridge, its emotionless eyes fixed on the soldiers. Terrified, the leaders panicked and jumped off the wooden bridge. The giant water figure moved beneath the bridge, its large hands formed from water supporting the structure. In the process, many soldiers were knocked down by the waves. Eventually, only Pusupi remained on his horse, facing the water figure's deathly gaze alone. As the water figure's face drew closer, Pusupi's face turned pale. He swung his long sword hastily, but the attack had no effect on the water. With a thunderous crash, the giant water figure smashed the bridge into pieces, and Pusupi was swallowed by a massive wave over 10 meters high. The river calmed once more, and the Tanmo soldiers who had crossed were either killed or injured. The remaining soldiers, having lost their fighting spirit, chose to surrender. "Pull up by the river," someone commanded. "You will not be harmed. Drop your weapons and your armor." The Narnians took the captives in an orderly manner, while Peter, Edmund, Aaron, and Caspian waded across the river to Aslan. Except for Aaron, the other three looked at the majestic lion before them and knelt in unison, showing their utmost piety and respect. "The kings kneeling together is a famous scene," Aaron remarked. "Shut up," Susan retorted, giving him a stern look. "Arise, kings of Narnia," Aslan said. Peter and Edmund stood up immediately, but Caspian remained on his knees, motionless. "All of you," Aslan added. Caspian hesitated. "I don't think I'm qualified." "Because of your humility, I know you are qualified," Aslan reassured him. Aaron gave Caspian a thumbs up silently. "You are the king recognized by Aslan now, and the people of Narnia will not hold any grudges against you." At that moment, mournful music played behind them, and a group of mice approached, carrying a stretcher. On the stretcher lay their leader, Reepicheep. "What are you doing standing there? Where's the medicine bottle?" Aaron asked angrily. "If you don't save him, he will really die." Edmund snapped out of his daze and immediately took out Lucy's medicine bottle. A few drops of red potion were poured into Reepicheep's mouth, and the dying mouse immediately regained vitality, slowly standing up from the stretcher. "Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you," Reepicheep said gratefully. But as he turned his head, he saw the majestic lion. "Long live Aslan, this is truly a great honor." Just as Reepicheep was about to salute, he staggered uncontrollably. He moved instinctively, realizing his long tail had disappeared, leaving only a short stump. "Oh no," Reepicheep said, clutching his back in embarrassment. "This is too embarrassing. I must ask your forgiveness. I look so inappropriate." He looked at Lucy and pleaded, "Maybe another drop of potion can cure me." Lucy shook her head slightly. "I don't think that would work." "Let's try it," Aslan chuckled, comforting him. "You're very energetic, little one." "Sorry, Great Lion. I'm afraid I have to go because the tail is the glory of the mouse." "I can try," Aaron offered, taking out his wand. He nodded towards Reepicheep's tail, and a silver mouse tail slowly emerged behind him. "This is an inspiration given to me by a dark wizard. I'm not sure about restoring a broken limb, but I can add a mouse's tail." Reepicheep hesitated for a moment, then said firmly, "Let's forget it. This tail is not my honor, nor does it suit me." The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched slightly as he lifted his transfiguration spell. It was rare for him to show mercy and heal others, but he didn't expect to be rejected. However, there was no way for him to treat injuries like missing arms and broken legs. Perhaps he would have this ability after acquiring the horse charm, but his next target was Yayan, and the horse charm had to wait. "Perhaps you take honor too seriously, my friend," said Aslan, "but it's not just for honor. It's for balance, for climbing, and for holding things." A group of mice behind Reepicheep drew their swords and aimed at their own tails. "Dear Aslan, our leader lost his tail, and we are ashamed to keep ours," they said. "Idiots, a bunch of idiots," Aaron muttered, speechless. Aslan smiled slightly. "It's not for your dignity, but for the love of all of them," he said. As he spoke, a vivid tail appeared behind Reepicheep. Aaron was taken aback. "This is okay, I was careless," he thought. Reepicheep held his tail in surprise. "Thank you, Lord. I will cherish it forever. From this day forward, it will be a symbol of my humility." Aslan chuckled, and then turned to Lucy. "Where is the dear child you mentioned?" he asked. Everyone looked at the dwarf warrior who was gathering the captives. Chumpkin seemed to notice the attention on him. He walked over awkwardly but politely and knelt down respectfully in front of Aslan. "Roar!" Aslan's roar made Chumpkin's heart race, and he felt flattered. "You see him now," Lucy teased. Hearing this, Chumpkin smiled, and all his past doubts vanished in an instant. Chapter 445, Low Investment, High Return, From a Different World. In Tamar Castle, Caspian called all the members of the council into the meeting room to inform them of everything that had transpired. He recounted the birth of Miraz's son, his subsequent flight to the forest to avoid being hunted, the summoning of the ancient kings and queens of Narnia by blowing the horn, their night attack on Tamar Castle, and finally, today's battle. After understanding the sequence of events, the council members expressed their support for Caspian X to become the new king of the Tamar people. Their support was crucial, as Caspian was the most legitimate heir to the throne. Moreover, they had witnessed the power of the Narnians, especially Aslan. The magic wielded by Aslan was something they could not resist, and their army had been almost effortlessly defeated. This crushing defeat made them realize that it was merely by chance that their ancestors had managed to occupy Narnia, and it was only because Aslan had chosen not to intervene. Now that the Narnians had regained the initiative, Caspian could serve as a bridge for friendly communication between the Temorians and the Narnians, which was something they could only hope for. The next day, King Caspian, the 4 kings of ancient Narnia, and the people of Narnia entered Tamar Castle, welcomed by the Tamar people. Caspian intended to fulfill his promise to return freedom to the people of Narnia. However, he needed to discuss with Aslan, Peter, and others on how to achieve this without disregarding the well-being of the Tamar people. Failing to do so would mean failing as a king. While they were discussing how to handle the situation properly, Aaron requisitioned Cornelius's room. The servants had cleaned the place, making it neat and tidy. Aaron lay on a chair, looking down at the castle through the window. The Temorians and Narnians still maintained a certain safe distance from each other, but the children were not as cautious and played happily together. Suddenly, Aaron felt a warm sensation on his left arm. When he pulled up his sleeve, he saw the familiar family imprint faintly visible. "Oh, what a short trip," Aaron smiled. Less than 10 days had passed since he arrived in Narnia. Compared to his previous worlds, both the difficulty and the time spent here were minimal. System. Open the task panel. Okay, host. Save Narnia. Reward 1,000 magic points for completing the task. Completed. Low investment, high return. Aaron thought to himself. This task seemed difficult at first glance, but it was not as challenging compared to his previous tasks. There was no need for intense strategizing or facing powerful enemies. Although his teammates were not very reliable, except for the incident with the White Witch, he managed to handle everything else with ease. Receive. Successfully received. The host's current magic points are 450, so, need to consume? Aaron's mouth twitched, and he patted his forehead in exasperation. My reward hasn't even warmed up yet, and you're already impatient? This system is for the host's benefit, the system replied confidently. Everything is to help the host become stronger as soon as possible. Heh? Do you think I believe that? If I really wanted to become stronger as soon as possible, I would have already used all my magic points to reach at least the level of a mid-tier Great Magister by now, Aaron complained. Then he changed the topic. But I do have something I want to buy. System, open them all. Okay. With the system's cheerful response, a blue light curtain appeared before Aaron's eyes. Magic category, at 100 magic points. Flight speed depends on personal strength. Yamu, 1,000 magic points. See through disguise. See through the soul. Tunsatusen, 300 category. Tentacles of At Huhaibeyu, 5 magic points. Heitzhal, 1 magic point. Blank, Sienthai Dunda Fumtol. Item category, Lazomask, Vide magic points. The wearer can summon the Shadow Core's Blade group. Note, collect all 10 masks to control the At Trujan Agent, 70 magic points. At Fire Crossbow, 50 magic points. Blank, Big Bowl of Noodles, 5 magic points. One person can't finish it. It's been a long time since I refreshed it. It looks really crude. Aaron laughed at himself, then decisively spent 1,000 magic points on Yayan. The next moment, Aaron felt his eyes itch, as if something had changed, but he couldn't quite tell what it was. Mirror, fly, he commanded. A mirror floated in front of him, stopping firmly in midair under the effect of a levitation spell. Aaron carefully observed his reflection. His eyes were still the same deep black, but now they held a touch of mystery, as if a vast, incomprehensible world was hidden within them. See through illusions, see through the eyes of the soul, Aaron murmured. Not bad, but it's useless now. The host is mistaken, the system lazily corrected. In a sense, The cost-effectiveness of sub-eyes is even higher than that of taboo magic. Only when the host uses it can its true value be discovered. I hope so, Aaron replied nonchalantly, then turned his attention to the system mall. There were 2 blank slots in the 5 product columns of the magic category. The remaining 3, Yukong and Soul Out of Body, were only part of the abilities of the chicken and sheep charms, and these 2 spells could replace them in the future. There was no need to waste money now. As for the death curse at the end, he had already learned it. The material category had 2 blank product columns, and the remaining 3 items might be useful. There was only 1 blank product column in the item category. Among the other 4 items, he was determined to get the Zola mask. Veritaserum was available from Professor Snape, so it was too wasteful to buy it. The firebolt was useless to him. Aaron thought about it for a while and decided to keep it. In case the next trip required surviving in the wilderness, it would serve as reserve food. System: refresh the entire magic category, the blank product column of the material category, the blank product column of the item category, and Veritaserum individually. Good host: this refresh consumes a total of 5 magic points. After the voice fell, the mall interface changed accordingly. Magic category: at sleep magic, 600 magic points, can make the opponent fall asleep. At healing magic, 300 magic points, detoxification, healing, clear abnormal state. At psychic power, 1000 magic points. At divine step, 2000 magic points. With the help of one's own magic power, resonates with surrounding magic power, creating virtual life from items containing magic power. At fire control, 300 magic points. Material category: at deep sea octopus tentacle, 5 magic points. At seaweed, 1 magic point. Holy water, 30 magic points, effective against demons. 8-eyed giant spider venom, 10 magic points. Bee sting, 1 magic point. Item category: Lazo mask, 2500 magic points. The wearer can summon the Black Shadow Core Sharp Blade group. Note: collect all 10 masks to control the Shadow Kingdom. At fire crossbow arrows, 50 magic points. At sheep poem, 1000 magic points. At miracle book, 500 magic points. Occasionally makes effective predictions, but not necessarily what you need. At big bowl of sugar noodles, 5 magic points. 1 person can't finish it. Aaron looked at the new mall interface and couldn't help but nod. Psychic power in the magic category was part of the ability of the chicken talisman, and he didn't lack the ability to control fire as a fire dragon slayer mage. But the rest of the sleep magic, healing magic, and divine punishment magic were all tempting to him. The addition of a portion of holy water and a portion of bee sting in the material category was harmless, though it took him a little by surprise. However, as always, money was never enough to spend. He felt a little embarrassed that he couldn't buy what he wanted and couldn't buy what he could afford. In desperation, Aaron added all the remaining magic points to Man A, making himself a small step closer to becoming a mid-level Great Magister. Then next, Aaron looked at the World Tree mark on his arm and silently pulled up his sleeves after pondering. Even if they wanted to go home, they should at least. Caspian and Peter exchanged greetings, acknowledging their bond forged through battle. Despite their brief acquaintance, they considered each other friends. All the Telmarines and Narnians gathered under a large tree at the king's summons. Caspian stood at the forefront. To his left were Aaron and the 4 Pevensey siblings, Peter, Susan, Edmund, and Lucy. To his right stood Aslan and several Narnian representatives. Narnia belongs to Narnia, and it belongs to men. We welcome Telmarines who wish to stay and enjoy a peaceful life. If anyone wants to leave, Aslan will send them back to the land of our ancestors, Caspian declared. We've been away from Telmar for too long, an older Telmarine remarked. I'm not talking about Telmar, Aslan interjected, addressing the crowd. Your ancestors were a group of bandits who landed on a small island and discovered a cave. This cave brought them here from the same world as the king and queen. I will send you back to that island, where you will start anew. The Telmarines began to murmur among themselves, and even Peter's expression grew uneasy. People are different, after all, Aaron sighed. You 4 reclaimed Narnia from the evil White Witch and became wise monarchs. But the Telmarines did the opposite. They conquered Narnia through war and became brutal rulers. Shut up, Peter snapped, feeling defensive. We are not bandits, and neither are you. Aaron rolled his eyes and turned to Aslan. If the Telmarines and Peter come from the same world, will they be able to keep up with the times when they return? No, Aslan replied gently. That island is very secluded. They will live there in peace and keep pace with the times. I'm willing to go, General Glozell said from the crowd. I accept your arrangement. We accept it too, Miraz's wife added, stepping forward with her son and father. She didn't want her son to follow the old path of power struggles. Because you are the first to agree, your future in that world will be very good, Aslan said, blessing them with a breath. The large tree slowly turned counterclockwise, revealing an arch in its trunk. The three walked towards the arch and disappeared before reaching it. The crowd erupted in whispers. The Narnians trusted Aslan unconditionally, but the Telmarines were uneasy about this unknown magic. How do we know he isn't leading us to our deaths? Someone questioned. Your Majesty, Reepicheep stood up. If my example can help, I am willing to take 11 mice over there at once. Don't join in the fun, Aaron said, rolling his eyes. In that world, animals can't talk. I don't know how much sensation you would cause. Can, Reepicheep began, but Peter interrupted. Let's go too, Peter said. Are we leaving now? Edmund asked, puzzled. They had been kings for quite a long time before returning last time. Yes, our time is up, Peter replied. He walked up to Caspian and handed over his sword. We are no longer needed here. Caspian hesitated, but then took the king's sword. I will keep it until you come back. It might be difficult, and we won't be coming back, Susan said. Won't come back, Lucy asked, confused. What does this mean? You two may come back again, Peter explained. That's what Aslan meant. Why, Lucy asked, looking at Aslan. Did they do something wrong? On the contrary, dear. All things have their time, and your siblings have learned enough from this. It's time for them to be on their own. It's okay, Lulu. One day you will understand too. Come on. Peter took Lucy's hand and led Susan and Edmund to say goodbye to the centaur leader, Trumpkin, and others. Susan kissed Caspian affectionately before leaving and then stood beside Peter. Tsk! Aaron smacked his lips and joked. I've already seen that you like each other, but this relationship is destined to end without a problem. Perhaps I'll understand one day, Caspian said softly, watching them leave. When I'm older, said Lucy. Good luck. By the way, Aaron, where is your home? Edmund asked. If we get the chance, we might visit. Aaron scratched his head. Wizards generally don't deal with muggles, cough cough, ordinary people. It's too strange. He comes from a different world than yours, Aslan said suddenly. A more colorful world. What? The four of them opened their mouths wide in surprise. Various fragments of their interactions with Aaron over the past few days flashed through their minds, and suddenly it all made sense. So, there is no magic in our world, right? Lucy asked with some regret. Aaron shrugged. If nothing else happens, that's correct. Chapter 446, Harry Potter on Trial? Ministry of Magic trip. Can you tell us about your world? Peter asked curiously, and the others also showed expressions of interest. Well, actually it's similar to your world, except that there is an extra magical world. That's too vague, Edmund said angrily. What we mainly want to understand is the magical world. I can't tell you much. Muggles, that is, ordinary people, will have their memories erased if they know about the wizarding world. You can stay here, Aslan said sincerely. This land tells me that you can bring eternal peace to Narnia. Ha ha! Aaron sneered disdainfully. I'm not interested. I came here purely by accident. Helping them save Narnia once is enough. I don't care about the rest. Besides, my parents, uncle, and my pets are all waiting for me to go back. I can't let them worry too much. Regret flashed across Aslan's eyes. Do you need me to see you off? No, I've found a way to go back. But before that, I have something to do. Aaron said as he took out a golden feather from the dressing room and handed it to Lucy. This is a parting gift for you. What's this? Lucy stroked the feather, her eyes gleaming. I've never seen such a beautiful feather. This is the feather of a unicorn cub. I got it because I have a good relationship with the person who guards them. Aaron patted Lucy on the head. I believe it will bring you good luck. Thank you. I will cherish it. Is there any gift for us? Edmund asked hopefully. No, Aaron said firmly. The reason I gave Lucy a gift is because she was the only one who believed in me when I was dealing with the White Witch. But you guys hesitated, and what's more, you wanted to shoot me with an arrow." The three of them looked at each other, speechless for a moment. They could only watch as Lucy showed off the golden feather in her hand. "Okay, I think we should go back now," said Peter. He was the first to go through the archway, with his brothers and sisters following closely behind him. Watching the four of them leave, Aaron spread his hands to Caspian. "Don't let your teacher down. Save the Telmarines of Narnia." "I know what to do," laughed Caspian. "That's good." Aaron rolled up his sleeves, spat, then bit his finger, and dripped blood on the world tree mark on his left arm. The phantom of the giant tree suddenly appeared, followed by a colorful portal. "Welcome home." Aaron glanced at the words on the doorframe, and then looked at a piece of parchment glued to the doorframe. This contract was prepared for the descendants of Gaius, and once signed, the chances of outstanding descendants coming to Narnia to practice in the future would be increased by a few points. After a moment of silence, Aaron chose to ignore the contract. Narnia is too small, and almost all of them are low-end combat power, so it can't achieve the effect of experience at all. He himself can fish in this world, but he has to be more or less responsible for his future children. What is left to them is not to mention the Hell mode, but it must not be the simple mode. "I should go. Take care." "Wait a moment, young magician." Aaron stopped, turned to look at the Lion King, and asked in confusion, "Is there anything else?" "Son, I can feel that you have been deliberately avoiding some things, but please remember that avoiding will never solve the problem." Aaron blinked and walked into the portal without looking back. After leaving this world, the future of this world has nothing to do with him. Gaius Family Chamber of Secrets. The branches and leaves of the world tree connected to the starry sky trembled slightly, and a blue portal appeared. Aaron walked out of it calmly, and Abe and Jins were waiting for him without any surprise. "Welcome home, sir. Was the trip successful?" "Thanks to you, I came back safely again." Aaron picked up Abe and weighed it carefully. "The weight hasn't changed. It seems that I haven't been away for long. Less than 3 days." Aaron raised his eyebrows. "I have been in Hat World for so long, yet only 3 days have passed here. That using magic in self-defense is permissible. The Ministry of Magic must have some other motive for targeting Harry." Jins nodded, his expression serious. "Indeed, young master. There are rumors that certain factions within the Ministry are trying to discredit Harry and Dumbledore. They want to undermine their credibility and influence." Aaron leaned back on the sofa, deep in thought. "It seems the political landscape is more turbulent than I anticipated. We must be cautious and stay informed." "Absolutely, young master," Jins agreed. "Would you like me to gather more information on this matter?" "Yes, do that," Aaron replied, "and keep an eye on any other unusual activities. We need to be prepared for anything." Jins bowed slightly. "Understood, young master. I will report back with any new developments." As Jins left the room, Aaron couldn't shake the feeling that something big was brewing. The Dark Lord's movements, the Ministry's actions against Harry, and the general unrest in the magical world all pointed to a larger conflict on the horizon. He sighed and looked at the sword embryo in the furnace. "I hope this new weapon will be ready soon. We might need it sooner than I thought." The next day, Aaron decided to visit the local magical market to see if he could find any rare materials or information. The market was bustling with activity, filled with vendors selling everything from potions to enchanted artifacts. As he wandered through the stalls, he overheard snippets of conversations about the Dark Lord's resurgence and the Ministry's increasing authoritarian measures. It seemed that fear and uncertainty were spreading among the magical community. Aaron stopped at a stall selling rare magical herbs and struck up a conversation with the vendor. "Have you heard any news about the Ministry's actions against Harry Potter?" The vendor, an elderly witch with sharp eyes, nodded. "Oh, yes. It's the talk of the town. Many believe the Ministry is trying to silence him and Dumbledore. They don't want the truth about the Dark Lord's return to come out." Aaron frowned. "And what do you think?" The witch leaned in closer, her voice a whisper. "I think they're scared. The Dark Lord's return has them scrambling, and they're trying to control the narrative. but people are starting to see through their lies. Aaron thanked the witch and continued his exploration of the market. He purchased a few rare herbs and a small vial of dragon's blood, thinking they might come in handy for future enchantments. As he made his way back home, Aaron couldn't help but feel a growing sense of urgency. The magical world was on the brink of chaos, and he needed to be ready for whatever came next. Back at the mansion, Aaron found Jins waiting for him in the living room. "Young master, I have some new information." Aaron sat down, eager to hear what Jins had discovered. "Go on." "It seems that the ministry is planning to use Harry's trial as a way to set an example," Jins explained. "They want to show that they are in control and that anyone who defies them will be punished." Aaron's eyes narrowed. So they're using Harry as a pawn in their political game. Typical. "There's more," Jins continued. "I've also heard that the Dark Lord is planning a major offensive. He's gathering his forces and preparing for a large-scale attack." Aaron's heart raced. "Do we know where or when?" "Not yet," Jins admitted, "but I'll keep digging. We need to be ready for anything." Aaron nodded, his mind racing with possibilities. "Thank you, Jins. Keep me updated on any new developments." As Jins left the room, Aaron felt a renewed sense of determination. The magical world was on the brink of war, and he needed to be prepared. He glanced at the sword embryo in the furnace, hoping it would be ready in time. "Whatever happens," he muttered to himself, "we'll be ready." Underage wizards are allowed to use magic in front of muggles if they are in danger. Yet, Harry was being summoned to the Ministry of Magic for trial over such a trivial matter. It seemed that Fudge was determined to sever ties with Dumbledore. "It's probably his obsession with power that drives him to such absurd actions," Jins remarked. "The young master hasn't been paying much attention to the Daily Prophet lately. Public opinion is heavily against Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore." "That's the advantage of controlling power," Aaron replied. "The Minister of Magic still has control over public opinion. It seems Fudge is unwilling to face reality and admit that Voldemort has returned." "That's also the disadvantage of controlling power," Jins said solemnly. To maintain his position, Fudge has begun to act shamelessly. Over time, Cornelius Fudge could become a mere tool of power, willing to do anything to achieve his goals. He won't have that chance. A man greedy for profit won't be able to hold the position of minister for long. It's only a matter of time before he steps down. "Indeed. Uncle Jins, help me arrange this. I'm going to the Ministry of Magic the day after tomorrow, and I need a seat in the gallery." "This. Is there a problem?" No problem at all," Jins replied, his mouth twitching slightly. "It's just that, young master, I need to remind you that Harry Potter's trial has nothing to do with you, and you don't have to worry. Although Fudge is the Minister of Magic, he can't control everything. Dumbledore will be Harry Potter's defender, and he will be fine." "Of course, I know he will be fine, but I haven't attended a trial in the magical world yet." Jins. 2 days later, Aaron had breakfast and followed Jins to the fireplace. "Can't we just apparate there?" "Of course we can. But since we are not ministry staff, it's more appropriate to use the flu network." Hearing this, Aaron grabbed a handful of flu powder, pronounced Ministry of Magic, and sprinkled the powder. With a puff, green flames rose, and the two figures disappeared. They emerged in a magnificent hall with rows of fireplaces on either side. A fireplace on the left crackled, and Jins and Aaron stepped out. Aaron briefly surveyed the surroundings. The floor was covered with dark wooden planks, the peacock blue ceiling was inlaid with shiny golden symbols, and the walls were made of jet-black square stones. A fountain stood in the center, adorned with statues of wizards in solid gold, surrounded by figures of centaurs, elves, and house elves. Countless wizards bustled about, their footsteps echoing chaotically. "This is the main hall of the Ministry of Magic, located on the 8th basement floor," Jins explained. "Above this are the Department of Magical Games and Sports, the Department of Magical Transportation, the Department of International Magical Cooperation, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and at the top, the Office of the Minister." Harry Potter's trial was originally scheduled in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, but Fudge manipulated things, moving the trial to the 10th floor underground and advancing the time to 8 o'clock in the morning. "It's a bit different from what I remember," Aaron muttered. "The decor has changed quite a bit." "That's normal," Jins chuckled. "The last time you were here, the British wizarding world was still under Voldemort's shadow. Naturally, the Ministry of Magic's environment couldn't compare to what it is now." "By the way, why did my grandfather bring me here?" Aaron asked, intrigued. Jins froze for a moment. "Nothing." "Really? Why do I not believe it?" "It's really nothing. The subordinates can vouch for their personality," Jins said, embarrassed. "The young master was less than 1 year old at the time, and the old patriarch brought you here just to recognize someone." Aaron looked at Jins suspiciously, feeling that he was trying to cover up something. However, he didn't press further. What happened more than 10 years ago was too far removed from him, and he wasn't particularly interested in knowing. The two walked to the elevator, passing a fountain. Aaron noticed a layer of silver and copper coins shining in the pool, with a few gold coins scattered among them. A sign next to it read, "All proceeds from the Magic Brothers Fountain go to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and sickness." Aaron hesitated, contemplating whether to throw a gold galleon into the fountain. Meanwhile, Abe, in his arms, couldn't hold back any longer and stretched out his white paws towards the pool. It didn't want to donate money, but wanted to pocket the coins in the pool. "Damn it!" Aaron slapped Abe on the head. "In front of everyone, please restrain yourself." Abe whimpered and turned its face away, looking aggrieved. Aaron was speechless. He had seen vast amounts of wealth before, but Abe's obsession with money seemed ingrained in its very bones, making it difficult to change. Navigating through the crowd, the two entered the elevator. Jins pressed the button for the 9th floor, and the golden fence door closed as the elevator descended slowly. "Department of Mysteries," an indifferent female voice announced as the elevator door opened with a clatter. "The 10th floor elevator doesn't reach it, so we have to take the stairs. The courtroom is located in the deepest part of the underground, but we still have 10 minutes, so we can definitely make it," Jins explained. Chapter 447, Supreme Court, 2 consecutive interruptions. The two walked through a long corridor, passed through a door, and descended to the 10th floor. This floor was filled with courtrooms. After passing the first courtroom to the 9th, they saw a black door, behind which was the 10th courtroom. Cornelius Fudge and Lucius Malfoy were already there, engaged in a conversation that ceased abruptly when they noticed the newcomers. "Welcome," Fudge said, his face instantly adopting a smile. "I didn't expect you, Aaron, to be interested in Harry Potter's public trial." "No, it has nothing to do with Harry Potter," Aaron replied solemnly. "I came here purely on a whim, wanting to see a trial in the wizarding world." Fudge's expression froze, and he looked at Aaron suspiciously. "As far as I know, your relationship with Harry Potter—" "We're just ordinary friends," Aaron interrupted. "So, Mr. Minister, you don't have to worry that I will speak for him. I also believe that the Ministry of Magic will be fair and just. However, I do have a small doubt that I hope Minister Fudge can clear up for me." "What is it?" Fudge asked. "Even if an underage wizard used magic outside of school, there's no need to organize the Wizengamot for a trial." Aaron's face was full of confusion. "This is the highest court in the wizarding world. It seems excessive to use it to judge a minor." "Ah, this." Fudge was momentarily speechless. He couldn't very well admit that he was deliberately making things difficult for Harry Potter. Normally, such a minor issue could be resolved by a special department with a few questions. However, he had used his ministerial power to escalate the matter to the level of a Death Eater trial, aiming to expel Harry Potter from the wizarding world and thereby curb rumors about Voldemort's return. "Because of Harry Potter's particularity," Lucius Malfoy interjected, giving Fudge an out. "Harry Potter is, after all, the well-known savior in the wizarding world, so we can't treat him like everyone else." "Yes, that's it," Fudge hastily agreed. "I see," Aaron nodded, then looked at Lucius. "Uncle Lucius, are you also here to observe?" "No, I just have some private matters to discuss with Minister Fudge," Lucius said calmly, as if the Death Eaters besieging Aaron 2 months ago had never happened. Aaron gave a meaningful smile. convinced that Lucius Malfoy had played a significant role in the trial against Harry Potter. "Then let's go in first, and say hello to Draco for me." Fudge opened the door and entered the courtroom first, followed by Aaron and Ginns, who sat in the empty auditorium. 50 wizards in fuchsia robes sat on the stepped seats directly in front of them, looking at the two newcomers with curiosity. "Let me introduce you to these two," Fudge began. "Mr. Ginns," several surprised voices came from the trial seat. "Why are you here?" "To bring the heir of the Gaius family to see the world," Ginns smiled, pointing to Aaron. "My young master is a student at Hogwarts, and the person you are going to judge, Harry Potter, is in the same class. Of course, you don't need to feel any psychological burden. Just be fair, and just according to your own principles." The trial seat erupted in murmurs. Those who knew the identities of Ginns and Aaron looked solemn, realizing the trial must be conducted with due diligence. Those who didn't know their identities looked displeased, thinking the two were being domineering. However, since they were brought by the Minister of Magic, no one voiced their objections. "It seems I don't need to introduce them," Fudge said awkwardly, smiling politely at the two before taking his place in the middle of the trial seat. On his left and right sat a witch, the Director of Magical Law Enforcement, and the Deputy Minister of Magic. Ron's brother, Percy Weasley, was in charge of the records. "Uncle Ginns, some of the judges seem to know you," Aaron remarked playfully. "Why don't you explain?" "It's nothing. I just helped them a little before," Ginns replied. "A little bua, sigh." Aaron raised his eyebrows, clearly skeptical. "It's just a small effort," Ginns said indifferently. 3 of them are aurors, and I happen to save their lives. One is my wife's senior sister, who has a hereditary disease that St. Mungo's Magic Hospital couldn't treat. The Patriarch asked me to send Lord Lante's elixir to her. Another official's career was in turmoil, and I pointed out a clear path for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the opportunity to sit here. Aaron blinked, speechless. Good guy, really good guy. 5 of the 50 judges owed favors to Gaius. Although it was only 10% in a trial where votes could be crucial, this could make a significant difference. Crunch! The door of the courtroom opened again, and Harry Potter walked in with a serious expression. "Good morning, Harry." "Aaron, Mr. Ginns, why are you here?" Harry asked in surprise. "Come to listen," Aaron said naturally. "It's interesting to think about the trial of the Savior." "Listening?" Harry glanced at the nearly empty auditorium and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It didn't look like they were here to listen. It looked like they were here to watch the fun. However, seeing 2 familiar faces made him feel a bit more at ease. Mr. Weasley could only escort him to the door, and he was somewhat frightened to face the malicious Fudge alone. "Quiet!" Fudge tapped the gavel and looked at Harry Potter. "You're 5 minutes late." "I didn't know the time had changed. It was supposed to be 9 o'clock in the morning." "It wasn't the Wizengamot's fault. We sent you an owl this morning. But forget it. Sit down." Harry gritted his teeth in resentment, feeling that Fudge was deliberately targeting him. Temporarily changing the time and place was a shameless move. Fortunately, Mr. Weasley had taken him to leave early. If he had been more than 10 or 20 minutes late, the judges would never have had a good impression of him. "The defendant is here. We can start," Fudge asked Percy, who was sitting in the front row. "Are you ready?" "Ready, sir." "Very good," Fudge said with satisfaction. "Then I declare." In the middle of speaking, Fudge's face darkened as he noticed Aaron in the auditorium raising his right hand high. In an almost empty room, his action was so conspicuous that Fudge couldn't ignore it. "Does Mr. Gaius have any questions?" "I'm very sorry to bother everyone, but in my impression, the defendant must always have a defender." "But Harry Potter was the only one who came, and his defender is not present," Fudge said with some pride. "This is regarded as having no defender." "Maybe he doesn't know that the Ministry of Magic has temporarily changed the time," Harry said weakly. "If possible, I suggest waiting for a while until my defender arrives." "Hey!" A sneer flashed in Fudge's eyes. "This is the Wizengamot. We each have our own things to do. I'm afraid we don't have that much time. Also, Harry Potter, if you think stalling will prolong your trial, you're dead wrong." "I don't think so," a voice interrupted. Dumbledore walked in with great strides. He stood behind Harry and looked at the judges with dignity. I am the defender of the defense, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The appearance of Dumbledore made the atmosphere in the courtroom lively. The 50 judges began to whisper to each other. Their reactions varied. Although the Daily Prophet had often criticized Dumbledore, his presence still commanded respect and attention. The Prophet's report had severely damaged the reputation of the highly respected White Demon King, but everyone knew Dumbledore's capabilities and would not underestimate him due to mere public opinion. "Thank you, Mr. Gaius," Dumbledore said with a gentle smile. "Although I don't know why you are here, the time you have bought is very precious to Harry." Aaron thought to himself, the old guy must have misunderstood something. Or perhaps he did it on purpose to make others think he came to help Harry Potter. Fudge was startled and frightened, his expression unnatural. "So you received our notice about the change in the time and place of the interrogation." "I don't seem to have received it, but I made a lucky mistake and arrived at the ministry 3 hours early." "Okay, if you need a chair, don't trouble yourself." Dumbledore pulled out his wand, gave it a slight shake, and a soft armchair appeared beside Harry. He sat down gracefully. Fudge forced a smile and then tapped the gavel. August 12th disciplinary hearing the case of Harry James Potter, who lives at number 4 Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey. Interrogators: Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic; Amelia Susan Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement; Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary. Interrogation Recorder: Percy Ignatius Weasley. Witness for the defense: Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The charges against the defendant are as follows. The defendant, fully aware of the illegality of his actions, deliberately cast a Patronus charm in the presence of a Muggle. Fudge looked directly at Harry with sharp eyes and asked seriously, "Do you deny that you cast the Patronus charm?" No denial, but Fudge didn't give him a chance to speak and interrupted. "You know you're banned from using magic outside of school until you're 17. "Yes, that's right, but—" "Members of the Wizengamot," Fudge said, cutting off abruptly as Aaron raised his right hand again. "Does Mr. Gaius have any questions?" Fudge asked with suppressed anger. He now seriously suspected that Aaron was standing up for his friend. Otherwise, he wouldn't interrupt him repeatedly. "I'm very sorry to interrupt again," Aaron said solemnly. "We all know that the Wizengamot is the highest court in the magical world, but even if you are interrogating a Death Eater, you should give the other party the right to speak. If the defendant doesn't even have a chance to speak, then the hearing loses its meaning, and you might as well pronounce the sentence directly." Fudge's expression froze, his face twitching slightly, but he was speechless. He was the Minister of Magic, yes, but it wasn't easy to abuse his power in front of so many senior ministry officials and other famous wizards. "Of course the defendant can speak," said Amelia, who sat to Fudge's left. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. "I used the Patronus charm because I encountered a Dementor." "Dementor?" Amelia frowned slightly, a bit of astonishment on her face. "In Little Whinging?" "Yes," Harry nodded. "What a clever excuse," sneered Fudge. "Muggles can't see Dementors, can they, boy? You are so clever." "I'm not lying. There were 2 of them," Harry said hastily. "If I hadn't cast the Patronus charm in time, the Dementors would have killed us." "Enough," Fudge waved his hand dismissively. "I think this must be a carefully fabricated story. You can't provide any witnesses to this incident." I have witnesses." Harry hesitated. Fudge froze for a moment, then shook his head. "Dudley Dursley doesn't count." "Not him." "Dumbledore doesn't count either," said Fudge emphatically. "I'm sure he wasn't in Little Whinging at the time." "It's not Professor Dumbledore either," Harry said angrily, then looked at Dumbledore nervously. "Professor, Mrs. Figg." Dumbledore gave him a reassuring look. "Minister, we do have a witness, and she's right outside the door." Fudge's face turned livid instantly. "Weasley, you go." Percy immediately stood up and ran out quickly. Half a minute later, he returned, followed by a nervous old lady. Dumbledore gave her a reassuring nod. Fudge shifted in his seat and fashioned a new chair for himself. "Name?" he asked impatiently. "Arabella Figg," came the trembling reply. It was Mrs. Figg's first time in such a grand setting, and her voice wavered slightly. "I am a resident of Little Whinging and a neighbor of Harry Potter." "But according to our records, apart from Harry Potter, There are no other wizards in the Little Winging District, Amelia interjected, and ordinary people cannot see Dementors. Exactly, Fudge said, regaining his enthusiasm. I've always said they were talking nonsense. I'm a squib, Mrs. Fig retorted angrily. Squibs aren't registered, but they can see things that ordinary people can't. Aaron's eyes widened slightly as he glanced at Dumbledore with a newfound understanding. Placing a squib as Harry Potter's neighbor was a strategic move, effectively putting Harry under constant surveillance. Every action Harry took was likely being closely monitored. More importantly, having a squib as a neighbor was like having an unregistered observer. No one would suspect a wizard without a wand or magic. Aaron thought. Dumbledore truly is a master strategist, having weathered 2 wizarding wars. His foresight and planning are on a level that ordinary people can't even begin to comprehend. Chapter 448, Withdraw All Charges, Moral Kidnapping? Please describe the attack, Amelia requested. What do they look like? Well, one of them is very strong, and the other is very thin, Mrs. Fig began. No, I mean, describe what a Dementor looks like, Amelia clarified. Mrs. Fig hesitated, embarrassment flashing across her face. They're very big, wearing cloaks. Then everything goes cold, and it feels like all the joy in the world is gone at once. Listen well, Fudge interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Dementors don't wander around Muggle residential areas, and it's extremely unlikely that they would encounter a magician. Your witness is not very convincing. You may go. Heh! Aaron laughed disdainfully. According to you, Minister, there are not enough witnesses because Dementors would not appear in Muggle residential areas for no reason. Mr. Gaius, Fudge's face reddened, his fists clenched in anger. Is there something wrong with what I said? Aaron asked nonchalantly. He didn't take Fudge seriously, despite his status as the Minister of Magic. Fudge was also a magister, but one that Aaron could easily suppress. No problem, but don't forget that you are here to listen, Fudge retorted. But I also have a say, don't I? Aaron countered. Jins nodded in agreement. The young master is right. The Wizengamot Charter of Rights clearly stipulates that anyone in the courtroom has the right to speak. Minister Connolly, I deliberately spared my precious time to witness the trial of the highest court in the magic world, but I must say I am a little disappointed. The defendant and the defendant's defender inexplicably missed the trial time. The defendant had almost no chance to argue, and the defendant's witnesses were hard to be convincing. Heh! I can't even think of how to prove Harry Potter's innocence. Should I arrest the 2 Dementors who attacked him and ask them? Hearing this, Harry nodded repeatedly, almost moved to tears. He had felt so wronged ever since he received the letter from the Ministry of Magic. The fear and the feeling of being deliberately targeted by the Minister of Magic were overwhelming. Fudge clenched his molars, seemingly making a difficult decision. Mr. Gaius, I know you and Harry Potter are good friends, and I can understand speaking for him, but... Minister Fudge, please don't get me wrong. My relationship with Harry Potter is average. The reason I speak is that I don't see the so-called fairness in the highest court in the magic world. The room fell silent. The expressions of dozens of wizards changed. Some, like Amelia, nodded secretly in agreement, while others, like Umbridge, showed displeasure. Most were dazed and ashamed. I heard from Susan that there is a special student in Slytherin, Amelia said appreciatively. However, your statement is a bit sharp. Whether the Wizengamot is fair or not will not be determined until the trial is over. Aaron scratched his head, embarrassed. I think everyone here is a wizard of considerable repute and shouldn't be as petty as a 15-year-old child like me. The crowd remained silent. Does the accused witness have anything to add? Amelia continued. No more, Mrs. Fig replied. And what about the defender? Amelia asked. Dumbledore stood up and spoke calmly. I don't think any of us would believe that it was a coincidence that the Dementors were there. Someone sent them. Umbridge, sitting to Fudge's right, let out a sneer. I hope I misunderstood you, Professor. After all Dementors, without exception, are under the control of the Ministry of Magic. It seems you are implying that the Ministry of Magic ordered the attack on the child. That would be troublesome, Madam Deputy Minister. So I'm sure the Ministry of Magic will launch a full investigation into why those 2 Dementors strayed from their usual locations, Dumbledore replied. Azkaban and launched an unauthorized attack. Yes, Aaron nodded approvingly. If the Dementors are disobedient, it means there could be problems in Azkaban at a cave. Night time. There are no Dementors out of the Ministry's control, growled Fudge. I just said that casually, Mr. Minister. Don't be nervous, Aaron said sarcastically, then shifted the topic. But we still need to take precautions. If possible, we should send a group of Aurors over there. Mr. Gaius, it's not your place to dictate matters concerning the Ministry of Magic. Of course, this is just my personal suggestion. It's up to you to adopt it or not, but if Azkaban does have an incident because of the Dementors, it will be your responsibility too. The corner of Fudge's mouth twitched violently, and he felt an immense discomfort in his chest, as if a heavy rock was lodged there. When Jins wrote him a letter 2 days ago, he sensed something was amiss, but due to the strong influence of the Gaius family, he couldn't refuse it. It was just 2 auditorium seats. It shouldn't have caused much trouble. But now he truly regretted it. If he had known Aaron's mouth was so sharp, he would have preferred to lose face with the Gaius family than let him enter this courtroom. Dumbledore walked up to Fudge seriously. Connolly, I beg you to be sensible. There are signs that the Dark Lord has returned. This is irrefutable. He hasn't come back at all, Fudge said through gritted teeth. Dumbledore sighed slightly. Although he had expected this, he couldn't help but feel disappointed when he heard Fudge's denial. He faced the crowd and said in a calm tone, in the case of Harry Potter, the law clearly stipulates that when life is threatened, magic can be used in front of Muggles. The law can be modified when necessary, Dumbledore, Fudge said viciously. Apparently, I've only been out of the Wizengamot for a few weeks, and a trivial case of underage use of magic is going to a criminal court. Dumbledore has been the Wizengamot's chief warlock for a long time, but he was deposed a few weeks ago, Jins whispered. Aaron couldn't help but click his tongue secretly. It was not long after the Triwizard Tournament ended a few weeks ago. It seemed that after Fudge and Dumbledore's fallout, in addition to using newspapers to smear his image and reputation, Fudge was still trying to reclaim his authority. Politics is really dark. No wonder people in the family don't like being officials. As soon as the words left his mouth, dozens of eyes fell on Aaron. I'm just expressing my feelings, everyone. Don't take it to heart. I still have a lot of trust in the Ministry of Magic, and abuse of power has absolutely nothing to do with you. Dumbledore spread his hands. As a defender, I have said everything I want to say, and I invite you to conduct a trial. The crowd started whispering, and after a few minutes, Amelia said, if you agree with the conviction, please raise your hand. Fudge was the first to raise his hand, Umbridge the second, but even with the minister and undersecretary leading the way, less than a fifth were in favor of conviction. Please raise your hand if you agree to withdraw all charges, Amelia asked again. Hands were raised, even Mrs. Figg's, forming a sharp contrast with the previous vote. Fudge swallowed hard. He was extremely angry, but had no choice but to suppress his anger. Dismiss all charges. Boom! With one blow of the hammer, the hearing ended hastily. Great, Dumbledore applauded, then waved his wand, and the seats he had conjured up disappeared instantly. Aaron, are you free? I think we need to talk. No time, Aaron said without thinking. I have something to do when I get back. Dumbledore pursed his lips. Okay, I see. Professor, Harry walked over impatiently, but Dumbledore interrupted him before he could speak. Harry, we'd better not have too much contact right now. It's not convenient for me to tell you the reason, but don't think too much about it. Additionally, if you have any troubles that cannot be solved, you can go to Mr. Gaius. I don't think he will refuse to help his friends. Isn't that right, Mr. Gaius? Aaron asked, his voice tinged with frustration. Ion. Nima, this old man is really something. Is this coercion, temptation, or moral blackmail? Aaron thought, giving Jins a pleading look, hoping for some assistance. Jins, however, merely stared at the dark ceiling, feigning indifference. Ha! Aaron rolled his eyes in exasperation before turning to Dumbledore, who was patiently awaiting his response. Professor, Slytherin never refuses to help friends. That's good, Dumbledore replied with a nod of relief, quickly exiting the courtroom without giving Harry a chance to speak. Harry began, but Aaron cut him off. Needless to say, Aaron interrupted hastily. I think a responsible man, even if faced with trouble, will find a way to solve it himself and won't burden his friends, right? Jin's pupils dilated slightly, and he silently gave a thumbs up to his young master. Brilliant. If you can't deal with Dumbledore, at least you can handle Harry Potter. Harry's mouth twitched slightly, and he nodded blankly. For some reason, he saw a shadow of Dumbledore in Aaron. That's good, Aaron said, breathing a sigh of relief. However, he wasn't entirely confident in Harry Potter's character. If Harry could truly keep to himself, Aaron wouldn't have been so exhausted over the past few years. But with Voldemort resurrected and his worst enemy being the headmaster of Hogwarts, it wouldn't be easy for Harry to stay out of trouble unless he dropped out of school and hid at home. Yet, Aaron knew he couldn't leave Hogwarts at this stage and even considered becoming a teacher there after graduation. After all, one day of signing up meant 10 magic points, saving years of struggle. The members of the Wizengamot were sorting out their documents, and Harry stood there awkwardly, unsure if he needed their permission to leave. What are you doing? Let's go, Aaron urged. Can I leave? Harry asked, uncertain. Otherwise, are you going to stay and clean? Aaron retorted. Harry glanced at the many judges with a guilty conscience and walked towards the door at a faster pace. As soon as he stepped out, he bumped into Arthur Weasley, who was standing outside. Dumbledore left in a hurry just now and didn't tell me, Mr. Weasley began. It's over, Harry said happily. They dropped all the charges against me. See, I told you they couldn't convict you, Mr. Weasley smiled, then looked at Aaron curiously. Perhaps it's not appropriate to ask, but why are you here? Just listening, Aaron replied casually. After all, this is a trial against the Savior, and I'm quite interested. Mr. Weasley froze for a moment, but quickly understood. How do you feel? Not good, Aaron shook his head in disappointment. Also, it's best not to stand here. What do you mean? Mr. Weasley asked, but before he could finish, the courtroom door opened again, and dozens of wizards in purple robes walked out. My Merlin, are they officially going to trial you? Mr. Weasley exclaimed in shock. I think so, Aaron replied. It's spectacular, isn't it? Aaron patted Harry on the shoulder. The people judged by this lineup are all famous. You can brag about it for a long time. Harry smiled wryly. I don't think this is something to be proud of. Mr. Weasley was quite well known in the Ministry of Magic, and some wizards greeted him specially. But Jin's was even more popular. If Aaron weren't there, Jin's would probably be dragged to the bar by a group of people. Percy nodded slightly to Aaron as he passed by, but completely ignored Harry and Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley remained silent, showing no father-son relationship at all. What happened to them? Aaron asked curiously. Percy prefers to trust the Ministry of Magic. Harry said helplessly. He thinks we're making trouble out of nothing. Even Dumbledore doesn't trust him anymore. That was his own decision, Mr. Weasley said, pursing his lips. But I know my son. He will change his mind sooner or later. Aaron nodded in agreement. Although the Weasley family was poor, they had a strong bond. Their family education is quite commendable. The last ones to exit the courtroom were Connolly and Umbridge, but their expressions were far from pleasant. Mr. Gaius, do you have a moment? Fudge forced a smile. I think we should talk. No time, Harry said angrily. Aaron still has things to do when we get back. I'm free, of course, Aaron responded immediately. But you just said, Harry blinked in confusion. What do you know? It would be short-sighted to refuse a personal invitation from the Minister of Magic. But what about Dumbledore? Harry questioned. That's not important. Aaron waved his hand dismissively. In his view, Fudge and Dumbledore were not on the same level at all. He could offend the Minister of Magic without any psychological burden because he knew that no matter how dissatisfied Fudge was with him, it wouldn't affect him. However, he was wary of Dumbledore. The headmaster's more than 100 years of experience was certainly not in vain. If he wasn't careful, he might end up being manipulated by Dumbledore. From the day he decided to attend Hogwarts, his family made it clear that his guards would not accompany him there. This granted him a sense of freedom he hadn't experienced in a long time, but it also meant that his family background wouldn't provide any assistance at Hogwarts. He would have to handle everything on his own. Chapter 449, The Professor Arranged by the Ministry of Magic, Malfoy's Way Back. At the door of the first courtroom, Aaron looked at Cornelius Fudge meaningfully. I don't know what the Minister of Magic wants to talk to me about. Fudge grinned and asked hesitantly, Mr. Gaius, what do you think of Dumbledore? Excellent talent, strong strength, kindness, gentleness, wisdom, and excellent insight, but every time Aaron said something, the faces of Fudge and Umbridge beside him sank a little more. It wasn't until there was a turning point that their eyes showed surprise. But what? Fudge asked hastily. But I don't like him very much. Aaron spread his hands. I know this sounds contradictory, but it is true. Dumbledore's ability, wisdom, and dealings with people are all worthy of my admiration and learning, but he is too shrewd. Every time I deal with him, I feel that he wants to get something from me. Fudge clapped his hands a little excitedly. As expected of the heir of the Gaius family, Aaron, your vision is really impeccable. I have this feeling too, especially during this period of time. The clarity of this feeling makes me a little scared. Hearing this, Aaron secretly sneered in his heart. What he said was really shameless, and he made the evaluation from a practical point of view, but Fudge was simply afraid that Dumbledore would take away his power. Mr. Gaius? Fudge pointed at Umbridge. Let me introduce to you, this is Dolores Umbridge, the Senior Undersecretary of the Ministry of Magic. She will be the new Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Nice to meet you, Mr. Gaius. Umbridge smiled at Aaron, thinking she was being kind. He was so disgusted that he almost vomited his breakfast. The deputy minister was short and fat and looked like a toad. It wasn't just her appearance that was off-putting. From her smile, Aaron could read deep hypocrisy. This was definitely not a good person. May I ask, does Professor Dumbledore know about this? Him? Fudge chuckled and shook his head. He doesn't know yet, but I don't think he will refuse. Then I have no objection. Aaron raised his eyebrows. He could see that Fudge wanted to get his hands on Hogwarts, but he wasn't worried because Umbridge was going to be the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. The position was cursed, and no one had survived a year so far. One of the first 4 professors died, one was arrested, one was forced to resign, and the other was imprisoned for a year. He was very interested in the future outcome of this deputy minister. Great, I think you and Umbridge can work together well at Hogwarts. Just cooperate, Aaron said immediately. I only have 2 simple requests. Go ahead, Fudge said, using an honorific title. As long as Aaron did not disrupt his arrangement for Hogwarts, 2 requests were nothing. First of all, Defense Against the Dark Arts class is at my discretion. No problem, Umbridge said immediately. It's only natural to give some preferential treatment to geniuses. Aaron secretly complained in his heart that Umbridge was definitely not material for being a teacher. When he made this request to Gilderoy Lockhart, Lockhart had struggled to maintain his face as a professor, but Umbridge handed over the right to teach without even a moment's hesitation. Second, I'm lazy about what the Ministry of Magic does, but it doesn't interfere with me. This. Umbridge was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Fudge. Minister, what do you think? Okay, Fudge nodded thoughtfully. He let Umbridge go there just to target Dumbledore. A student who is not under control and cannot be controlled is harmless. Aaron and Fudge separated at the Department of Mysteries on the 9th floor, seemingly unrelated. Master, do you think Umbridge can't teach you? Nonsense. Aaron rolled his eyes. Don't tell me you can't see her duplicity. She had one face in the courtroom, but immediately changed to another face. After she came out, her face-changing technique was even worse than Fudge's superior. That's true. It's a miracle she became the Deputy Minister of Magic. This only proves that there's something wrong with the leadership of the Ministry of Magic. Anyone who sees their disgusting faces will feel sick. Aaron sneered. Fudge, the Minister of Magic, won't be able to hold his position for long. He's been deceiving himself and others, but Voldemort won't disappear just because he wishes it. Once Voldemort appears in public, all his efforts, including smearing Albus Dumbledore and Harry Potter, will become a joke. The young master thinking this way really gratifies us. Cut! Aaron curled his lips. Stop treating me like a child, okay? Until the young master gets married and has children, you are just a child in our eyes. Ha! The 2 got on the elevator, and as soon as they entered the main hall, they saw Lucius Malfoy. I thought we could talk? Interesting, really interesting. I'm very busy today. First, Dumbledore wanted to talk to me, then Fudge, and now you, Uncle Lucius. If I didn't know better, I'd suspect you all planned this. The corner of Lucius's mouth twitched slightly, and he said with a sneer, "This just proves your ability, doesn't it?" Aaron shrugged. "What does Uncle Lucius want to talk to me about?" Lucius pursed his lips hesitantly. "There are too many people here. It's best to change to another place." "Go to my house," Aaron said. "Uncle Jins, please." "Wait, if anyone sees me leaving with you." Lucius didn't finish the sentence, but they both understood. The Malfoy family's survival depended on caution, and Aaron felt a bit ashamed of his cautious attitude. "Uncle Lucius, if anyone reports to Voldemort, you can say you wanted to persuade me to surrender to him, but I didn't agree." This, Lucius thought for a moment, then nodded heavily. Jin sent Aaron into the fireplace and then grabbed Lucius's arm. The Floo network of Gaius Castle has certain restrictions. Only authorized people can freely enter and exit through the Floo network, and they cannot apparate unless carried by an authorized person. "I see." Puff. As the green flames rose, Jins took Lucius to apparate. The next moment, the three of them appeared together in the hall of Gaius Castle. "Please sit down, Uncle Jins." Aaron made a gesture of invitation, then snapped his fingers, and a cup of tea automatically appeared in front of Jins. "Thank you. Don't be so restrained," Aaron laughed. "Our family doesn't have Voldemort's eyes and ears. If you have anything to say, you can say it directly." Lucius hesitated for a while, looking straight into Aaron's eyes. "The Dark Lord has been resurrected, and my identity as a Death Eater. I know this. Yes, of course you know." Lucius sighed, then rolled up his sleeves to reveal the dark mark clearly on his arm. "Narcissa and I both have this mark. We followed Voldemort for the benefit of the purebloods. But it turns out you were wrong." "Yes." Lucius smiled self-deprecatingly. "We gradually realized his true nature. He's a madman, and his madness is terrifying, but recognizing it is useless. Once the Malfoy family withdraws from the Death Eaters, there's only one dead end." "Understood. The situation is stronger than people. If you want to survive, you can only take this road, even if you know it's a road of no return. Voldemort currently trusts me, but I know this trust won't last long." "So you want me to help the Malfoy family?" Aaron said meaningfully. "I hesitated for a long time before deciding to ask you for help. If I'm not wrong, you've been thinking about the future of the Malfoy family since you knew about the relationship between Draco and me." Lucius nodded without denying it. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Yes, and now I need your help more than ever." Silence filled the room as Lucius continued. "I understand the rules of the Gaius family. You can't save a wizard family without reason, but if anything happens to Narcissa and me, I want you to look after Draco." Aaron Sig, head slightly. "Draco is one of the few friends I have at Hogwarts. I will help him if necessary. However, I cannot guarantee that there won't be any accidents." "That's enough," Lucius said, feeling a sense of relief. "We can make a contract. As long as Draco is safe, I am willing to give half of the Malfoy family's wealth to the Gaius family. The other half can be shared between you and Draco, and you can decide how to proceed." "That's unnecessary." Aaron waved his hand dismissively. "That amount of gold is insignificant to our family." Lucius was momentarily speechless. He didn't doubt Aaron's words, but having his biggest bargaining chip dismissed so easily stung. "Uncle Lucius, I will do my best to protect Draco, but only if he doesn't get too deeply involved. Otherwise, I can't pull him out of the quagmire." "What do you mean?" Lucius asked, puzzled. "Let him have less to do with the Death Eaters." "I see. Also, if you and Aunt Narcissa want to escape unscathed, try not to engage in any outrageous activities. You might even consider becoming double agents." Lucius froze for a moment. "It's too dangerous. Can it be done?" "Of course it can be done," Aaron said solemnly. "You don't need to pass on any information. You can follow Voldemort's orders, but it's up to you to decide how thoroughly to complete them or whether to leave a loophole. Past experience tells me that small details can make or break a battle." "I'll think about it," Lucius said in a deep voice. "If you don't want to take risks, there's another way. You and Aunt Narcissa can hide at my house." Before Aaron finished speaking, Lucius stood up abruptly. The offer seemed too good to be true, but he quickly calmed down, knowing that nothing comes for free. What does Malfoy need to pay? First of all, half of the Malfoy family's wealth, Aaron said indifferently. Don't get me wrong, Gaius has no interest in Malfoy's accumulation, but gain and loss are often directly proportional. For my friend's sake, I can help Draco, but I can't help his parents for free. Anything else? Until the end of the Wizarding Wars, you will stay at Gaius Castle. After the war, I cannot guarantee your safety. Hearing this, Lucius fell silent. He could part with the wealth, even though it had been accumulated over nearly 10 centuries. But the safety of the Malfoy family after the war was uncertain. Hiding in Gaius Castle would make them deserters in the eyes of the Death Eaters. Even if Voldemort were completely defeated, his loyal followers would still pose a significant threat to the Malfoys. Lucius took a deep breath and finally made a decision. Draco will be in your hands. Don't worry, I will keep my word. Thank you. Malfoy will never forget this kindness, Lucius said sincerely, preparing to leave. Wait a minute, Aaron said, a purple light flashing in his eyes as he met Lucius' gaze. Lucius looked flustered and staggered for a moment before standing still, dazed. Uncle Jins, do you know what I'm going to do? Aaron asked. I can guess, Jins replied with a somewhat unnatural expression, and I probably want to do it. Good to know. Jins shook his head helplessly, pointed his wand at Lucius's temple, and slowly drew out a few strands of silver-white light, carefully sealing them in a glass bottle. Okay, this memory cannot be detected by anyone except himself. Additionally, I have implanted a false memory. Even Voldemort's legitimacy won't find any flaws. After a few seconds, Aaron came back to his senses. He looked at the glass bottle in Jins's hand and realized what had just happened. Actually, if you had told me, I would have cooperated closely. The result is the same, Aaron said dismissively. You and Aunt Narcissa take care of yourselves. If Draco encounters any problems, you can come to me at any time. Lucius nodded immediately and then left through the Floo network. The Malfoy family is interesting enough, Aaron said, lounging lazily on the sofa. They are indeed the best of the 28 pureblood families. Even before Voldemort's preparations were complete, they were already thinking of finding a way out. Master, I have to remind you, Jin said hesitantly, the ancestral precepts of the Gaius family clearly stipulate that you can't meddle in disputes in the magical world, so— I know what you want to say, Aaron interrupted. This matter has nothing to do with the family. I will abide by the rules and only do what I can to help. Chapter 450, Harry Potter's Guard, Prefects of the Houses. There is nothing wrong with standard spells level. 5th graders can indeed use this book, but this one. Aaron picked up another book from the table, his expression becoming quite animated. Magic Defense Theory? Are you sure this is for 5th graders? Even freshmen would find it boring. This is the book list from Hogwarts, Jin said, spreading his hands. But it will definitely not affect you, young master. After all, you can freely control your defense against the dark arts class. That's what you say, but this is too absurd. It's one thing for Fudge to place his confidant at Hogwarts, but at least they should have a sense of responsibility as a teacher. Umbridge is more interested in undermining Dumbledore than teaching, Jins replied. Heh! Aaron sighed slightly, tossing the 2 books aside. It's a good thing Umbridge can't control me. Otherwise, I'd have to deal with such a peculiar creature stalking others this school year. The young master is very foresighted, Jins praised. But we can't neglect our studies because of this. We still need to make the most of class time. You don't need to emphasize it so deliberately, Aaron said, giving him a hard look. I will study the elemental magic of Wilhelm's ancestor. I'm confident I can master the 5 elements, fire, thunder, wind, earth, and water, within 2 years. But, Master, it's better not to be too ambitious, Jins interrupted, his face serious. You are still a long way from forbidden magic. Can you listen to me? Aaron was a little dumbfounded. I mean, it's hard for me to make significant progress in the elemental magic circle in a short period. Can I learn something else? This. Jins thought for a moment. Master, you can bring it up to Mr. Wilhelm yourself. Forget it. Do you think I haven't mentioned it? Every time I bring it up, he gets angry. The most frustrating part is that his reason is always the same, and he doesn't even bother to change it. Aaron's frustration was evident. feeling inexplicably wronged. Master Wilhelm may want you to thoroughly master the forbidden elemental magic first, Jins said earnestly. For several centuries, you are the only one who can inherit his ability. He doesn't want you to be distracted. I understand that, but I've been drawing those elemental magic circles for 4 years. Aaron raised 4 fingers indignantly. Ask him if he can be patient with the elemental magic circles for 4 years. Jins was stunned for a few seconds and then said shamelessly, "This subordinate really didn't think of that." "Cut!" Aaron curled his lips. "In short, I'm a little impatient. If he still uses the excuse that I want to run before I can walk, you tell him I want to learn to walk another way. I will explain clearly to Mr. Wilhelm. The young master can just wait for the news at Hogwarts." "Okay," Aaron nodded, believing that Jins would not let him down. "By the way, there's this." Jins handed him a letter. "Dumbledore wrote it for you himself." Aaron raised his eyebrows slightly, opened the envelope, and scanned it briefly. "Hiss! Isn't this just looking for trouble?" The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. That old bastard definitely did it on purpose. Jins took the letter, and after reading it, the corners of his mouth turned playful. Slytherin's prefect? Dumbledore is still very discerning. "It's really unreasonable," Aaron said angrily. "I remember telling Naylor, but I didn't expect him to reserve this seat for me." "He has eyes, doesn't he?" "It has nothing to do with vision. Anyone who isn't blind can see that I am the most suitable candidate for prefect. But the problem is that I don't want to be one at all. It's a waste of time." "Learning how to manage in advance will be helpful," Jins began, but Aaron cut him off. "Helpful or not, it's still a waste of my time," Aaron insisted. Jins spoke solemnly, though there was a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. "For the young master to inherit the family in the future, managing a group of students is a completely different concept from managing a family. Besides, I haven't seen my parents take care of it all these years. The old patriarch is still building. Naturally, the patriarch and his wife don't have to work so hard, just do their job well. That's it. My parents didn't worry about it, so why should I be in such a hurry? Uncle Jins, write a letter to Dumbledore asking him to find someone else to take the post of prefect. Draco, Cavil, even Crabbe, Goyle. It's impossible for him to choose one of the 6th or 7th graders, but don't choose me anyway." Jins hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "Master, I understand your feelings very well, but according to the rules, the family cannot interfere with your affairs at Hogwarts, so there is nothing I can do to help. It's just a letter. Isn't that okay?" "No," Jins said very directly. "Then I'll write the head office myself." "This is fine, but I would like to remind you that there is not enough time," Jins said with a meaningful smile. "Hogwarts starts tomorrow, and Dumbledore will not have a better candidate in such a short time." Aaron sighed. "That is to say, even if I don't want to be a prefect, I have to be a prefect for a while." "Yes, that's it." "Wonderful," Aaron complained speechlessly. "Who is the other prefect?" "Pansy Parkinson." As I expected, Aaron shook his head with a wry smile. "Forget it, being a prefect has some privileges." The next day, Aaron entered Platform 9 3/4 accompanied by Jins. "I can only send you here. I hope this is a happy school year," Jins said. Aaron sneered, pushed his suitcase, and walked towards the Hogwarts Express train. He stopped halfway because he saw some acquaintances ahead, carrying suitcases. Wang wang. There was a barking sound, and a big black dog came up to him. The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. "Mr. Black's dog nose is really good." Roar! Abby jumped off the suitcase immediately, grinning at the black dog. "What's wrong? Is there anything unusual?" Moody limped over and asked. A strange look flashed across his face when he saw Aaron. He looked at Aaron, and his magical eye rolled a few times in its socket. "Gaius, why are you here?" "How fresh, Professor Moody. How dare you ask me this question? I wouldn't want to take the train if I could, but it's by far the easiest way to get to Hogwarts." Sorry," Moody said awkwardly. "I've been really nervous recently." "It can be seen," Aaron said while pushing the cart forward. "Mr. Weasley and Mrs. Weasley came to see Ron, and they took it for granted. But with you, Professor Lupin, and even the dog, it's not easy. I guess you're here to protect someone. Harry Potter, right?" "Woof!" The black dog barked again. "It seems that I guessed right." Aaron walked to the train and saw the Weasleys, Harry, and Ron. Besides them, there was Professor Lupin and a witch with purple hair. "Good morning, everybody." "Aaron," said Mr. Weasley, "what a coincidence, but it's a pleasure to meet you." "Are you interested in discussing some business with us?" George and Fred beamed. "Although Mom may not like it very much." "Forget it," Aaron waved his hand. He was somewhat interested in the twin brothers' prank props, but not much. "Did the two of you do something bad behind my back again?" Mrs. Weasley asked with an unfriendly expression. "Absolutely not," George and Fred said in unison. "It's better not. The youngest son of the Weasley family has become a prefect. You two brothers can't hold him back." "Prefect?" Aaron froze for a moment, then looked at Ron in astonishment. "You? I know this is very surprising." "I didn't think of it myself," Ron smiled embarrassedly. "But this is Dumbledore's arrangement, and he must have considered it." The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. "It's fine that I became a prefect out of nowhere, but Ron?" Aaron had also become a prefect, which was a significant achievement. "And me," Hermione, one said excitedly, "Gryffindor's prefect." "Congratulations," Aaron replied numbly. He didn't see much value in being a prefect, but others clearly did. "Who is this?" Aaron asked, noticing a new face. "Nymphadora Tonks," Mr. Weasley introduced. "She's an Auror and Sirius's niece." "Hi," Tonks said with a smile. "They haven't stopped mentioning your name these days." "I was going to write you a letter," Hermione said gloomily, "but Dumbledore thinks it's not safe. The Ministry of Magic is very strict, and our letters might be intercepted at any time." At that moment, the siren sounded, urging everyone to board the bus. "Hurry up," Mrs. Weasley said, giving Harry and the others a hug. "Get in quickly, and write to let me know if you forget anything." Sirius, in his dog form, stood up dramatically, resting his front paws on Harry's shoulders to bid him farewell. "Sirius, it's risky enough for you to come with me," Mrs. Weasley said in a low voice. "But you shouldn't be so exaggerated now." Aaron boarded the train, placed his suitcase in the designated spot, and walked along the corridor to the prefect's carriage. He opened the sliding door to find 9 people sitting in the relatively luxurious and spacious compartment. "Okay, now everyone is here," said the head boy. "Are you a prefect too?" Ron asked in surprise. "I didn't have time to mention it earlier," Aaron shrugged nonchalantly, then found a seat and sat down. "Ahem!" The head girl coughed, looking at everyone solemnly. "First, let me briefly introduce the prefects from each house. Gryffindor prefects, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. Hufflepuff prefects, Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott. Ravenclaw prefects, Anthony Goldstein and Padma Patil. Slytherin prefects, Aaron Gaius and Pansy Parkinson. I believe you are all students of excellent character and academic standing, otherwise you wouldn't have been appointed as prefects," the head boy said. "We are both 7th-year students, and time is a bit tight, so I'll keep this brief. Prefects have special powers to deduct house points from other students or place them in detention for breaking the rules. On this train, prefects have their own private compartments, so they don't need to search for a seat. At Hogwarts, prefects have access to a special bathroom where they can relax. However, with these rights come corresponding obligations," the head girl added. "You must manage student discipline in public places, assist teachers with teaching, collect homework, and handle various school affairs. In addition to guiding first years to their dormitories on their first day at Hogwarts," the head boy continued, "you'll supervise the decoration of the castle for Christmas and other holidays, and look after younger students, ensuring they follow school rules. That's all we have to say. Any questions?" the head girl asked. "It sounds troublesome," Aaron said casually. "Can I opt out of being a prefect?" The head boy and head girl exchanged glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. "If you want to refuse this position, you can apply to the principal or your house dean, but I suggest you consider it carefully," the head boy said seriously. "Although the work of a prefect can be troublesome, the power is significant, and after you graduate, being a prefect can give you an advantage in job applications." Aaron smiled, but said nothing. Job hunting? He might have to wait for that opportunity in his next life. "Anyone else have any questions?" the head boy asked. Ron raised his right hand, looking a bit embarrassed. "I want to learn more about the point deduction system." "Weasley," the head boy said, shaking his head. Prefects have the same authority to deduct points as professors, Aaron explained helplessly. However, points are not deducted arbitrarily. Prefects can only exercise this right when students violate school rules and disciplines. As for punishments like detention, you have some discretion. You can assign tasks such as patrolling, copying school rules, or cleaning trophies, but I advise you not to let personal emotions influence your decisions. I promise, Ron said earnestly, though only he knew his true intentions. I hope you mean what you say, Pansy sneered. If you deliberately make things difficult for Slytherin House, then— Still trying to embarrass me? Ron retorted sharply. Malfoy and his lot don't need any help finding faults. That's rich coming from you, Pansy shot back. You've caused enough trouble to fill a book over the past few years. We're prefects now, Ron reminded her. Dumbledore must be out of his mind to make the most troublesome person a prefect, Pansy muttered. Enough, Aaron interrupted, raising his voice. Shut up, both of you. Can you please show some respect? Just give me a break and respect the student union chairman. It's fine, the chairman of the male student union said with a smile. Each house has 2 prefects to ensure mutual supervision. I trust you will both perform your duties responsibly. Chapter 451, Malfoy's Vision, The Sorting Hat's Warning. After more than an hour, the prefect meeting officially ended. The prefects of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff left the prefect box one after another, while the 4 prefects of Gryffindor and Slytherin stayed behind. Hermione, we should go, Ron reminded her. Harry is still waiting for us. Hermione glanced at Aaron and hesitated. Do you want to come with us? Granger, Gaius is a Slytherin prefect, Pansy sneered. I didn't ask you, Hermione retorted. Humph. Pansy snorted coldly. He won't go with you. Malfoy is still waiting for him. Draco? Aaron raised his eyebrows in surprise. Does he need something from me? Pansy nodded. It must be important, otherwise he wouldn't have asked me to notify you. Is that so? Aaron pondered for a moment, then slowly got up. Take me to him. Hermione hesitated, unsure of what to say. Pansy, feeling triumphant, gave Hermione a provocative look and led Aaron out of the box. Let's go, Ron said meaningfully. He's now a Slytherin prefect, and Malfoy is his friend. It's reasonable for him to look for him first. I know, you don't need to remind me, Hermione replied, giving Ron a blank look before walking out on her own. Draco was sitting in a box with Crabbe and Goyle beside him. Why are you looking for me? Aaron asked as he opened the box door. Come in, Draco said, pursing his lips. He then looked at Crabbe and Goyle. You two, go out first. But where should we sit? Goyle asked in astonishment. Oh my God, why do I have such stupid followers like you? Draco said gloomily. Get out, and don't come back unless I tell you. The two looked at each other, realizing that Draco just wanted to talk to Aaron alone. Let's go now, they said, rushing to leave. Pansy looked at Draco and Aaron. Can't I stay too? This matter is not suitable for a third person to know. Draco said seriously. Okay. Pansy didn't care and closed the sliding door of the carriage. Aaron put Abe on the table and then sat by the window. Can we talk now? Why did Uncle Lucius ask you to find me? Draco was silent for a while, but Aaron interrupted him just as he was about to speak. Wait a minute. Aaron took out his wand and waved it lightly. Muffliato. Okay, no one else will hear our conversation now. Yeah, Draco nodded slightly and continued. My dad didn't say much. He just asked me to tell you everything I do and to obey your arrangements on major matters. Oh. Aaron couldn't help but smirk. As expected of the patriarch of the Malfoy family, he's cautious enough to rather do nothing than make a mistake. Tell me what happened, Draco asked nervously. I can feel that everything has changed this holiday season. My parents haven't even smiled in 2 months. Coupled with this request from my dad, I feel particularly uneasy. Aaron looked at the rapidly receding scenery outside the car window. You know the Dark Lord is back, Draco nodded. But it's not a bad thing. The Dark Lord is protecting the interests of purebloods. But many pureblood wizards have died at his hands, Aaron said meaningfully. He then took out a transparent glass bottle from Abe's pocket, which contained strands of silver light. This is a short memory of your father. It will tell you why your parents have been acting abnormally. Draco's heart skipped a beat, and he swallowed hard. He reached for the glass bottle, but Aaron put it away first. It's not suitable for you to know too much now, Aaron said seriously. The reason I showed it to you is to make you believe in your father's arrangement. Uncle Lucius considered the worst and came to me specifically to give you a way out. Draco fell silent. He understood that the Malfoy family had already been deeply entangled in the Dark Lord's affairs. The relationship with the Dark Lord seemed different from what Draco had initially thought. "What about my parents' situation?" he asked, his voice tinged with worry. "I can't answer that for you, but don't be too pessimistic," Aaron urged him. "Malfoy is a pure-blood nobleman with significant influence. At least until the Dark Lord decides to reveal himself openly in the wizarding world, the Malfoy family is still very safe." "And after that?" Draco pressed. "After that, there shouldn't be too many problems," Aaron replied. "What do you mean by shouldn't be?" Draco couldn't accept the vagueness. "Can't you be more precise?" "No, because the person they are loyal to is unpredictable," Aaron said bluntly. "But your father is not one to be underestimated. He wouldn't have come out unscathed from the last wizarding war if he were." Draco's expression remained uncertain. "Even if you say that." "Come on, you are the heir of the Malfoy family. You should have some confidence in your family's resilience," Aaron explained with a wry smile. "Do you think it's a coincidence that the Malfoys have thrived among the pureblood families? Since Armin Malfoy built the Malfoy Manor, the family has only grown in wealth and influence. This success requires not just excellent investment vision, but also the ability to protect oneself wisely, qualities your father possesses in abundance." Hearing Aaron's words, Draco's mood improved, and much of the worry in his eyes dissipated. "So my parents are safe for now. What should I do?" "Don't do anything unnecessary. What was true in the past remains true now. But if you ever find yourself at a loss, you can come to me for help." Draco nodded firmly. "Thank you." "No need to thank me. If you really want to do something for me, tell Professor Snape when you get to Hogwarts that I don't want to be a prefect." "Why?" Draco was stunned. "The authority of a prefect is second only to the headmaster and the professors. It's tiring and a waste of time." I'll try my best," Draco said, somewhat embarrassed. "But I don't think Professor Snape would agree. No one is more suitable to be a Slytherin prefect than you." "A lot of people think that, except for me." The train continued its journey north, with rain occasionally beating against the windows. The rain didn't last long and had stopped by the time the train arrived. The air was filled with the smell of damp soil as wizards, both young and old, stepped out of the carriages with heavy steps. Aaron reluctantly put on his prefect badge, maintained order among the students on the platform, and arranged for the second-year wizards to get on the carriages. "First years, over here, first years." Familiar lines, but a different voice. This time, it was not the half-giant Hagrid leading the first-year students across the Black Lake by boat, but Professor Grubbly Plank. "Is there a replacement? It looks like Hagrid isn't at Hogwarts, or she wouldn't be here to receive the first years," Aaron mused. "Better fire him," Pansy said angrily. "He made us raise blast-ended scroots last year. Disgusting and dangerous. In comparison, Grubbly Plank's unicorn course is infinitely better. It's better to have some respect for the professor. Hagrid knows enough about magical creatures to be a teacher." "Aaron, I know you have a good relationship with him," Pansy said, exasperated. "But I'm not the only one who thinks this way. Many people want Hagrid to be fired and go back to being the gamekeeper." "What did you say?" Ron asked angrily. "It's true, Weasley," Pansy said bluntly. "That's enough," Aaron interrupted them angrily. "We'll discuss Hagrid's situation at Hogwarts. Right now, we need to maintain order and honor the badges we wear." The two glared at each other, each snorting in disdain before walking in opposite directions. Aaron sighed in relief. Fortunately, he wasn't Draco standing there, or he and Ron would probably have come to blows. "It's tiring, isn't it?" Hermione teased. Maintaining order is part of the job, but a prefect's duty does not include breaking up fights. "Well, how was your vacation?" Hermione asked. "Not great," Aaron pouted. His vacation since school had been a bitter experience. Progress is a good thing, and he was naturally eager to become stronger, but being forced by a group of people to move forward was another matter. "There are some things I think I should tell you." Hermione hesitated, but quickly became firm. If Dumbledore knows that I invited you to join—" "Who is that?" Aaron interrupted, pointing to a second-year Slytherin. "The wooden boats are for first-year students. Second-year wizards should take a carriage and go that way." "Understood, Senior," a little witch said embarrassingly, and soon followed the others into the carriage pulled by thestrals. "Sorry, Hermione. I'm busy right now. Let's talk about it later," Aaron said as he walked quickly towards several second-year wizards who were far away. He felt relieved after putting some distance between himself and Hermione. No matter what the topic was, as long as Dumbledore was involved, nothing good would come of it, so he preferred to keep a respectful distance. All the second-year Slytherins got into the carriage. Aaron carefully counted the number of people, and after confirming that there were no omissions, he and Pansy boarded a carriage that Draco had reserved in advance. "Draco, do you think Hagrid was fired?" Pansy asked impatiently. "How would I know?" Draco replied. "No," Aaron said firmly. "Don't forget that Dumbledore is still the headmaster. As long as he is the headmaster, Hagrid will remain the professor of care of magical creatures." "Hey!" Draco sneered. "He won't be the headmaster for long. The Ministry of Magic." "Draco," Aaron glared at him. "It's fine if you don't say anything." Draco waved his hands helplessly. "But everyone will know sooner or later." The carriage moved slowly through the night, and the Hogwarts castle grew closer. In front of the oak door, several people jumped out of the carriage and walked along the steps to the gate of the Great Hall, where the opening banquet was held. 4 long dining tables, an enchanted ceiling that looked exactly like the sky outside, lit torches and candles. What was different from before was that Hagrid was not at the faculty table, and Professor Grubbly Plank was sitting in his place. The defense against the dark arts professors changed every year as expected, but this year, Professor Umbridge was definitely not here to teach. At the Wizengamot, she dressed as a wizard, but here she wore a fuzzy pink cardigan with a thick layer of foundation on her face and a large pink bow. Not the usual hot eyes. "She is our new defense against the dark arts professor," Draco said with a meaningful smile. "She is also the deputy minister of the Ministry of Magic and was specially appointed by Fudge." "Glamorous," Aaron said a little speechlessly. "Being the deputy minister of the Ministry of Magic is somewhat of a skill, but I really can't compliment her teaching ability." "Is it bad?" Pansy asked suspiciously. "If you have read our textbooks this year, you should know that there is not a single decent spell in the book Magic Defense Theory. To put it bluntly, an ordinary muggle could give us lessons with this book because there is no need to practice." After a while, the door of the Great Hall opened again. Professor McGonagall led the first-year students in, took out a long piece of parchment like last year, and the Sorting Hat decided which house they would go to. The gap-like mouth on the Sorting Hat opened slowly, and then it sang an exaggerated ballad. "Long ago, I was a new hat, and Hogwarts wasn't built yet." The 4 founders of Noble School thought they would never part ways, but they were united by the same goal, building a school together and teaching together. Slytherin said, "The students I teach, their blood must be pure." Ravenclaw said, "The students I teach, their intelligence must be superior to others." Gryffindor said, "The students I teach must be brave and fearless." Hufflepuff said, The 4 founders of Hogwarts each established their own academy, recruiting only the students they desired. Slytherin sought pure-blooded and cunning individuals. Ravenclaw valued sharp-minded and intelligent students. Gryffindor favored the bold and adventurous, and Hufflepuff welcomed the kind-hearted and diligent. A lengthy ballad detailed the founding of Hogwarts, the relationships between the 4 houses, and the responsibilities of the Sorting Hat. However, this year, the ballad ended with an unprecedented warning. Hogwarts is in danger, and external enemies are watching. We must remain united, or everything will fall apart from within. I have spoken to you plainly, and I have sounded the alarm. Chapter 452, Overwhelming Guest? I Can't Resign. Aaron glanced at Dumbledore, who was seated at the teacher's bench, exuding an air of calm authority. The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched involuntarily. Was it really necessary to emphasize it at the start of term banquet? The song that the Sorting Hat sang was definitely not composed solely by it, especially the final warning part. Without the principal's permission, The Sorting Hat wouldn't dare to speak out at the start of term banquet. While most people might not take the so-called warning seriously, a minority, especially the freshmen, might. Ewan Abercrombie, Professor McGonagall called out the first name. A shy little boy stumbled forward and sat on the stool. She placed the Sorting Hat on Ewan's head, and after a brief moment, the slit by the brim of the hat opened. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor students applauded together, welcoming the first freshman of the school year to their table. Daisy Gleason, Ravenclaw, Samuel Stamp, Slytherin. The line of freshmen dwindled little by little, and the four houses erupted into warm applause from time to time. As the last little wizard was sorted into Hufflepuff, Professor McGonagall put away the sorting hat and stool, signaling the end of the sorting ceremony. Welcome to our new students, and welcome back to our returning students. Dumbledore stood up, and under the expectant eyes of everyone, said with a smile, I want to say, eat. As his voice fell, all kinds of delicacies suddenly appeared on the four house tables and the faculty table. Warm applause and cheerful laughter filled the auditorium as wizards, both young and old, began to feast. Aaron placed a plate full of meat in front of Abe and then began to enjoy his dinner slowly. However, as he ate, he glanced at the 10 or so freshmen and felt a bit uneasy. As a prefect, he had to take care of these 11-year-old newcomers. Although wizards mature faster than muggles, managing them was still a drain on his energy. Resign, I must resign. I'll go to Professor Snape tomorrow and hand in my resignation report. Aaron made up his mind immediately. Prefect? Whoever wants the position can have it. He was done with it. After the students had eaten and drank their fill, Dumbledore stood up again, and the noisy auditorium fell silent. I have a few reminders for our first-year students and some of our more spirited older students. First, students are not allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest. Secondly, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone that magic is not permitted in the hallways between classes. Other regulations are posted on the door of Mr. Filch's office. In addition, we have 2 changes in our teaching staff this school year. First, we welcome back Professor Grubbly Plank, who will be teaching care of magical creatures while Professor Hagrid is away for a while. The big oaf isn't at school, Pansy laughed. It's not very polite to call someone stupid behind their back, Aaron said, exasperated. At least he taught us for 2 years. Yeah, it's still fresh in my memory, Draco pouted. My arm hurts just remembering that hippogriff almost killed me. Isn't that what you asked for? Draco. We also welcome our new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Dumbledore continued, pointing to Umbridge. Professor Dolores Umbridge. Let's all wish the professor good luck. School Quidditch selections will be... Cough, cough. Umbridge stood up, interrupting Dumbledore mid-sentence. The entire auditorium fell silent in an instant. Dumbledore was visibly taken aback, and the others looked at the new professor in surprise. Interrupting the principal before he finished speaking? Did she understand the rules? With a fake smile plastered on her face, Umbridge walked slowly to the front of the stage. Thank you, Mr. Principal, for your warm welcome speech. It's such a joy to see your bright and happy faces smiling at me. I think we're going to be really good friends. No wonder, George and Fred said in unison. The others exchanged glances, many with playful smiles on their faces. Aaron rolled his eyes in distaste. Umbridge's speech seemed more suited for kindergarten children, but even they wouldn't listen. The Minister for Magic has always considered the education of young wizards and witches of the utmost importance. Although each headmaster has introduced new changes to this historic school, progress purely for the sake of progress must not be advocated. What should be preserved, we must preserve, and to perfect all that should be perfected, we must abolish that which should have been forbidden. Thank you very much, Professor Umbridge. Your speech was very enlightening, Dumbledore said, taking the lead in applauding. Some students, unsure of why, clapped their hands as well. The applause in the auditorium was sparse, but Umbridge didn't seem to care and returned to her seat. Goodness, I thought she would progress step by step, but I never thought she would dare to take the lead so boldly, Aaron chuckled. Should I say she's brave, or should I say she has no brains? What do you mean? Draco asked, puzzled. The position of Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts is cursed. Guess why she will leave after a year? She might be transferred back by Fudge. I thought so too, but after what she said just now, I realized I underestimated the situation, Aaron said meaningfully. Umbridge will probably be kicked out of Hogwarts by the teachers and students. No way. Pansy couldn't believe it. After all, she was sent by Fudge. Just wait and see. With her character, even if someone puts her in a sack and hits her with a sap, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Dumbledore continued the topic and announced the dissolution of the crowd after he finished speaking. Slytherin first years, please follow me. I'll take you to the Slytherin common room, Aaron said, counting the number of people carefully before leading a dozen freshmen out of the auditorium. Down the steps, through the foyer, and along a dark corridor, they arrived at a basement. This is the entrance to the Slytherin common room. Remember this place? Aaron pointed to a stone wall. There are 4 houses at Hogwarts, and each house's common room has its own password. Only by saying the correct password can you enter the common room. The password is not static, so everyone should pay attention to the bulletin board. This time, the password is Gilgrass. As he finished speaking, the stone wall opened like a door, revealing a doorway. Everyone filed in, and the dozen or so little wizards looked curiously at where they would live in the future. The senior students had already returned to their dormitories, so the entire common room seemed relatively empty. The dark green tones, Gothic decoration style, exquisite fireplace, strange and magical sculptures, and medieval tapestries depicting the famous adventures of Slytherin all deeply attracted them. Slytherins represent the element of water, and our common room is built underwater. You can see the scenery in the water at any time. This kind of treatment is not available in the other 3 houses, Pansy said proudly, noticing the surprised eyes of the freshmen. Girls, come with me, and I'll take you to the girls' dormitory. Boys, follow Gaius to the boys' dormitory. Wait a minute, Aaron stopped Pansy, then looked at the dozen freshmen. Prefects have their responsibilities. You can ask prefects for help when you encounter difficulties in study and life, but don't bother them with trivial matters. Pansy shrugged and took the girls away, while Aaron arranged for the boys to allocate dormitories. When he returned to his single dormitory, Aaron couldn't help yawning and sat lazily on the bed. If it wasn't for his status as a prefect, he would have returned half an hour ago. System, sign in, he said. Aaron sighed as he removed the ring from his left hand. Instantly, half of the sealed magical energy returned to his body. However, the sense of fulfillment lasted less than 3 seconds before the energy quickly dissipated, forming a duplicate of Aaron. It's been a while, the duplicate said. Let's skip the pleasantries, Aaron replied. If all goes well, Jinns should be able to acquire more magical knowledge from the ancestor of Wirt. So your next task is... I understand. Being an avatar is hard work, the duplicate interrupted, spreading its fingers solemnly in front of Aaron. Elective courses, magic circles, homework, alchemy, and enchanting knowledge. And occasionally, I have to use my brain cells to make plans for the body. A look of embarrassment crossed Aaron's face. He responded awkwardly but politely. It's for my own benefit, too. Besides, I didn't slack off while you were working hard. Just a few more years, and once we reach the level of Holy Magister, we won't have to be so tight. I hope so, the duplicate sighed, then opened the secret room and entered. Aaron placed Abe on its exclusive bed and lay down on his own bed. System, open the personal panel. Magic Energy Body, 6467, Elementary Magister. Thought Body, 6067, Elementary Magister. Total, 1209 Great Magister, a rare existence in the magic world. Talent, rare in a lifetime. Magic energy increases by 4 points every day. Body increases by 2 points. Thought Body increases by 2 points. Items. Moondrop, 2/3, can remove any negative spells. Resurrection Potion, can revive any creature that died within an hour. Magic points, 50 magic points. It's a bit short, Aaron pondered. System, open the task panel. Okay, host. Be a conscientious prefect from now until the end of this semester. 1,200 magic points are rewarded for completing the task, and there is no penalty for failing the task. Do you accept it? Damn it. Aaron couldn't hold back a curse and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood in frustration. You did this on purpose, System. The host should not wrong the system. This task is purely to enhance the host's abilities. Heh, do you think I'll believe that? If I had the energy to be a prefect, wouldn't it be better to improve my proficiency in the forbidden magic circle? Maybe I could even raise my enchantment level a bit. The system was silent for a moment. The host can choose not to accept it. Aaron felt a pang in his heart. Not accept it? He didn't want to, but the reward for completing the mission was 1,200 magic points. If the reward were less, he would refuse without hesitation. But 1,200 points? The system had given too much for him to refuse. Aaron took a deep breath. Accept. I'll just treat it as a part-time job to make money. Not shabby. The host made a wise decision, the system said happily. By the way, why is there only this one task? And why does it take so long to complete? Is there nothing short-term, low-risk, and high-reward? System. Aaron realized he might have been too demanding and quickly changed his tone with a smirk. It's okay if the income is lower, as long as the time and risk are also low. I don't mind. The system issues tasks based on the transactions the host encounters. Easy tasks are not eligible to appear on the task panel. If the host wants to get as many tasks as possible, he can focus on the big bosses, for example, Voldemort. No, thanks, Aaron said decisively. He preferred a steady development over high-risk, high-reward extreme sports. Even though he was now immortal, he wanted to stay away from those powerful adversaries he couldn't defeat. The next morning, Aaron took Abe to the auditorium for breakfast early in the morning. Just as the one-person, one-dragon eating style was becoming a trend, a shadow fell over his dining table. Snape stood opposite Aaron, arms crossed and expressionless. You don't want to be a prefect, do you? Snape asked. Aaron blinked in confusion and, glancing outside, noticed Draco raising his eyebrows at him. Suddenly, he understood what was happening. He had asked Draco to suggest to Snape that he not be made a prefect the previous day. But he had changed his mind that night, due to the allure of 1,1200 magic points. It was his oversight not to inform Draco in time, but it was only the first day of school. Was Snape's efficiency really this high? Professor, I know you might be offended by this, but let me explain, Aaron began. There's no need to explain, Snape interrupted, his face dark. Dumbledore personally recommended you, and I won't disagree. Aaron was taken aback. Disagree? Disagreeing was fine. If Snape agreed, Aaron would be the one who was embarrassed. Seeing Aaron's distracted look, Snape assumed his tone had been too harsh. He continued more slowly. No one at Hogwarts knows you better than I do. I also know that the position of prefect is not too big a burden for you. You are the most suitable for this position, especially since the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor this year is sent by the Ministry of Magic. Okay. Aaron pretended to be impatient. Don't try to persuade me so earnestly. It's just a prefect position. I'll take it. Chapter 453. Quick Acting Skipping Class Sugar. Boring Defense Against the Dark Arts class. As time passed, more and more students gathered in the Great Hall for breakfast. Conversations buzzed around Harry Potter as the Daily Prophet had branded him a liar, accusing him of fabricating the return of the Dark Lord. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered the hall, the other students deliberately kept their distance, as if being near Harry would bring bad luck. Good morning, Aaron, Harry greeted listlessly. It's clear that things aren't going well for you, Aaron observed, glancing at the whispering students around them. Everyone is avoiding you. And us, Ron added carelessly. Not everyone disbelieves Harry. Yes, but you're the only ones who do, Aaron pointed out, nodding towards a student holding a newspaper. Harry Potter's words against the ministry-endorsed Daily Prophet, most people will choose the latter. You saw Voldemort resurrected too, Harry said hesitantly. If you're willing to testify. If I testify, I'll just be another target, Aaron replied indifferently. Rumors stop with the wise, but the wise are in the minority. My testimony won't change anything. All I can do is ensure I don't end up as troubled as you are now. But doesn't the Ministry of Magic respect your family? Harry asked, unconvinced. That's not the same thing, Aaron said casually. Fudge used to respect Dumbledore, but look at what he's doing now, using public opinion to smear him. He's willing to offend a highly respected wizard for power. Another influential wizarding family would just be another obstacle for him, though he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Harry thought for a moment and continued. Fleur, Cedric, Victor, they saw the Dark Lord and the Death Eaters too. They could. Come on, Aaron chuckled. Their combined influence doesn't compare to yours. No one will believe them either. How long will this last? Hermione asked angrily. Dumbledore wants us united, but it's been 2 months since Voldemort's resurrection, and we're already fighting each other. Maybe it won't end until Voldemort reveals himself to the wizarding world. Aaron shrugged. Facts speak louder than words. When the truth comes out, everyone will realize you were right. They'll apologize and beg for your forgiveness. Hearing this, the trio felt slightly better, though their expressions remained complicated. When that time came, Harry would no longer be looked at strangely, but the situation would be even more dire. At that moment, Professor McGonagall approached and handed out the 5th-year schedules. History of Magic, Potions, Divination, Defense against the Dark Arts. Ron read with a grimace. All the classes we hate are today. Correction, I'm not included in that we, Aaron said. Aside from Defense against the Dark Arts, I'm quite interested in the other 3 classes, especially Potions. I'm not as enthusiastic as he is, but I'm close, Hermione said proudly. Harry and Ron exchanged wry smiles. The two of them didn't share the same enthusiasm. I wish George and Fred could get those quick-acting skipping class sweets ready, Ron muttered. What sweets? Harry asked. Quick-acting skipping class sugar, Fred's voice chimed in from the side. Eat it, and you'll get a fever, cold, nosebleeds, prickly heat, or even a sudden coma. But you'll recover after taking the antidote, George added. The teacher will never suspect a thing. Have you developed it yet? Aaron asked with interest. It's still in the research stage, George admitted shyly. But we have some ideas. It'll be ready soon. Aaron, you're not interested in skipping class, are you? Hermione frowned slightly. Skipping class? Aaron began, but was interrupted by the arrival of Professor McGonagall, who handed out the schedules, curled his lips in disdain. The Hogwarts courses aren't challenging enough for me, but skipping classes at home is still necessary. Those cram schools can be overwhelming. And Hermione, your think-ing is too limited. These inventions can do more than just help you skip class. They can help you avoid heavy work, decline unwanted invitations, and even scare people when you're in trouble. Hermione's mouth twitched slightly, and she was momentarily speechless. That's right, George and Fred said in unison. We actually used such a great invention just to skip class, George said excitedly. It's a shameful waste. Not only students, but adult wizards will also find these useful, Fred added. These inventions will definitely sell well, no doubt about it. I'll order a batch first, Aaron said immediately. Give me 20 pieces of each. Ah, this. The twin brothers hesitated. Is there a problem? I'm just placing an order, not asking you to give them to me now. No, you misunderstood, Fred said with some embarrassment. We want to waive the bill for you. After all, we received a large investment thanks to you. Without that startup capital, our careers would have been delayed by several years. However, giving away 20 pieces for free would be a large expenditure, and it would be a bit traumatic for us who have not yet started our careers. How about a 10% discount? George suggested in a low voice. Let's stick to the cost price. No, I'm not short of money, Aaron said generously. Just let me know when the inventions are ready. All right. I don't care if you find out, Hermione said, taking a deep breath and then looking at George coldly. But you can't post advertisements on the Gryffindor bulletin board for experimenters. Puff! Aaron squirted out his half-drunk juice. He looked at George and Fred in astonishment and said in disbelief, You two actually asked students to do experiments? Nothing, George said solemnly. You posted the advertisement on the bulletin board and said nothing? Aaron asked incredulously. But we'll give them money, Fred said. And it's clearly stated that this is an off-campus temporary job with no risk at all except for some minor side effects. Hey, Hermione sneered. As prefects, we firmly disagree. It's none of my business, Ron said immediately, fearing that Fred and George would include him. You're so cowardly, Aaron said. That's called being sensible. I know them too well, Ron said with a depressed face. No one can stop George and Fred when they set their minds to something. As expected of our good brother, George said with satisfaction. Hermione gave Ron a hard look and then said, "I can write to Mrs. Weasley." George and Fred's faces suddenly changed. They were not afraid of much, but their mother's yelling was a different story. "You can't do that," they pleaded. "We're doing this for your own good. 5th grade is the owl year, ordinary wizarding level exams. The exams can be overwhelming and a nightmare for students." "I don't care," Aaron said indifferently. "It's just an exam, and it's not difficult for me at all." "Me too," Hermione said proudly. "Anyway, don't let me catch you, or I'll definitely write to Mrs. Weasley." "Quick-acting skipping class candy is not for the bullies," Harry reminded. George and Fred looked at each other and reluctantly made a compromise. "Okay, we'll accept the notice. We won't recruit students for experiments, but we need to conduct market research to understand the students' needs before we officially open." Hermione didn't speak, but it wasn't acquiescence. She knew she couldn't stop the two of them alone. In the first potions class of the school year, Snape asked the students to prepare a potion called Ease, which could calm and soothe restless and anxious emotions. It was also a potion that often appeared in ordinary wizard exams. Unsurprisingly, Harry Potter was once again the target of Snape's sarcasm in class. Though it angered him, he had grown accustomed to it. However, he received some good news. After the general wizard exam in June next year, he could drop potions class. This meant that if he could endure Snape's torment for just one more year, it would be over forever. In Professor Trelawney's divination class, they were set to learn a new method of divination. It wasn't tea leaves, crystal balls, or celestial phenomena, but dream interpretation. Aaron looked thoughtfully at the dream interpretation guide in his hand. The dreams described in it intrigued him, but the homework assigned by Professor Trelawney was daunting. Keeping a record of dreams every day for a month seemed impossible for someone who rarely dreamed. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to delegate this task to his thought body. Even if he didn't dream, he could always fabricate one using the Guide to Interpreting Dreams. The last class of the afternoon was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and both Gryffindor and Slytherin students hurried to the classroom before it started. Aaron sat in the last row, occupying a desk meant for two, while Draco and Pansy sat in front of him. He skillfully took out his small notebook and patiently practiced drawing the taboo elemental magic circle. Although ultimate elemental magic couldn't be cast instantly or multiple times, he still wanted to master a series of forbidden elemental spells as his trump card. "Good morning, boys," Umbridge said as she entered the classroom, dressed in her usual pink attire. The room fell silent immediately. With a standard smirk, she took out her wand and pointed it at the blackboard, where a few words gradually appeared. "The ordinary wizarding level examination, OWLs, is generally called OWLs," Umbridge said in a sing-song tone. "If you study hard, you will be rewarded. If you fail to do so, the consequences may be very serious." In the past, the teaching of this course was quite unsystematic, but now there is good news. From now on, you will study a carefully choreographed, Ministry of Magic-approved course in Defense Against Magic. Everyone looked at the textbooks on the table, which resembled children's books, and were speechless. No one raised any doubts, as they didn't know the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Perhaps her teaching ability was exceptional, but they were quickly disappointed. Umbridge strictly followed the textbook, treating Defense Against the Dark Arts as a history lesson, which was even more boring. The only advantage over History of Magic was that the lecturer was alive. "Boring, very boring," Draco said with some disgust. "Do you really need her to teach you?" "Among our previous professors, the only one who can compare with her is Lockhart," Pansy Parkinson, sitting next to him, added. Although Lockhart had no skills, at least his classes were more interesting. Aaron looked at Abe, who was already asleep on the table, and Crabbe and Goyle, whose eyelids were drooping, and nodded in agreement. Lockhart was indeed a clown, but his classroom atmosphere was relaxed. Umbridge's class, on the other hand, was depressing and highly soporific. "Just relax," Aaron comforted. "If it's just for the exam, this class is actually the easiest. You can lie low because, according to her teaching, at least 5 out of 10 wizards will be unqualified." Draco and Pansy exchanged glances. It was true, but something still felt off. At that moment, Hermione raised her right hand high, staring intently at Umbridge. With a blank expression on her face, the other party turned a blind eye and continued discussing the textbook material. "Oh," Pansy sneered, "Granger must be out of her mind, daring to challenge the teacher's authority in the first class." "Shut up. In a way, this can be seen as the courage of Gryffindor," Aaron remarked, glancing at Hermione sitting in the front row and sighing. After a few minutes, more and more students noticed Hermione's actions. Whispers started to fill the classroom, and Umbridge realized she could no longer remain indifferent. "Dear, do you have any questions?" Umbridge asked sweetly. "The book doesn't seem to explain how to use defensive spells," Hermione replied. "Spells?" Umbridge repeated, as if she had heard a joke. "I don't see any need for spells in my class." "Can't we use magic?" Ron interjected. "You need a very safe and risk-free way to learn defensive spells," Umbridge explained coyly. "What's the use?" Harry demanded aloud. "You can't be attacked without risk." "You must raise your hand before speaking in my class," Umbridge said lightly. Harry raised his hand as Umbridge turned away. When she turned back, several students had their hands raised. Annoyance flashed in Umbridge's eyes, but she quickly masked it and casually pointed at a Gryffindor student. "What's your name?" she asked. "Dean Thomas," he replied. "Okay, Mr. Thomas, do you have any questions?" Dean glanced at Harry before speaking. "Like Harry said, we can't be without risk if we're attacked." Chapter 454, Umbridge, who only teaches theory, and the Bowtruckle. "Do you think you're going to be attacked in my class?" Umbridge's voice was dripping with condescension. "No, but," Dean Thomas began, only to be cut off. "You should raise your hand, Mr. Thomas," Umbridge interrupted sharply. "I must say, your class has been exposed to several irresponsible teachers. Being a half-man, half-beast, you don't need to worry about your own dangers, and the knowledge I teach you is extremely complicated." "Professor Lupin is the best teacher we have ever had," Hermione interjected angrily. "Hands up, Miss Granger," Umbridge emphasized, her tone icy. "As for my predecessor, it was even more exaggerated. He actually taught you the 3 unforgivable curses and conducted experiments on you. It turned out he was a lunatic, didn't he?" Dean raised his hand this time. "But we learned a lot from him." Anger flickered in Umbridge's eyes, but she quickly masked it with a forced smile. "The Ministry of Magic thinks otherwise," she said, her voice strained. "Having theoretical knowledge is enough to pass various exams. After all, isn't that why you came to school?" Parvati raised her hand. "Is there no practical content in our Defense Against the Dark Arts exam?" "As long as you have learned the theory thoroughly, there is no reason why you can't cast spells under strictly controlled examination conditions," Umbridge replied. Aaron couldn't help but sneer. He didn't care about this class at all. He had his own methods of learning, and he found Umbridge's remarks absurd. If learning magic were as easy as she claimed, he wouldn't have spent 4 years drawing magic circles. Umbridge frowned slightly and asked with a half-smile, "Mr. Gaius, is there a problem?" "No problem. No problem at all." Aaron waved his hand dismissively. "I just thought of something funny, and it has nothing to do with the professor." Umbridge wanted to curse him, but she remembered Fudge's instructions and forced a smile. "Then, have a good class." "Professor," Parvati continued, disbelief in her voice, "didn't you just say that the first time we cast those spells would be during the exam? Don't we need practice?" "I'll say it again, as long as you study the theory well." Umbridge began. "How can you fight against external threats with theoretical knowledge alone?" Harry interrupted, unable to contain himself. "There's no threat out there, dear. Who do you think would attack a child like you?" Umbridge's tone was patronizing. "Oh, I don't know. Maybe Voldemort," Harry said lightly, causing an uproar in the classroom. Many students were terrified of Voldemort and only dared to refer to him as he who must not be named. Harry's direct mention of Voldemort's name was like dropping a bomb. Umbridge's face twitched, and her smirk became very stiff. "Let me make it clear to you. Someone told you that a certain dark wizard is at large again, and this is purely a lie." "It's not a lie. He's really back," Harry said angrily. "Gryffindor, 10 points. That's nonsense, Mr. Potter," Umbridge said coldly. "No, I saw him with my own eyes," Harry insisted. "Detention for a week," Umbridge declared. "Come to my office at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Now, please continue reading." The bell rang, and Umbridge walked out of the room with her small bag, followed by most of the students. They looked at Harry with expressions ranging from suspicion to sarcasm to sympathy. Aaron put away his small notebook and woke up Abe, who was dozing on the table. He stopped when he passed Harry, who was being comforted by Hermione and Ron. I admit that sometimes it's nice to tell the truth, but you should think about the consequences. A week of detention will definitely be unpleasant. I'm right, Harry said stubbornly. Of course you're right, but you're also too stubborn, Aaron shrugged indifferently. Some things aren't just about being right or wrong. Remain silent. Do you know what it means when the situation is stronger than people? You should understand the truth that sometimes people have to bow their heads under the eaves. You know who sent Umbridge, and it's not wise to confront her directly, Aaron advised. I'm just telling the truth, Harry retorted angrily. Voldemort has indeed returned. Do you think she doesn't know? Aaron countered. The problem is that you don't have evidence, and she won't admit it. Harry opened his mouth but found himself speechless. You should really learn from Dumbledore. Our principal is definitely the most concerned about Voldemort's return. He has faced no less criticism than you, but he doesn't complain about it. I'm sure he doesn't care about the Daily Prophet and is just doing his best to prevent Voldemort from regaining his former power. The three friends looked at each other in confusion. During their summer vacation, they had been sent to Dumbledore's secret organization, the Order of the Phoenix. They knew very well that Dumbledore was indeed preparing to fight Voldemort. Let's focus on how to deal with the defense against the dark arts exam first, Hermione suggested, changing the topic. If we only study theory without practice, few people will pass the exam. It's simple, just practice more, Aaron said nonchalantly. It's not as simple as you think. Self-exploration and teacher instruction are completely different things, Hermione argued. Aaron hesitated before saying, Come to me if you have any questions you don't understand. You? Ron was a little surprised. Are you sure? What? Can't you trust me? Aaron laughed. He was now a great magister. He had already self-studied all the spells from the 1st to 7th grades through the libraries of Hogwarts and Gaius Castle. While he might still have some gaps compared to real masters in potions, botany, astronomy, etc., he was definitely more than capable of teaching a few 5th graders. That's the only good news, Harry forced a smile. But forget it. Huh? Harry asked, puzzled. Why? Your performance in the Triwizard Tournament has proven your ability, and passing the Defense Against the Dark Arts exam will definitely not be a problem. Harry, the next day, in Transfiguration and Potions classes, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick specifically emphasized the importance of the Owl exam. They taught the Disappearing spell and the Summoning spell respectively, and then assigned a lot of homework. This is where the 5th-year wizards felt the pressure. The ordinary wizarding level exam was the biggest obstacle they had encountered since starting school. Teachers were more anxious than the students. To ensure good grades, they not only filled the schedule but also assigned more homework than usual. At this time, the privileges of outstanding students became apparent. If the Disappearing spell and Summoning spell could be performed correctly in practice, homework could be exempted. Aaron succeeded on his first try, which greatly pleased both professors. While others were practicing spells and worrying about homework, he was lying on the table, drawing magic circles. In the afternoon, there was a Care of Magical Creatures class. Aaron walked to Hagrid's hut with the 5th-year Slytherins after leaving the dormitory. Isn't that stupid? Pansy began. Ahem, Aaron coughed, interrupting her. Okay, Professor Hagrid can do it, Pansy said reluctantly. I don't know what Professor Grubbly Plank will teach us this time. It's definitely not a big and dangerous monster, Draco laughed. But Mr. Potter's favorite Care of Magical Creatures professor is gone, so he must not be in a good mood. Then shall we go and comfort him, Crabbe suggested. Don't meddle in other people's business, Aaron said angrily. If you spent half the time you used to make things difficult for Harry Potter on studying, you wouldn't have to worry about exams now. They are no match for you, Draco said, exasperated. The only one who was. The only student exempted from homework was Granger, but she had to try several times before she could Fully cast those spells. To be honest, it's a good thing you're a Slytherin, otherwise our class might be overwhelmed by a Gryffindor. Excuses. Aaron rolled his eyes. Lack of talent can be made up for with hard work, but mocking Harry Potter takes up a lot of your time. If you want to get good grades in the OWL exams next year, just focus on your studies. Did you hear that, you two? Draco looked at Crabbe and Goyle resentfully. Don't embarrass me. We'll try our best, boss, Crabbe and Goyle said with a guilty conscience. And you, to be exact, Aaron reminded. Don't embarrass Slytherin. Understood, Draco murmured, then changed the topic. But we probably won't get good grades in Defense Against the Dark Arts exams. Umbridge only teaches us theory. If you have any problems with practice, you can come to me, Aaron said, slightly annoyed. Do you have time? Pansy asked in surprise, and the other Slytherins were also a little overwhelmed. They used to ask Aaron for help with their studies, but recently he always seemed preoccupied with a notebook, writing and drawing in it. They didn't dare to ask more questions and were even more embarrassed to disturb him. Over time, they subconsciously thought Aaron had no time. Who made me a prefect? Aaron said helplessly. Since I'm in this position, I can't really turn a blind eye to some things. It is also the duty of the prefect to solve students' doubts about their studies. It is related to the reward of 1,000 and magic points. It won't take much time to guide a few students. Great, Draco said happily, and the rest of the Slytherins also showed surprise. Aaron saw their eyes light up, and a few black lines appeared on his forehead. He added, however, my time is limited. It's best not to come to me for small things that you can solve by yourself. A few minutes later, the Slytherins stopped in front of Hagrid's hut, where the fifth-year Gryffindors were also gathered. Professor Graplin stood behind a long trestle table on which were many twigs. It looks like everyone is here, said Professor Graplin, pointing to the twigs. Who can tell me what these are called? Bowtruckles, said Aaron. They are magical creatures that guard trees. That's right. 5 points for Slytherin. As the voice fell, the twigs on the table suddenly sprang up. They had brown eyes, were only 7 or 8 inches high, and had long, slender limbs like branches. Many students looked at these wooden elves with expressions of interest. They unconsciously compared Hagrid and Graplin, and they all felt that the latter was more suitable to be their professor of care of magical creatures. Even Harry had to admit that Hagrid's teaching level was a little worse than Graplin's. Bowtruckles generally live on trees with branches that can be used to make wands, Professor Graplin said. Does anyone know what they eat? Hermione hastily raised her right hand and replied, Insects. Woodlice are their favorite. Very good. 5 points for Gryffindor. Bowtruckles are even-tempered, extremely shy animals. If you need to obtain materials from their roosting trees, it is recommended to offer woodlice to them, which will appease them. But if the tree they live in is threatened, they will jump down and dig at people's eyes with their long, sharp fingers, which I believe you will not want to experience. If you'd like to come a little closer, you can get some woodlice and lead a bowtruckle. Share one with up to 3 people so that they can be studied more carefully. Before class is over, everyone should turn in a sketch, marking each part of the bowtruckle's body. Aaron was the first to go over, grabbed a handful of woodlice, and threw them near the best-looking bowtruckle. Then he stretched out his right hand to it. The bowtruckle hesitated for a moment, then jumped onto Aaron's palm. The other students followed suit, but they focused on the larger bowtruckles, which made them easier to draw. Aaron gently poked the bowtruckle's finger on the palm of his hand, and careful, I placed it on his shoulder. There was a hint of resentment in Abe's eyes. He used to sit comfortably on his owner's shoulder, but since he had grown larger, the space seemed a bit crowded for him. Is it really that bad? Look at you, Aaron chuckled softly. He made Abe squat down and extended his front paw to hold the bowtruckle on his right paw. After positioning them, he took out a large sheet of parchment and a carbon pen from Abe's pocket. Although Aaron hadn't learned much about painting, he had been drawing magic circles for 4 years, giving him a solid foundation. In a short while, he completed a lifelike sketch. The adorable and somewhat clumsy holy dragon took up most of the space in the drawing, while the bowtruckle occupied a small part of the upper left corner. Well, at least the homework is done, Aaron murmured. Abe nodded in satisfaction, his clear eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Chapter 455, I Can't Lie, Light and Dark Element Magic Book. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Harry Potter walked to Umbridge's office with a heavy heart. He had visited the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor several times before. Lockhart's office had been filled with various portraits of himself. Lupin's office was full of strange magical creatures, and Fake Moody's office was cluttered with various magical props. But Umbridge had remodeled the office beyond recognition. Everything was covered with lacy tablecloths, and the walls were adorned with large and small plates, each featuring a different breed of cat. "You're here to copy some sentences today, Mr. Potter," Umbridge said. Harry felt a slight sense of relief. Copying sentences seemed less daunting compared to punishments like patrolling the Forbidden Forest at night or cleaning the prize showroom. He was about to take out his quill when Umbridge stopped him. "No, not with your quill. You will use a special pen I made," Umbridge said, placing a long, sharp black quill in front of him. "Now, I want you to write 'I must not lie.'" "How many times?" Harry asked. "Well," Umbridge said softly, "write this sentence deeply into it." "You didn't give me ink," Harry pointed out. "You don't need ink," Umbridge replied, turning her face away. The corners of her mouth twitched as if she wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. Harry didn't think much of it. It was normal for a magic pen not to need ink. He picked up the pen and began to write on the parchment. It was indeed a magic pen, which could write bright red characters without ink. "Hiss!" Harry gasped in pain. The same words he wrote on the parchment, "I must not lie," appeared on the back of his hand as if carved by a knife. But the bright red wounds healed in a second, leaving no trace. Now he understood why the pen had no ink. The ink was his blood. He had thought Umbridge might be lenient, but she was more perverted, crazy, and cruel than he had imagined. This was definitely the most dangerous and painful confinement he had ever encountered. Writing sentences? It was more like bloodletting. "What's wrong?" Umbridge blinked at him innocently. Suppressing the pain, Harry said stubbornly, "It's nothing." "That's right," Umbridge said with a smug smile, "because you know very well in your heart that you really deserve to be punished. Right, Mr. Potter?" Harry didn't answer. He knew Umbridge was mocking him. He didn't show any weakness and silently wrote, "I must not lie," over and over again on the paper. The bright red bloodstains kept repeating the cycle of appearing, healing, reappearing, and healing again on the back of his hand. Harry Potter didn't admit his mistakes or humbly submit, which made Umbridge a little disappointed. But she didn't take it too seriously. This was the first day, and it was expected that he could handle it. But the confinement would last a week, and she was confident she could teach Harry Potter a lesson he would never forget. She believed that in a week, "I must not lie," would be engraved on the back of his hand. Even if he still wanted to promote those remarks about the resurrection of the Dark Lord, he would have to think twice. Sunday morning. Aaron signed in as usual, and then planned to take Abe to the auditorium for breakfast. But as soon as he walked to the common room, Draco reminded him, "There's a package for you." "Package?" Aaron was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. He walked up to Draco and saw a neat square package on the table. He couldn't hide the joy on his face. "What's wrong with you?" Draco asked, puzzled. "I've never seen you so happy." "What do you know?" Aaron said. 4 years. I have been wronged for 4 full years, and today I see a glimmer of light. Why wouldn't I be happy?" The corners of Draco's mouth twitched slightly, but he decided not to pry into Aaron's private matters. "What did your uncle give you?" Draco asked. "Knowledge," Aaron replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement, was clear tying, he was deeply engrossed in the task. The room was filled with the soft hum of magic as Aaron meticulously worked through the intricate locks. Aaron's focus was unwavering. Each movement was precise, each spell cast with careful consideration. The complexity of the magic circles demanded his full attention, and he was determined not to make a single mistake. The stakes were high. One wrong move could destroy the contents of the box. Draco, who had been watching from a distance, couldn't help but be impressed by Aaron's dedication and skill. He had never seen anyone handle such complex magic with such ease. It was clear that Aaron was not just talented, but also incredibly disciplined. As the morning wore on, Aaron's progress became evident. One by one, the locks began to yield to his efforts. The chains of magic circles slowly unraveled, revealing the secrets they guarded. Finally, as the last lock clicked open, Aaron let out a sigh of relief. The wooden box, now free of its magical restraints, lay before him. Aaron hesitated for a moment, savoring the anticipation. Then, with a deep breath, he opened the box. Inside, nestled in a bed of velvet, were 2 ancient scrolls. The parchment was old and fragile, but the runes inscribed on them glowed with a faint, otherworldly light. Aaron's eyes widened in awe. These were no ordinary spells. They were powerful, ancient magics that had been lost to time. Draco stepped closer, peering over Aaron's shoulder. "What are they?" he asked, his voice filled with curiosity. Aaron carefully picked up the first scroll, unrolling it with reverence. "This," he said, "is the spell of elemental fusion. It allows the caster to combine different elemental magics into a single, more powerful spell." Draco's eyes widened. "That's incredible. And the other one?" Aaron unrolled the second scroll. "This is the spell of temporal manipulation. It grants the ability to slow down or speed up time within a limited area." Draco was speechless. These spells were beyond anything he had ever imagined. "How did you get these?" he finally managed to ask. Aaron smiled, a hint of pride in his eyes. "It wasn't easy, but with the help of Jinns and the guidance of Wert, I was able to obtain them. These spells will change everything." As Aaron carefully rolled the scrolls back up and placed them in the box, he couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. The journey had been long and challenging, but it had been worth it. With these new spells, he was ready to take his magic to the next level. "Let's keep this between us for now," Aaron said, looking at Draco. "These spells are too powerful to be shared lightly." Draco nodded in agreement. "Of course, your secret is safe with me." With that, Aaron closed the box and locked it with a simple spell. He knew that this was just the beginning. There were still many challenges ahead, but with these new spells, he felt more prepared than ever. As he left the dormitory, Aaron couldn't help but smile. The future was full of possibilities, and he was ready to face them head-on. Aaron wiped the sweat from his forehead after expending a significant amount of magical energy to unlock the box. In just a few hours, he had come to appreciate the intricacies of the locksmith profession, realizing how challenging it was to open a lock. "Now, for the exciting moment," he muttered, rubbing his hands together. His initial excitement had turned into anxiety. However, as soon as he opened the wooden box, his unease vanished, replaced by the urge to curse. Inside the wooden box was a smaller, cuboid brocade box. Aaron quickly calmed himself, recognizing that it was just an ordinary brocade box and not another layer of nested containers. When he opened the brocade box, the first thing he saw was a letter, and beneath it were 2 ancient magic books. The letter floated up as the brocade box opened, hovered for a moment, and then slowly unfolded like a mouth. "It seems you managed to open it," came Wayhet's voice from the letter. "You haven't let me down. Being able to do this means you are at least a holy magister." "Holy magister? Who do you think you're underestimating?" Aaron thought to himself. Becoming a holy magister was a small goal for him now, achievable in as little as 3 years or as long as 5. "However, I hope you will consider this carefully and not waste extra energy on other pursuits," the letter continued. "I understand feeling bored. It's human, but it took you 4 years to elevate the elemental magic circle to its current level. You can't afford to spend the next 4 years learning other things." With that, the mouth on the envelope spat out a ball of flames, burning itself to ashes. Whispering, Aaron exclaimed angrily, then eagerly opened the magic books. One was on light magic, detailing everything from low-level magic circles to forbidden ones, including the structure of the star, the style of the array map, and the ratio of input magic energy. The other book was on dark magic, similar in content to the light magic book. "Good guy, really good guy," Aaron muttered bitterly. He had hoped for a change, but found himself with more elemental magic, which seemed even more challenging to learn than the other 5 elements. He wanted to forge a different path, not make his current one more difficult. "Master," Abe pointed to the brocade box, "there's still something inside." Aaron's mood calmed a bit. He knew his ancestor still cared for him. It was typical of Wayhet to give a sweet reward after a blow, not to bully his descendants outright. But instead of a new magic book, the brocade box contained a blank piece of parchment. Aaron frowned slightly as he picked it up. "Reveal quickly," he commanded. Soon, a line of words appeared. "Congratulations on making your choice, but you will have to practice 2 more new elemental magics during the upcoming holidays." Aaron's forehead creased with frustration, and he slumped in his chair, wanting to cry but without tears. Ginger is still old and spicy, he thought. He had to admit he was out of his depth. He had thought it would be safe to leave the matter to Jins, but Wayhet had thrown him 2 new elemental magics directly. In fact, this wasn't without gain. He didn't mind learning more. Light and dark elements were always more advanced than water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. But the following note hit him hard. Before Wayhet's ancestors cut him off, he had only mastered 5 elements, but now it might become 7. From hanging to fancy hanging, what am I trying to do? Aaron laughed at himself, his fear of those old magisters increasing. His current rank was still too low to compare with those ancient practitioners who had lived for so long. Goo! The sound of his stomach growling reminded Aaron that he hadn't eaten yet. But breakfast time was over, so he could only go to the Shenming Hall to cook for himself. He handed the 2 magic books to Abe and headed off to find some food. Through the long tunnel, Aaron arrived at his secret base. As soon as he opened the door, the mouth-watering aroma of barbecue greeted him, making him salivate. "Good afternoon," he greeted. Mindbody was placing a newly refined silver bullet into a wooden box. In the kitchen, 4 shadow ninjas were diligently cooking a piece of beef. "The level of enchantment needs to be improved," Cece muttered to himself. "But if I have enough time and materials, I'm confident I can achieve 4 enchantments before the end of this school year. However, after 4 enchantments, it becomes significantly more challenging. Achieving a 5th enchantment might take 2 or 3 years of accumulation, and high-level enchanting requires more energy and carries a higher risk of failure." "I understand," Aaron replied, walking to the kitchen and helping himself to a plate of barbecue. "Hey, I haven't even had breakfast yet," Miss C exclaimed, exasperated. "I haven't eaten either," Aaron retorted. "Forget it. Just grab a pair of chopsticks and join in," Abe said, flapping his wings and flying up to make his presence known. Crystal clear saliva was still dripping from the corner of his mouth, making it hard to ignore his hunger. "It's not just about having an extra pair of chopsticks," Senianti said, torn between laughter and frustration. "But it's fine. We have enough food to last until summer vacation." "Summer vacation?" Aaron paused, puzzled. "Do we need to replenish our food supplies?" "Of course. If we don't restock, we'll eventually run out," Senianti explained. Aaron nodded thoughtfully, then glanced at Ab, who was devouring a piece of meat. He made a silent decision in his heart. Chapter 456, Senior Investigator. Find a Qualified Teacher. "These 2 books are for you," Aaron said, placing the light elemental magic book and the dark elemental magic book on the desk. "Genius has done the work, and our Wayhead ancestors have finally decided to teach us new magic." "Great," the missing body said excitedly. "But why don't you look very happy? During the summer vacation, the ancestors of Wayhead will test our learning progress with these 2 types of magic. If there's no accident, the detection method will likely be quite harsh on me. Where there is gain, there must be loss," the missing body said comfortingly. "Overall, we are not at a disadvantage." "Easy for you to say," Aaron muttered, curling his lips. He was the one who had to attend the cram school at home and endure the beatings. It had nothing to do with the missing body. The thought body sneered and then opened the magic book. "Light elemental magic. Dark elemental magic. This is so deliberate." "I think so too," Aaron said with a bitter smile. "We all have to work harder this school year. These 2 magic circles are relatively unfamiliar to us, and it will take more energy to master them." "Does this count as shooting ourselves in the foot?" the missing body said dejectedly. It had taken them 4 years to barely manage 5 elements, and now there were 2 more, increasing their workload immediately. It's useless to complain now. To avoid being beaten during the summer vacation, we must work hard. Aaron sighed slightly, picked up a piece of draft paper, and began to study the use of light and dark elemental magic. The next day, in the auditorium, while the students were having breakfast, Professor McGonagall and Umbridge could be heard arguing outside. Many students put down their tableware and walked out of the auditorium to listen. "Excuse me, what exactly are you insinuating, Professor?" Umbridge's voice was sharp. "I am merely asking you to strictly adhere to the established school rules when punishing my students, and to act reasonably and fairly," Professor McGonagall replied sternly. "Did I hear you right? You seem to be questioning my authority over my own class, Minerva." "I definitely didn't mean that. What I said was that you used corporal punishment on students." "I'm sorry, dear," Umbridge sighed quietly. "You question my methods, as you question the Ministry of Magic. In other words, the minister himself. I am a very tolerant person, but there is one thing I absolutely cannot tolerate, and that is disloyalty to the minister." "Disloyalty to the minister?" Professor McGonagall froze for a moment. In her memory, Hogwarts had never been required to be loyal to the Minister of Magic. Umbridge turned around, looked at the students coming out of the auditorium, and said, "What happened at Hogwarts is much worse than I expected, and Connolly will definitely take action immediately." "What great authority!" Back in the auditorium, Aaron couldn't help but click his tongue. Even if the Ministry of Magic wants to extend its hand to Hogwarts, it wouldn't be so blatant. "Don't you know?" Draco asked in surprise. "Know what? The Ministry of Magic has issued Education Order 23, and Dolores Umbridge has been appointed Senior Inquisitor of Hogwarts." "Investigator?" Aaron frowned slightly. "Investigate what?" "Investigate fellow faculty members. In other words, she has the right to review other faculty's teaching credentials." Hearing this, Aaron opened his mouth in astonishment and then sneered. "It's really dirty politics. Is Fudge already so shameless? When reviewing teaching qualifications, Umbridge should be the first to be expelled. I have read all the magic defense theory she taught before going to school, but I still have to practice honestly for the magic spells I should learn." Draco couldn't deny it. Fudge had directly promulgated new education laws to control Hogwarts. It was an ugly move. "Forget it. What she is reviewing is the teachers. It has nothing to do with us. But I still want to remind you, don't meddle in other people's business," Aaron advised. "Umbridge's reputation will be ruined sooner or later, so don't get involved in it." "I see," Draco nodded, though his expression was a bit uncomfortable. Article 20 of the Education Regulations number prohibits playing music during study time. Educational Charter number 30 bans all Weasley products immediately. There are 45 educational regulations, including maintaining good clothing, grooming, and etiquette at all times. Umbridge was completely lost in her role. Besides often appearing in other professors' classes with a small notebook, she also kept supplementing various regulations, as if she were the headmaster of Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Professor Flitwick, and Professor care about her censorship, and could calmly answer her questions outside of classroom teaching. However, in the divination class, Professor Trelawney seemed to be deliberately targeted. "I want you to make a prophecy for me," Umbridge said with a smile. "It has to be said that this is difficult for others because truly effective predictions cannot be made casually. What you see in the crystal ball is only one of countless possibilities. According to Dumbledore, there were no more than 5 completely accurate prophecies in Trelawney's 16 years of teaching. The celestial eye will not be ordered to see," Professor Trelawney said seriously. "What a shame," Umbridge made some notes on her clipboard. "No, wait, Professor Trelawney hurriedly stopped her. Although she was extremely angry, her job was in the hands of this senior investigator. The situation is stronger than the people. If this prophecy is not fulfilled, the job may not be kept. I seem to have seen something. Yes, I see something dark, and you are in very serious danger." "Interesting. If you can only do this at best," Umbridge raised her eyebrows slightly, with a gloating smile on her face, and scratched on the writing board casually. "Gryffindor Common Room." "This nasty old hag," Hermione cursed fiercely. "We can't learn how to protect ourselves. We can't learn how to pass OWLs. She took over the whole school." "But what can we do?" Harry said gloomily. "She is now a senior investigator sent by the Ministry of Magic, and Dumbledore can't do anything about her for the time being. We must act." If Umbridge is not willing to teach us, then we may as well do it ourselves. What? Ron asked. Learn defense against the dark arts. Give us a break, Ron said in a languid voice. We still have a lot of homework. Harry has to deal with Umbridge's detention, and I've signed up for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. I hate to say it, Hermione, but it's only the second week and our burdens are already heavy. But learning defensive skills is more important than homework, Hermione said seriously. The Dark Lord may come back at any time. If we don't even have the ability to protect ourselves, how will we face him and those terrifying Death Eaters? You mean, let's go to the library and find some spells to practice ourselves? Ron said. No, that's not enough. What we need is a teacher who has rich combat experience and can give us correct guidance. But who can we turn to? Harry frowned slightly. The teachers in the school are definitely not good. Umbridge is watching them closely. Sirius can't show up. Moody and Professor Lupin are busy with the Order of the Phoenix, Mr. Weasley. No, I wasn't talking about them, interrupted Hermione. What do you think of Aaron? Him? Harry and Ron looked at each other, lost in thought. I can definitely trust Aaron's ability, Harry said, embarrassed. Some professors may not be as good as him, but he might not teach us, Ron continued. He said that if you have any questions you don't understand, you can go to him. He's talking about pointers, but what we want is a teacher. Harry forced a smile. I don't think he'll have that much time. You have to try. Harry, sir. Gaius' voice suddenly came from the fireplace. The three turned their heads to look. The head of Sirius appeared in the crimson flames. Why are you here? Hermione glanced around worriedly, relieved to see that there was no one else. I'm responding to Harry's letter, said Sirius. It's the safest way I can think of. Did you write to him? Hermione looked at Harry reproachfully. Did you know that our letters might be intercepted by the Ministry of Magic? I just wanted to know how Hagrid is doing, Harry said guiltily. Besides, I didn't mention Sirius in my letter. I used cold. No one will find out. The writing is really ingenious, Sirius praised. Hagrid is fine. He and Madame Maxime went back to his hometown, but they got separated on the way back. There's no danger. I believe you'll see him soon. You said you were worried about Umbridge. What is she up to? Training you to kill all the half-breeds? She won't let us use magic at all, said Harry indignantly. I'm not surprised, Sirius said lightly. The latest information says that Fudge doesn't want you to receive combat training. Combat training? Ron asked, puzzled. Does he think we're going to build a wizard army? That's exactly what he thinks. He believes Dumbledore is gathering his men to fight the Ministry. This is ridiculous, Hermione said in disbelief. He won't let us use magic because of this, and he arranged for Umbridge to take over our Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Fudge's suspicion is getting worse. He feels that Dumbledore will take away his power by any means. So we plan to find a teacher ourselves, Hermione said confidently, then looked at Sirius. The three of us agree that Aaron is the most suitable. Him? Sirius paused, doubtful. Are you sure? He's a Slytherin. Can't you? No, it's not impossible, Sirius said hurriedly. It would be great if he wanted to. We'll talk him through, Hermione said confidently. Harry and Ron looked at each other, but didn't want to dampen Hermione's enthusiasm, so they nodded along. Meanwhile, in the Shenming Temple, Aaron suddenly sneezed, causing a black magic circle in front of him to disintegrate into tiny black particles and dissipate. What's wrong? The thought body, which was enchanting the bullet 3 times, stopped. Don't tell me it's a cold. Our current physique is immune to all diseases. We shouldn't catch a cold in this life. I don't know. Maybe some beautiful woman misses me. Aaron smiled indifferently. How are you doing? It's not that good, the thought body sighed. The flintlock bullets are relatively easy to make, but the production process of the revolver and the 2 sniper rifle bullets is more complicated. Without using magical animal feathers as auxiliary materials, it can barely perform 3 enchantments. Then using the feathers of magical animals can achieve the power of 4 enchantments? No, the increase is limited. The thought body shook its head slowly. Using the feathers of magical animals for 3 enchantments is more expensive than the 2nd enchantment, and on average, 1 feather can only make 1 bullet. Hiss! Aaron gasped involuntarily. He had to save the bullets in the future. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough money to buy raw materials. By the way, there's also that automatic pistol, the thought body reminded. That's not necessary, Aaron interrupted immediately. It's good to replenish the bullets with your own magic power. We don't need to waste materials. We really can't afford it. All right. The next day in the library, Aaron sat by the window, drawing a complex pattern in his notebook with a quill. Aaron, Harry began, but his voice trailed off as he noticed a Slytherin witch standing beside Aaron. She gave Harry a hard look, then turned to Aaron cautiously. Senior, I have class in the afternoon, so I'm leaving first, she said. The witch left, and Harry scratched his head in embarrassment. Did we bother you? No, Aaron replied. Who is she? Ron quipped. Fourth-year Slytherin, Celine McKeon. This seems to have nothing to do with you. Ron immediately pointed to Hermione. I asked for her. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with her either. Yes, Hermione frowned slightly, forcing a smile. It has nothing to do with me. Let me ask you, why was she looking for you? She needed help with the essentials of casting a silent spell, Aaron said, sounding a bit tired. Since I became a prefect, an average of 7 or 8 students ask me about their studies every day. If it weren't for the high-level wizards, I would probably be annoyed to death by these questions. Oh, I see, Hermione nodded thoughtfully, and the smile on her face became more genuine. All right, let's get to the point, Aaron said, slowly closing his notebook. My past experience tells me that it's never good news when the three of you come to see me together. The trio exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 457, Really Fragrant? A very easy teaching task. I teach you defense against the dark arts? Aaron's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you serious? The three nodded in unison, their tense expressions affirming their request. Wait. Sit down first, let me process this. Aaron gestured for them to sit, and the three of them took seats at the same table. Because Umbridge doesn't teach well, you want me to be your teacher? Aaron asked, still trying to wrap his head around the idea. That's one way to put it. Although it's sudden, we all agree that you are the best fit, Hermione explained. Heh, I really don't understand where you get the nerve to say such things, Aaron retorted, his tone a mix of disbelief and irritation. Ron blushed slightly. Is there a problem? It's a big problem, Aaron replied, exasperated. You are the youngest son of the Weasley family, a pure-blood wizard family, and your talent is exceptional even by Hogwarts standards. Your 2 older brothers are 7th-year wizards about to graduate. Your buddy Harry Potter can summon a complete Patronus to repel Dementors, and Hermione Granger is one of the top students in the school. Can't they teach you together? Ron looked a bit deflated. It seems possible, but it feels a bit stifling. Ahem, Hermione cleared her throat. That's not the point. Regardless of Ron's talent, his academic performance is evident to all. If it weren't for Mrs. Weasley's encouragement, he would have let himself go. Hermione, Ron exclaimed, his mouth wide open in shock. How can you say that? It's the truth, and let yourself go? Is he shameless? Hermione retorted. Sorry, but if you want to copy my homework, you better keep quiet, she added. Ron looked at Harry, feeling aggrieved. His heart felt pricked, and it hurt. Harry shook his head sympathetically at Ron, indicating he couldn't help. After all, Ron wasn't the only one who needed to copy homework. George and Fred are indeed 7th-year students, but they are both busy with their careers and don't pay much attention to their studies. They only passed 3 of the ordinary wizarding level examinations. As for me and Harry, we're self-aware enough to know we're not as good as you, Hermione continued. I understand that you don't want to waste time on theory, but you and Harry combined are enough to get good grades in the exam. You don't need my help, Aaron said. Don't pretend to be confused, okay? Hermione laughed, frustrated with Aaron's dismissive attitude. You know we don't just want test scores, we want practical ability. We need to prepare for a confrontation with you-know-who, and we didn't expect the defense against the dark arts teacher to be so irresponsible. Aaron hesitated for a moment. I understand your point. Your practical ability isn't bad, especially Harry, who has fought against Voldemort before. I can't compare to you. You reached the 3rd level of the Triwizard Tournament. Harry's voice trailed off as he noticed Aaron's dragon, Abe, looking at him with harmless eyes but exposing sharp claws. "What's wrong with me?" Aaron asked, amused. "You should keep talking." Harry swallowed hard. He didn't think Abe would attack him, but he didn't want to take the risk. A dragon could do more damage than Umbridge's detentions. "Nothing," Harry replied quickly. Aaron gave him a sensible look. "It's best not to spread false remarks about me, or tomorrow you'll find all the students in Slytherin claiming that someone's brain is wrong." Harry felt a chill. Was this a blatant warning? "What's wrong with you two?" Hermione asked, suspicious. She felt they were hiding something from her. "That's not important," Aaron waved dismissively. "In short, we need you very much now. You've dealt with Voldemort several times," Hermione said, her voice tinged with a mix of fear and admiration. "I still can't pronounce his name easily after all this time. You and Harry know you know who best, and you know him even better than Harry. So it's only fitting that you teach us defense against the dark arts." "Dark arts? But I'm really busy." "It's okay to give you some pointers once in a while, but systematic teaching is really difficult," Aaron added, feeling overwhelmed. This year, he had confusedly added 2 difficult magic array courses to his schedule, on top of the homework assigned by the teachers and his prefect duties. If it weren't for the time he could freely control during Defense Against the Dark Arts class, even with the thought bodies sharing the pressure, he would be stretched thin. "Can you think about it carefully?" Hermione asked patiently. "We came to you after making a lot of determination." I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Aaron didn't give a clear answer. He picked up his belongings, turned, and left. "Does this count as a rejection?" Ron asked tentatively. "Probably." "What do you know?" Hermione glared at the two of them angrily. "If there is no clear rejection, there is still hope. He will figure it out sooner or later." After returning to the dormitory, Aaron sat on the chair, feeling indifferent. Being a prefect is already tiring enough, and teaching them defense against the dark arts is no different from pulling a donkey. I'll forgive them for a period of time, and they should retreat in spite of the difficulties. If they can't, I'll have to refuse in person. Even if I starved to death, died outside, or jumped into the Black Lake and drowned, I would never be this teacher. But this firm determination began to waver after a few days. Be a conscientious prefect from now until the end of this semester. Completing the task rewards 1,200 magic points, and there is no penalty for task failure. Accepted. Teach students who are willing to learn defense against the dark arts, required to fulfill the duties of a teacher. 500 magic points are rewarded for completing the task, and there is no penalty for failing the task. Do you accept it? Looking at the second system task that finally appeared, Aaron felt a toothache inexplicably. Nima, this flag cannot be set up casually. System, translate for me. What does this mean? I will be the prefect. After all, I can accept the salary. But teacher, it's too much. This is to improve the ability of the host, the system said righteously. There are 2 levels of being able to teach others and mastering it yourself. The host can also learn new things by reviewing the past during the teaching process. Who are you fooling? Aaron curled his lips in disdain. I still need to learn the new. How can I have time to teach them? The host can choose not to accept it. It's not impossible to accept it, but isn't 500 magic points too little? The host doesn't have to accept it if he doesn't like it. After all, you can earn back after signing up for 50 days at Hogwarts. Gan, 50 days is easy to say, but what he lacked now was time. Aaron complained secretly in his heart and continued, the prefects all have 1,002, and the teacher only has 500. Isn't that appropriate? Correct me, it's a temporary teacher, the system emphasized. The host does not need to prepare teaching materials, and the time is determined by himself. The teaching task is dozens of times easier than that of a real teacher, even if you say so. The host can choose not to accept it, the system said again, with a confident voice. Aaron looked at the mission panel and gritted his teeth helplessly. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. 500 mana points are enough to save him 2 months of struggle. Is there a requirement for the number of students? Aaron asked in a deep voice. After all, his energy is limited, and there must be many students who are willing to study defense against the dark arts. If there are too many students, let alone 500 magic points, even 1,000, he would have to hesitate. More than one. Oh, human, I like it. Aaron raised his eyebrows and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this task would not be so tiring. Is there any age requirement for the students? No. Accept decisively, Aaron said eagerly. The number of people, age, and even the teaching time were all determined by himself. So what was the difference between the 500 magic points and free gifts? Thinking of this, he walked out of the dormitory excitedly and headed to the Slytherin common room. He dug out the list of Slytherin students from a bookcase and started looking for potential students. He resolutely gave up on low-level wizards. These students might not even know the basic floating spell, and teaching them would be purely embarrassing. As for senior wizards, they were out of the question too. They had to be busy with exams and job hunting after graduation, so they might not have time to learn defense against the dark arts. Moreover, they probably wouldn't want someone younger than themselves as a teacher. 4th grade, or 5th grade, Aaron thought to himself, silently drawing the age line. In addition to age, the character and talent of the student were also important. A gentle temperament and excellent talent would make teaching easier, but finding someone with poor talent and a bad temper would be a waste of effort. Gradually, he set his sights on Siren McKenna, a 4th grade student. This schoolgirl was very suitable for him, with good talent, a good personality, good looks, and self-motivation. Most importantly, she respected him very much. Siren, come here. I need to talk to you. What's the matter, senior? Siren asked. What do you think of defense against the dark arts? Aaron inquired. This. Siren hesitated for a moment, and a conflicted look flashed across her pretty face. Don't worry. You can say whatever you want, Aaron said calmly. I don't care about Umbridge. Siren nodded slightly and said in a low voice, I really don't think she is worthy of being our teacher. The most important thing in Defense Against the Dark Arts class is practice, but she actually makes us study theory. Fortunately, our OWLS exam is next school year. Otherwise, we would never pass this class. That's very correct. Aaron paused for a moment and then said solemnly, I'm going to teach you Defense Against the Dark Arts. Are you willing to learn it? Siren froze for a moment, and her face flushed instantly as she realized what he was offering. What was the situation? It was like a pie had fallen from the sky and hit her on the head. This surprise came too suddenly. Seeing her cheerful look, Aaron shook his head speechlessly. Would you like to learn? He asked again. Yes, of course I will. Senior, may I ask, do you only accept me as a student? Currently, Aaron said solemnly. After all, I have high demands on my students. Maybe this is the tradition of Slytherin. Siren suddenly smiled even more brightly and looked at Aaron with shining eyes. The teacher. Call me Senior. Okay, Senior. When do we start class? Siren asked with lowered eyelids. Where will the class be held? The seniors' dormitory? I heard from Malfoy that your place is a single room. Stop. Aaron's forehead creased with a few black lines. He knew she was his little fangirl, but what she said was too frank. You are a 14-year-old girl. Do you have to be so open-minded? In the future, think about these things. We are just classmates, that's all. Understand? Siren blinked and agreed. The future was long, and she was now the only female student of the senior. She might have opportunities in the future. If it's time, let's set it on Saturday or Sunday. You can come to me when you're free. As for the location, I'll let you know when I think about it. Isn't it the seniors' dormitory? Siren asked again. The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched, and his tone became a little harsher. No, if you keep thinking this way, I don't mind changing to another student. Understood. Siren stuck out her tongue resentfully, then ran back to the girls' dormitory with her book in her arms. It's not a good thing to be too attractive, Aaron sighed secretly, watching her cheerful back. Since the Triwizard tournament, this feeling had become deeper. As the evening deepened, Aaron knew that boys still had to protect themselves when outside. After dinner on Friday night, Aaron returned to the common room and sat down. Almost immediately, Celine joined him, carrying a box. She opened it and handed it to Abe. Abe's eyes widened at the sight of the chicken legs inside. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and looked eagerly at Aaron. Go ahead, eat it. Aaron said with a helpless smile. Abe grinned, then jumped onto the table to show off his supper. Senior, what time is it tomorrow? Celine asked shyly. And where is the location? After breakfast, Aaron replied. We'll meet in the potions classroom. Will Professor Snape agree? Celine asked, a bit worried. Don't worry, Aaron reassured her, waving his hand dismissively. Professor Snape is very tolerant of Slytherins. I'll just give him a heads up. The next morning in the auditorium, Celine sat across from Aaron, smiling brightly as she occasionally fed Abe. You two, Draco asked curiously. When did you get married? It's not what you think, Aaron replied, annoyed. I don't even want to think about that kind of thing before I'm 16. Really? Draco raised an eyebrow playfully and glanced meaningfully at Celine, who was happily interacting with Abe. In his mind, besides Hermione, the only woman who could get along so well with this dragon was Aaron's sister. Now, with a beautiful Slytherin in the picture, it was hard for him not to be suspicious. Seeing Draco's expression, Aaron knew he didn't believe him, but he didn't care. He rolled his eyes and headed to the teacher's bench to find Professor Snape. Although his relationship with Snape meant he didn't need explicit permission to use the potions classroom, with a senior investigator now at the school, following proper procedures could help avoid any unnecessary complications. Chapter 458, Umbridge's Unhappiness, Gaius's Classroom. You want to borrow the potions classroom? Snape frowned slightly. If you want to practice preparing potions, you can go to my office. It has all the materials you need. No, you misunderstood, Professor. Siren has a few spells she's not very proficient with. As a prefect, I should help her, Aaron explained. Hearing this, Professor Snape turned his gaze to Siren. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at Aaron suspiciously. Miss McKenna is more careful about her appearance today than before. Any questions? Aaron asked. No, there's no problem, Snape replied, a slight curl to his lips. I'll write you a note right away. Wait a moment, Professor Snape, a whining voice interrupted. Umbridge approached with a smile. I seem to have heard that Mr. Gaius is going to teach a little witch to practice spells. Yes, Aaron confirmed. Umbridge pursed her lips. Mr. Gaius, in order to prevent students from falling in love early, I clearly stipulate in the regulations that wizards and witches cannot stay in the same room alone. Puppy love? Aaron sneered. Are you doubting me? That's not what I meant, Umbridge said quickly. I meant to say that your actions may cause misunderstandings, if you can. Professor Umbridge, Aaron interrupted, I hope you understand one thing. I am the prefect of Slytherin, and it is my job to help Slytherin students solve their problems. Additionally, I have to say that your imagination is quite vivid. I asked Professor Snape to approve the note purely to give you face as an investigator, and I don't want to cause trouble. If it's about puppy love. According to school regulations, girls can enter the boys' dormitory, but my dormitory is a single room. I believe you know what this means. Hearing this, Umbridge's complexion became particularly strained, and she grew even angrier. These days, she could clearly feel that the students were becoming more and more in awe of her. Harry Potter had to avoid her after 2 weeks of confinement. Even Dumbledore couldn't do anything to her, but Aaron dared to speak to her so confidently, not taking her seriously at all. Mr. Gaius, are you going to teach Miss McKenna about spells? May I understand that you are not very satisfied with Professor Flitwick's charms class? Umbridge asked. No, I have great respect for Professor Flitwick, Aaron said solemnly, giving Professor Flitwick a reassuring look. So it's not the charms class, is it the transfiguration class? Umbridge pressed. Not at all, Aaron replied. Then it must be my defense against the dark arts class? Umbridge asked meaningfully. I didn't say that. You said it yourself, Aaron retorted. You. Umbridge forced a smile. Mr. Gaius, I hope you will support Minister Fudge's work. I am working hard for the education of Hogwarts. The implication was clear. Students only needed to learn the theory and did not require additional tutoring. Insisting on this would not benefit the Minister of Magic. I'm already very supportive. I haven't hindered you these past few weeks, have I? Aaron said lightly. Teaching a fourth-year witch will not affect the decision-making of the Minister of Magic. If you're not at ease, you can come and supervise yourself. Since Mr. Gaius said so, But I might write a letter to Fudge explaining how the Deputy Minister for Magic treats me. I always thought Cornelius Fudge was a friend of Gaius's, but his subordinates seem to have a problem with me. Misunderstanding. This is really a big misunderstanding, Umbridge said hastily. Her power came from Fudge, and she dared not make Fudge unhappy. It's good to know it's a misunderstanding, Aaron said, glancing at her contemptuously before turning and leaving. Umbridge watched Aaron and Siren walk out of the auditorium, gritting her teeth angrily and clenching her hands. She had nothing to do with Aaron for the time being, and dared not use the same means she used on other students. But as long as she remained a Sisay, nigh investigator, she believed she would catch him sooner or later. Let's see if he dares to be so arrogant, Professor Snape gloated, his eyes glinting with satisfaction. Professor Umbridge, you don't look very well. None of your business, Professor Snape, Umbridge snapped, her tone icy. Snape shrugged nonchalantly. Aaron is my favorite student. I just felt the need to remind you that he has always remained neutral. Neutrality is only temporary. His relationship with Harry Potter is. Umbridge trailed off, covering her mouth as if she had said too much. Some thoughts were better kept to oneself. Professor Umbridge, what did you say? Snape pressed. It's nothing. You heard it wrong, she replied curtly. In the potions classroom, Aaron sat in the professor's seat and gestured for Siren to sit wherever she liked. However, Siren's face was clouded with displeasure. She had expected this class to be a private session with her senior, but an unexpected guest had intruded. Michael, why are you staring at me like that? Draco Malfoy frowned slightly. It makes me feel very uncomfortable. Malfoy, why are you here? Michael asked, his tone tinged with irritation. Can't I be here? Draco replied playfully. Gaius is my good friend, and our relationship is definitely closer than yours. Siren's expression darkened, but she quickly regained her composure. Are you also here to learn defense against the dark arts? Okay. Your hesitation has already given me the answer, Siren said, exasperated. She turned to Aaron. Senior, I personally think that insignificant people are not suitable to stay here. Who told you that I'm an irrelevant person? Draco retorted angrily. As a good friend, it's not too much to observe. Observe? Aaron smiled disdainfully. I'm sorry, but you are not eligible to attend. Now that you're here, you might as well study honestly. One more student won't hurt. I have to learn too? Draco pointed to himself in astonishment. But I'm already in the 5th grade. Is 5th grade amazing? Aaron replied. You have a good background and have reached the threshold of a mage at a young age. Draco straightened his back proudly. The talent of a pure-blood wizard was indeed impressive. Although he was only in the 5th grade, he was already more skilled than many graduates. People without talent are pitiful, but people with good talent who waste it are even more so, Aaron said lightly. You have the magic power of a wizard, but your combat power is that of a senior magician. Draco's eyes twitched slightly, as if his heart had been stabbed. He wanted to refute, but found himself speechless. Ha! Siren couldn't hold back her laughter. Try laughing again. Draco glared at her, then turned to Aaron awkwardly. I don't think I should. No, you should, Aaron interrupted. You could be second in 5th year Slytherin after me, but when it comes to actual combat ability, you're only slightly better than Crabbe and Goyle. Aaron pinched his thumb and index finger together, leaving a small gap. You don't want to hear this, but if you competed on the same stage, you probably couldn't even beat Harry Potter now. Draco's face turned black. As Harry Potter's nemesis, he couldn't accept this. Harry Potter is nothing special. How long could you last in the maze of the Triwizard Tournament? Aaron asked pointedly. It seems there's nothing more to say, Siren teased. Shut up, Draco snapped. Aaron spread his hands. So, you're not qualified to attend. If you want to become stronger, just listen to my lectures honestly. After all, our defense against the dark arts professor is really not very competent. Draco was silent for a while before speaking slowly. Can I call Crabbe and Goyle too? No, Aaron refused simply. My time and energy are limited, and I can't teach too many people. Umbridge won't allow me to teach too many students either. She's a petty person. If it weren't for your family's good relationship with Fudge, she might alter you. Ready be trying to find a way to get rid of me. What did you say? Draco asked, puzzled. Does she have the guts? The Gaius family isn't that famous, is it? Perhaps in her mind. From my perspective, I'm just a wizard with a good family background. There's no need to offend anyone, but it's not impossible either. When I was in school, my family didn't care much about me. 2 years ago, Buckbeak scratched your arm, and Uncle Lucius took Hagrid to court, demanding that Fudge send an executioner to kill Buckbeak. But for the Gaius family, as long as I'm not dead, they won't care. They believe setbacks make people progress. If I cause the trouble myself, then I deserve the consequences. They are only responsible for collecting the corpse, not for revenge, because the path is chosen by me, and I have to walk it, even if on my knees. That's crazy, Draco said, speechless. Aren't your family's rules too unreasonable? Siren frowned. You can't say that, Aaron waved his hand. If it weren't for these rules, I guess I would be no different from Draco, who often says my dad from time to time. Draco, can we start class? Siren raised her hand. Aaron shrugged, and then took out a stack of parchment from his pocket, handing it to the two of them. I need to know your defense against the dark arts level before the official class, so write down the curses and evil creatures you know. Do I have to write it too? Draco asked. He and Aaron were in the same class, and both took defense against the dark arts together. What do you think? Aaron gave him a blank look. A wizard who can't even show his true strength is ashamed to ask such a question. Draco smiled awkwardly and said nothing more. 10 minutes later, Aaron collected the parchment from the two and made a simple comparison. Tsk. This is really interesting. 5th-year wizards know only a little more than 4th-year wizards. It's normal, Siren said gloomily. After all, our defense against the dark arts professors in the past few years have not been reliable. Professor Lockhart was a joke. Professor Lupin taught us a lot, but compared to 5th-year wizards, we only learned about 1 or 2 fewer evil creatures. Fake Professor Moody taught us the 3 unforgivable curses, but that was very difficult for 3rd-year wizards. Many couldn't even control bugs with the Imperious curse. Aaron nodded, then picked up the chalk and wrote some spells on the blackboard. Disarming curse, obstacle curse, petrification curse, imprisonment curse, sleeping curse, appearance curse. These are the basics. If you can master these dozen spells, you can at least get an E, exceeds expectations, second only to O, in the Owl's exam. Siren looked at the spells on the blackboard, raised her hand in doubt, and said, Senior, I don't see the Patronus charm, which is used to deal with Dementors. Trying to run before you can walk, Aaron teased. The Patronus charm is very difficult. Even an adult wizard may struggle with it. It takes a lot of time to learn, so I put it and several other difficult spells aside for now. If you don't even know these simple spells, don't mention it. I know at least half of them, Draco said, raising his eyebrows at Siren proudly. Me too, Siren replied, not to be outdone. Is that something to be proud of? I learned almost all of them in 1st grade. The two looked at each other, realizing they couldn't compare with Aaron. Aaron waved his wand, and all the tables and chairs in the classroom moved to the sides, leaving the front half of the room free. It's not enough to know how to use these spells. You need to be proficient in them. Now, demonstrate the spells you know, starting with the simplest disarming spell. I'll go first, Draco volunteered. Then a look of confusion flashed in his eyes. Wait, you won't let us practice using spells on the wall, will you? Of course not. That's good. Professor Snape wouldn't be happy if the classroom was torn down. Don't worry about that. I can repair it. The curse. I will too, but repairing a room is much more difficult than fixing tables, chairs, and teacups, Aaron replied. Senior's ability is not comparable to ours, Siren interjected. That's right. As long as you don't pulverize the room, I can fix it. Practicing these simple spells is something you can't do with your current magic power level, but it's better to be restrained. It's not good to make too much noise. Then how do we practice? Draco wondered. Aaron snapped his fingers, and a stone statue about the size of an adult rose from the ground, holding a long stone sword in its hand. Okay, please start your show. Disarm you, Draco yelled after deliberating for a while. The long sword in the stone statue's hand fell to the ground. How about it? Draco asked. It's okay, barely passable, Aaron replied. Draco. Chapter 459, Draco's Frustration and Unexpected Exposure. Qualified? Barely. Draco laughed angrily, his voice tinged with disbelief. Is this evaluation too perfunctory? I succeeded. Yes, Senior, Siren echoed, puzzled. I can't see what Malfoy did wrong. The time it took was too long, Aaron replied calmly. In a regular exam, I could give him an O for outstanding for his disarming spell, but in a real battle, the delay before he cast the spell would have been enough to get him killed several times over. Draco, unable to refute, spoke weakly. Can I try again? Yes, Aaron said, raising his wand lightly. The stone sword returned to the stone statue's hand. Expelliarmus! Draco didn't hesitate this time, decisively casting the spell. A green light struck the stone statue, and the stone sword fell to the floor once more. No problem this time, right? Draco asked confidently. It is indeed better than before. 75 points, Aaron responded. Only 75. Draco frowned deeply. I don't agree. Give me a reason. Aaron pointed to the stone statue. First, your target can't move. Second, it can't fight back. These factors reduce the full score of this test. Draco felt slightly better. What about the remaining 5 points? The 5 points deducted are for your attitude, Aaron said bluntly. You learned the disarming spell in your second year. I don't understand why you're so complacent. Draco, stunned and speechless, returned to his seat silently. Aaron restored the stone statue and then gave Siren a nod. It's your turn. Siren stepped forward, drawing her wand seriously. Expelliarmus! Boom! Whether due to nerves or inexperience, the spell flew past the stone statue's shoulder. The long sword in its hand trembled but did not fall. Obviously that was a failure, Aaron said lightly. Sorry. Siren lowered her head in embarrassment. I let you down, Senior. Don't say that. I don't like hearing it. You shouldn't underestimate yourself. The disarming spell you used was indeed correct, but your accuracy was off. But I missed, Siren insisted. The disarming spell isn't difficult, but less than half of Hogwarts students can use it effectively, Aaron reassured her. At least Crabbe and Goyle's disarming spells are no match for yours. That's true. They often end up disarming themselves, Siren said angrily. But I don't want to compare myself to them. I want to compare myself to you, Senior. You can't beat me, Aaron said, amused. But it's good to have that awareness. Continue practicing your disarming spell. Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! After casting the spell twice more, Siren finally managed to knock the long sword from the stone statue's hand. Being able to master the disarming spell in such a short time is impressive. You truly are a genius, Aaron said with satisfaction. Such students are the best to teach. It's still far worse than me, Draco chuckled. If you can't even surpass a 4th year, then you're wasting your parents' pure blood genes, Aaron said, shaking his head. He then transformed the stone statue again. I'll give you 10 minutes to familiarize yourselves with this spell. After that, we'll move on to the next stage of training. Be prepared for a duel. If you're careless, it will hurt. Draco and Siren exchanged glances, a competitive fire igniting in their eyes. They each took a quarter of the classroom, practicing the disarming spell with their backs to each other. Ding! 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 The sound of stone swords falling to the ground echoed repeatedly. Aaron continued to repair the stone statues used for training without pause. 20 minutes later, Aaron waved his wand, and the 2 stone statues disappeared. He drew a vertical line in the middle of the classroom, separating the 2 sides. This will be an informal wizard's duel. No bows required. The rule is that you can only use the disarming spell, and you can dodge within a limited range. Once one side's weapon is disarmed, the other side must cease attacking. Understood, Siren said. Draco also nodded seriously, though he was visibly more nervous. There was nothing to brag about if a 5th-year student beat a 4th year, but losing would be a significant embarrassment. Ready, go, Aaron announced. Draco took the lead, and a green spell shot towards Siren's face. In the next moment, a figure stepped back a few paces, and a brown wand fell to the ground. It's not difficult at all, Draco said smugly. That's a victory in the first round, Aaron confirmed, writing a score of 1-0 on the blackboard. He then looked at Siren. Do you need a rest? Unnecessary, Siren replied. Aaron raised his eyebrows but didn't say much. After all, he wanted an excellent student, not a fragile vase. If the training was interrupted by such a minor injury, he would have to question his own judgment. The second round started soon, and without any surprise, Siren's wand was disarmed again. 2-0, Aaron announced, changing the score on the blackboard. Need a rest? He asked meaningfully. Unnecessary, Siren repeated, then continue. Siren got up from the floor in a panic, having been hit by the disarming spell more than 30 times in over an hour. She was struggling, but Draco wasn't having an easy time either. His nose was bruised, and his face was swollen. His expression was dark and menacing. He had thought it would be easy to beat a fourth-year witch, but seeing the nearly 5-to-1 ratio on the blackboard made him furious. He was a noble Malfoy, yet he had been defeated 7 or 8 times by a younger witch of ordinary blood, which was humiliating. Once or twice could be explained by coincidence, but 7 or 8 times could not. Clap, 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 Aaron applauded. The performance was very good, especially Siren. You exceeded my expectations. Siren scratched her head in embarrassment. It's all thanks to your teaching, Senior. That's all for today's training. Next week, we will practice the obstacle curse. Yes, I will definitely learn this spell within a week, Siren vowed. It doesn't matter if you can't learn it that quickly. As a temporary teacher, I might be here for a while. If you learn too fast, I won't have anything left to teach. Siren happily left the potions classroom. Aaron restored the venue, and all the tables and chairs returned to their original positions. How does it feel? Aaron teased. Is there a deep sense of frustration? Draco nodded reluctantly. Is she really just from an ordinary wizard family? That's the prejudice of your Malfoy family. Bloodline does have talent bonuses, but it doesn't represent everything, Aaron said solemnly. Siren's background may be average, but in the past hour, she went from being passively beaten to dodging attacks and even barely fighting back. That progress is impressive. It sounds easy to progress in battle, but it's not. At least, you can't compare to her in this regard. Hermione is Muggle-born, but her academic performance has consistently been above yours, and she has mastered many practical spells. Ron and Neville are purebloods, but they waste their talent more than you do. Draco was silent for a moment, then said seriously, I'm sure I won't be inferior to them. Then you have to work hard. First, set a small goal. Beat Harry Potter. Draco. The second mission had officially entered its initial stage, and Aaron felt much more relaxed. Taking out 2 hours of teaching time every week, he could receive a salary of magic points. The end of the school year was approaching, and overall, it had been quite profitable. Aaron's school life was back on track. In addition to attending classes and signing in every day, he was diligently practicing magic circles and steadily improving his strength. However, this peaceful routine didn't last long. Within a few days, Harry, Ron, and Hermione cornered him in the library. Have you thought about defense against the dark arts? Hermione asked again. Aaron sighed helplessly. He hadn't expected these three to be so persistent, refusing to give up until they hit a dead end. Well, you might be disappointed. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me, but I don't know how to be a teacher. It's too tiring, he replied. Not with you, Ron grumbled. You'd rather teach Slytherins than us. Who told you that? Aaron frowned slightly. Besides Draco and Siren, only a few professors knew about his teaching. Draco and Siren wouldn't spread rumors, and Professor McGonagall would keep it secret to avoid complications. Umbridge wouldn't want to undermine her own authority, and it couldn't be Professor Snape or Professor Flitwick. As Aaron pondered, Hermione suddenly asked, Just tell us if it's true. I'm a Slytherin prefect, so there's nothing wrong with teaching a student or two, Aaron said defensively. Okay, let me put it another way. Would you rather teach Malfoy than us? Hermione pressed. Did Draco tell you? Aaron looked at the three of them suspiciously. He didn't think Draco would be foolish enough to spread such information. Malfoy is quite arrogant, but he didn't tell us, Harry said with a complicated expression. You know him well. He likes to see us curious but helpless. How could he tell us this? The three exchanged glances and fell into a brief silence. You may not believe it, but it was Dobby, Ron said, puzzled. Impossible. He's just a house elf. How could he know? Aaron questioned. You underestimate house elves, Hermione said angrily. Dobby was cleaning the school and overheard Umbridge talking to Professor McGonagall. The old hag is very dissatisfied with you teaching other students how to practice spells without authorization. Dobby felt that Umbridge would try to target you, but he couldn't get into the Slytherin common room, so he found Harry and asked him to warn you. The corners of Aaron's mouth twitched, and he felt a surge of frustration. The image of a small, helpless house elf flashed through his mind, only to be torn to pieces the next moment. This was meddling at its finest. Umbridge couldn't do anything to him directly, but these three were different. Their potential for causing trouble was second only to Voldemort. "So, do you have anything to explain?" Hermione asked coldly. This." A look of embarrassment crossed Aaron's face. He knew it would be difficult to refuse this time. "Are you willing to teach us?" Harry asked seriously. "If you don't want to, forget it. We can try to find a way ourselves." "Well," Aaron pursed his lips and forced a smile. "Actually, it's not impossible." "That's settled then," Ron said, surprised. Aaron nodded. Since he was already teaching 2 students, it shouldn't matter if there were 3 more. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had decent talent, and it wouldn't be too difficult to teach them. "Great, I knew you would agree," Hermione said excitedly. Just as Aaron was about to speak, she continued, "Since you've agreed, there's something I should tell you, but you can't lose your temper." "Tell me first, and I'll decide whether to lose my temper or not," Aaron replied cautiously. "You've been teaching 2 Slytherins for almost 2 weeks," Hermione revealed. "I've only taught 1 class," Aaron explained. "Okay, I just don't want to lose my temper," Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, as did Harry and Ron. "Well, we think that as long as anyone wants to learn, we should not refuse them. The magical world is no longer safe. We must the ability to protect ourselves, right?" "Ha-ha!" "Do you think I'm wrong?" Hermione asked, her face showing her displeasure. Aaron smiled but said nothing. He didn't believe that such abilities could be significantly improved through a defense against the dark arts class alone. If it were possible to fight against Voldemort and the army of Death Eaters after just 1 year of classes, Dumbledore would have acted long ago, and the last Wizarding War would not have claimed so many lives. "Tell the truth. How many people did you find?" Hermione pressed. "It's not certain yet, and we haven't actively looked for them, but here are definitely not many," Harry said firmly. "You know, there are not many people who believe that the Dark Lord has returned. Even those who share the same dormitory with me, except for Neville and Ron, think I'm a liar." Aaron nodded in agreement and then asked, "How many people can there be?" "It would be ideal to have 3 or 5, Hermione said after some thought. "This is still under the condition of your teaching. If it were Harry instead, I'm afraid none of them would come." "Am I being embarrassed?" Chapter 460, Buy 3 Get 5 Free? 3 or 5? Aaron murmured. "Are you sure it's 3 or 5? "Very sure," Hermione nodded firmly. Aaron took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Then count it as 5, including Draco, Siren, and the 3 of you. That means I have to teach 10 students." "Is it hard?" Hermione asked. "It's not a problem under normal circumstances, but now Hogwarts has an extra senior investigator," Aaron said with a half-smile. "It's nothing to teach 2 Slytherins, but it will be very risky for the 3 of you. After all, Umbridge has been deliberately targeting Harry Potter, let alone 3 or 5 more." "It's fine if we don't get caught," Ron said carelessly. "We just need to avoid the teacher. We're too familiar with the school." I really admire your mentality," Aaron said, patting his forehead speechlessly. "What if you do get caught? Umbridge is not someone to be taken lightly." The 3 of them looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The scar on Harry's hand had already proved Umbridge's cruelty. She would not show mercy when physically punishing students. "I mean, the more people there are, the more dangerous it is. Don't look for others if you can avoid it," Aaron advised. "No," Hermione interrupted seriously. "It's not fair to the others. It's okay to be kind, but you have to think about the consequences. It's good to be able to take care of yourself at this time," Aaron said earnestly. He could barely accept teaching 2 to 5 students, but teaching 10 seemed too much. The risk outweighed the benefits. "Just say whether you agree or not," Hermione asked directly. "I agree," Aaron said reluctantly, regretting it as soon as he finished speaking. He even wanted to slap himself. "Great," Hermione smiled and kissed Aaron on the cheek. "I knew you would agree." "Ha ha!" Aaron rolled his eyes, feeling inexplicably as if he had suffered a loss. "Just to be clear, I'm only responsible for teaching you defense against the dark arts. I'm not responsible for anything else. Also, my time is limited. I can only attend one class a week, and it cannot exceed 2 hours. That's no problem, Harry said with a relaxed face. With the homework assigned by the teachers, preparation for the general wizard-level exam, and Quidditch training, our time is already tight. I'll make arrangements, Hermione said confidently. We can spend weekends in Hogsmeade from October, and we can have our first meeting there. All right, Aaron nodded. Remember to find a remote place. I understand. Umbridge mustn't notice this kind of gathering. In the Hall of Shadows, Aaron's thought body looked at its own body speechlessly, wanting to curse but unable to speak. Forget it. One sheep is also chased, and a flock of sheep is also shed. There are only 10 people at most, so it's a big deal to spend more energy, Aaron's thought body said. 500 magic points. Aaron spread his 5 fingers, feeling depressed. I thought it was for teaching one student, so I just took this reward casually. But the world is unpredictable. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have accepted this task. This is much more difficult than being a prefect. It's useless to regret now. Let's think about what to do next. With 10 students, including Harry Potter, Umbridge is bound to find something wrong over time. Why don't you go and teach them? Aaron suggested shyly to his thought body. Hey, sure enough, clones don't have human rights, do they? I work diligently every day in this dark hall. You can't say that. Didn't you go out when you were taking elective courses? Okay, the thought body shrugged. I can still go out for a while during elective courses. What do you mean? This is not a prison. You eat, drink, and are served every day, and there are hundreds of shadow ninjas to command. Salazar Slytherin didn't have this kind of treatment when he was alive. Then let's switch. You don't have to, Aaron waved his hand dismissively. Cut! The thought body pouted. I can't refuse the main body's order. This isn't just about changing the teacher. We need to find a safe place, Aaron said, frowning. A classroom that can accommodate 10 people for study and training. Hogwarts is out of the question, he continued. It's right under Umbridge's nose. Hogsmeade won't work either, added the thought body. There are too many people there, and it's easier to get exposed. Maybe we are the only ones who meet the conditions. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'm not going to risk the Shenming Temple for just 500 magic points. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. Maybe none of them will come, so if you're careful and only teach 5 people, it shouldn't be a problem. I hope so. Sunday, Potions classroom. After 10 minutes of practicing the disarming spell, Aaron began to explain the blocking spell. The blocking spell, Impedimenta, creates an invisible barrier that prevents your enemies from getting close. This is a defensive spell and is slightly more difficult than the disarming spell. I know this spell, Siren said, raising her hand. My mother taught me. Me too, Draco added. Knowing the spell is just the foundation. To improve, you need more training. With a light wave of his wand, Aaron divided the classroom in half. How do we train this time? Draco asked with interest. Is it still in pairs? No, it still hurts to be hit by the blocking spell, Aaron replied, shaking his head. He transformed the ground into a wizard chessboard, and 2 stone statues stood in the positions of the generals. However, these statues were not stationary. They could move slowly and even make sword-swinging movements. Gulp! Draco and Siren swallowed nervously, then looked at Aaron in astonishment. The rule is that you can only use the blocking spell. Don't let the stone statues hurt you, and don't leave the chessboard. If you really can't hold on, jump off the chessboard. I'll talk about that later, Draco said impatiently. When did your transfiguration become so powerful? This should surpass Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall's level of transfiguration is not low, Aaron said lightly, adding in his mind, but it should not be as good as mine. The two looked at each other, a little regretful but understanding. After all, Aaron was only a 5th-year wizard. If his transfiguration skills surpassed those of Professor McGonagall, who had been teaching for decades, it would be hard to believe. As the two jumped onto the chessboard, the stone statues raised their weapons and moved slowly towards them. Impedimenta! The white spell hit the stone statue, causing it to step back. After a 5-second pause, it continued to move. At first, the two managed with ease, but as time passed, they felt the fatigue from the consumption of magic power. Their spellcasting speed gradually slowed, and they began to look for the most energy-efficient routes. Aaron sat on the podium, practicing the description of the magic circle of light and dark elements, paying little attention to the performance of the two. The stone statues looked quite lethal, but they didn't actually harm the people on the chessboard. The swords they swung would automatically stop when they got close to their bodies. Beside the podium, Abbe was holding a bucket of popcorn, watching the performance with great interest. After more than an hour, the stone statues stopped simultaneously. The training session was officially over. Draco and Siren's foreheads were covered in sweat, and their breathing was labored. Siren, still mindful of her appearance, sat on the edge of the chessboard while Draco lay flat on it. "How does it feel?" Aaron teased. "Isn't it particularly exciting?" "Very exciting," Draco said weakly. "I've never been this tired in my life. You're wasting your talent, but it's not entirely your fault. Wizard battles often don't last long. Especially in peacetime, it's almost unheard of. It is impossible for wizards to consume a lot of magic power continuously." I just said, "Why are you so exhausted?" Siren thought thoughtfully. She had been using the spell for more than an hour, and her magic power had been consumed by more than 70%. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't tired. Remember this feeling. If you unfortunately feel this way in battle, it is your body reminding you to retreat, Aaron advised as he put away his notebook and made the chessboard and the two stone statues disappear. Siren staggered and sat on the ground, while Draco fell directly from mid-air, grimacing in pain. "Say something when you use the vanishing curse," Draco said angrily. "The second class ends here," Aaron announced. "Then what shall we learn in the next class?" Siren asked curiously. "How about the petrification spell?" "The next class," Aaron hesitated. "We won't learn magic spells in the next class. You two will come with me to meet new students." "New students?" Siren and Draco said in unison, clearly surprised. "Who? Slytherin?" Draco asked. "What grade? Is it a girl?" The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. Draco's reaction was expected, but Siren's true focus caught him off guard. "Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger." "It's them?" Draco frowned tightly. "Are you sure you're right?" Aaron nodded, looking somewhat depressed. "No way. They are all dissatisfied with Umbridge's defense against the dark arts class. It's okay not to teach you, but since I have taught you, if I don't teach them, it will be unfair. I'm afraid they might break up with me." "Then let them break up," Draco said indifferently. "I really don't think they deserve to be your friends." "Don't make it sound so easy." Aaron rolled his eyes. "There are a few other people besides them." "Professor Umbridge won't agree," Siren said. "It would be bad if she found out." "I know. She came to me because she didn't teach them anything," Aaron replied. "It's not easy." Draco pondered for a moment. "Why don't you just report them to Umbridge?" "Shut up." Aaron gave him a hard look. "I've already promised them. Do you think I'm the kind of person who backtracks on my promises and says one thing but does another?" I didn't mean that," Draco stammered. "I just wanted to point out that Umbridge would be very upset if there were too many people." "Isn't it enough not to be discovered?" Aaron said. Senior," Siren said hesitantly. "It's not that I'm spoiling the scenery. Professor Umbridge is a senior investigator after all, and everything except the common room is under her control." "That's not something I should worry about. I'm only in charge of teaching," Aaron said flatly. "If you two are willing, come with me to meet them and find a good place to have classes together. It doesn't matter if you don't want to, but keep it confidential and don't tell others." I listened to the senior," Siren said. "Can they be taught separately?" Draco wondered. "It's not that I can't accept taking classes with them, but according to your teaching method, I guess I might end up fighting with them." "I'm afraid it won't work. My energy is limited, and I can only take one class a week at most," Aaron explained. Draco sighed helplessly. "Then can I call some more Slytherins?" "No, there are already enough people. If there are more, the seniors will be overwhelmed," Siren said. "Siren, you are still too young. There are 2 Slytherins in a classroom, but more than 3 Gryffindors, and we're going to suffer," Draco argued. "Usually it is true, but don't forget Malfoy. The teacher is Slytherin." I think the seniors will not let us be wronged. Siren countered. That's what she said, Aaron spread his hands. I will treat everyone equally in class, and I will not favor anyone. Besides, it seems that you are the one who provokes them every time. On the first weekend of October, a snow covered the entire town of Hogsmeade with a layer of silver. Aaron walked on the broad avenue with Abe in his arms, followed by Draco and Siren on the left and right. Senior, where are we going? Siren asked curiously. It's best not to have any expectations. Draco's voice was tinged with skepticism. Potter and his friends have always had questionable taste, Draco sneered. Hogsmeade isn't exactly the ideal place for meetings. Could it be an open-air meeting? Siren wondered aloud, glancing at the snow-covered road. It's not impossible. It might be a bit cold, but it does have a certain poetic charm. Don't jump to conclusions, Aaron interjected. Hermione sent me a message yesterday. The meeting place is set at the Hog's Head Inn, which is on a small road next to the post office on Central Avenue. We're almost there. This is worse than an open-air meeting, Draco frowned. Have you ever been there? No, but that place, how should I put it? Draco paused, searching for the right words. People of my status usually don't frequent such places. Don't get me wrong, I don't have an issue with bars, but the Hog's Head is just not your average establishment. It's rather rundown.